Good afternoon, one and all. We welcome you all to this wonderful day. Today we are celebrating 75 years of independence. I would like to extend our wishes, greetings to all our fellow Indians and also across the planet who are celebrating and celebrating this wonderful day. With this, we shall move on to our conference today. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Glory of 75 Years of Indian Independence, Freedom Struggle, Unsung Heroes, Revolutions, Education, Empowerment and Sustainable Development. Today, this theme is set to discuss and highlight the achievements and the glory of 75 years of Indian independence in various avenues and domains. And it is commemorated as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations and UN Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, and also commemorating International Webinar Series on Holistic Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development 2022 in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Well-being and Department of Zoology, Government College for Men, Autonomous, Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh, India, and also with other institutions like PP Savani University and others. So we warmly welcome you once again and extend our warm greetings to you all to the wonderful conference. And we have excellent speakers, presenters lined up for the day. And before we start our sessions, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue to today's sessions. So before we initiate our sessions, I would like to give few instructions to all the speakers, presenters and the participants. All participants are requested to rename your Zoom participant name as you require on the certificates. Attendance is being recorded by the Zoom platform. So kindly ensure that you are logging in with a complete name so that it is easy to map your attendance to the feedback, and it will be easy also for issuing certificates. And presentations are going to be held one by one. As the speakers are available, we will take up the speakers' presentations. You know, this is a very short notice we have given, and you know, and also the presentations are very short. So we thought instead of scheduling, we can invite everyone as they are available, so that it will also save time. So we request everyone, whoever is available, you can send a message to the host in the chat box. You can select the host and select. You can write your name and also your topic. so that we can introduce you and invite you for the presentation. In a similar way, we will be moving, or you can also raise your hand so that once you have sent the message, so that we can invite you for the presentations. So let's all be positive, productive, constructive, as already informed. So there is no scope for negativity today. So that we will have a wonderful deliberations today. And as informed, there will be no introduction of the speakers by the coordinators or the co-coordinators. Everyone has to introduce themselves. There will be a time limit of 5 minutes. Try to conclude by 4 minutes or 4.5 minutes, because again inviting, this will take some time. So we have good number of speakers and we need to be very conscious that we need to give opportunity to everyone on this wonderful day. So let's strictly restrict ourselves to the confined time, not exceeding our time. So let's plan ourselves to 4 minutes, so that even if it exceeds for another 30 seconds also, we'll be still within our time frame. And generally the time we have given specified also, that the timing, total timing is 5 minutes. Within that you can use 1 minute for your self introduction, and you can use another minute or so to talk about the topic, or extending today's theme, greetings to all, and you can use another 2 minutes to address your topic. And finally the last minute you can address the or express your gratitude to the platform or the organizers. So it is completely a rest up to you. This is generally what we thought, so that 5 minutes can be given. So what we will do is, we will take up each session, and there will be no introduction, only the name and the topic as you are typing in the chat box. We'll be inviting you one by one, so that once we invite you, you can introduce yourself and your topic, and you can extend your greetings, and you can convey your message in a productive, constructive manner, and you can conclude yourself by expressing your gratitude to the organizers or the platform. So this is in general. You can divide your time accordingly. There is no hard or fast rules. As per your convenience, you can allot time to these individual aspects in your presentation. So with these instructions, and we will move on smoothly, and let's everyone cooperate with each other, and have a very pleasant day with all the presentations. Everyone will get opportunity. We will wait till last presenter presents in the conference, so nothing to hurry up. We will take one by one. Ensure that you are putting your name and your topic, so that I will take on first come first serve basis. So whoever is putting their name and topic, will be taking it randomly, I mean as first come first serve basis. So we request everyone, whoever is willing to present, or whoever has opted to present yourself, even if you have not registered also, if you have joined and if you are willing to present, it is mandatory for issuing the certificates. Registration is mandatory, and participation and providing of feedback is mandatory for issuing certificate. So even if you have not registered but directly joined and you would like to present, also fine as of now. So you can leave your details in the chat box, and after that also you can register. If you have already registered, then you can start presenting the presentations, and later on when feedback link is provided in the chat box at the end of the conference, everyone is requested to fill the feedback form. So as I already mentioned, attendance is being tracked by the Zoom platform automatically. So based on the attendance, we will be considering the certificate. So with this introduction, and for the convenience of everyone, for accidentally unmuting and other disturbances, we are muting everyone, and whenever there is any queries required, because of short time, we are not taking up any queries after each presentation. What you can do is you can start writing on your writing pad or something, and you can share at the end of the conference of all sessions. You can share it with us, and we will get back to the speakers, and we will take up address all these queries if any. So if speakers are concluding early, and if there is any opportunity, even for question answers also, it should be within 5 minutes only. So if speaker allots 1 minute, then quickly speaker has to ensure that within even the answer should be provided within those 5 minutes. So with this, I request all the speakers to kindly cooperate, and let's all together organize this conference in a very pleasant manner. So with this, I will start inviting from the chat box. I will go to the first message. And once you join, you are ready, you can share your name and also your topic in the message. So I will pick up on first come, first serve basis. So hope the instructions are clear. If you have still any clarification, you can always contact me. And the presentation can be oral or PPT. That's all depends on you. Every speaker will be given co-host permissions. So you can start present, you can unmute yourself, you can start your video, and you can start presenting. In case if you are not familiar with this system, before you start presentation, kindly practice with yourself or with your colleagues or family members. You do a trial so that we can save some time on presentation. So, and as already informed, we need to abide to the 5-minute rule. And we congratulate everyone for joining us and registering yourself. So with this, we will start our session. The first message is by Dr. Satya Prasad. He will be delivering on topic academic research in higher education, Indian perspective. Yeah, welcome Dr. Satya Prasad ji. Over to you for your session. Kindly maintain this time limit of 5 minutes. Over to you for your session. You can unmute yourself, start your video and start your presentation.
Very good afternoon and happy Independence Day to everyone. I'm Dr. Satya Prasad, Associate Professor and Dean, School of Liberal Arts and Humanities from Walkston University, Hyderabad. The topic of my presentation today is Academic Research in Higher Education, the Indian Perspective. As you are all aware, academic research is the cornerstone of any education system. Particularly in a developing country like India, the importance and the emphasis on research in higher education cannot be understated. In the introductory slide, I would like to talk about how good research promotes great teaching and how research in teaching offers valuable inputs into the practices and methodologies with which the theories defined in the textbooks are derived. And the purpose of the current research is therefore to explore the scope, prospects, and challenges of academic research in higher education. As for the research objectives are concerned, the primary objective is to investigate the effects of academic research in the area of higher education, to evaluate the degree of evolution and growth of higher education resulting from rigorous academic research, and to explore the recent scope and potential of academic research in the domain of higher education in India, and to study the hindrances and challenges that infest the domain of academic research in higher education. I will talk about my methodology now. My methodology is based on the research philosophy of positivism. The research approach is quantitative approach. The data analysis is by SPSS software, descriptive statistics, and one sample test. And the primary data is drawn by using questionnaires from among 100 teachers in different higher educational institutions in India. As far as the results from the hypothesis testing go, the first result is that academic research in higher education improves teaching quality of the professionals. And the second conclusion is that we can conclude that academic research facilitates advanced teaching methods in higher education. Academic research benefits in choosing the professional teachers for higher education. And academic research makes an impact on the course designs of higher education. And we can also conclude by saying that academic research influences the students to learn better by concentrating deep into the particular subject. And as far as the discussion part is concerned, 52% of the respondents agreed that research in the field of higher education aids in improving as well as adapting innovative techniques as per the modern demands. 66% of the respondents agreed that the research could be conducted to find out various ways through which teachers can gain more information related to the study. And the domain of academic research in higher education in India needs to face various challenges. Coming to the conclusion, academic research is a fundamental element that aids the evolution and growth of higher education in India. The observations and analysis pertaining to the study indicate that academic research makes substantial contribution towards various aspects of higher education. Academic research in areas of higher education provides information pertaining to the relations in between the job satisfaction of the teachers and the various factors affecting it. And information regarding present events and situation in an institute generates descriptions and explanations of the past situations or conditions in an institute, helps in understanding the subjects or principles followed by teachers to teach the student. And last but not the least, it helps in identifying the students who are lacking behind and need special attention by the teachers, and in the implementation of new policies that enhance the educational system. The reason why I have chosen this particular theme of academic research is that a nation cannot progress unless its education system is backed by rigorous academic research. Academic research which can be measured and which can be interpreted, which can be implemented and executed. When I say academic research, I do not mean abstract research, which are better confined to only textbooks. So on this august occasion of the 75th anniversary of the Indian independence, I wanted to bring this topic, a very challenging topic of academic research and its importance in higher education, particularly in a country like India. So I would like to take a question if possible, since I have 1 more minute to go. If any questions are there, I would like to take the questions.
Thank
Yes,
you, Dr. Satya Prasad.
Vaishnavi, ma'am. Yes, sir. I think there's a question from Vaishnavi.
Yeah, Vaishnavi, do you have any
sir.
query?
Actually, I have raised my hand to speak as a second speaker, sir.
All right.
Actually, for presenters, you need to just drop your name and topic.
Yeah, I have done that also, but I don't know.
Have some patience. Before you, some presenters also have might have put their details, so that we will come one by one. Okay.
So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me this august occasion to present my viewpoints on academic research in higher education. I thank the organizers and Dr. Ramchandra, sir, for this great opportunity provided to me. I conclude my presentation.
Thank you, sir, for joining us, and we wish you all the success for future endeavors. And one more instruction for all the presenters. We are very sorry that we are not able to give ample time to you, but we have another opportunity for all of you. I promise you that we have every Sunday conference. So you can register for next Sunday or coming Sundays, where you can completely do justice to your topic because of this August occasion, and an attempt, sincere, heartfelt attempt by all of us to give opportunity to each one of us. We are restricting our time, so kindly don't take it in any other way. So we wish you all the success, and you all can register for upcoming conferences on Sundays, and you can take your good time to present your research. So thank you once again.
Thank you, sir.
So we will move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker would be Dr. G. Seethamma, and the topic is History and Significance of Independence Day. Dr. G. Seethamma garu, you can unmute yourself and start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, myself, Dr. G. Seethamma, Assistant Professor of Zoology, KVR Government College for Women, Kurnool. Sir, I would like to present a topic on history and significance of Independence Day. Respected chief guests and organizers of this today's program, and my dear colleagues, I wish you all a very happy 76th Independence Day celebrations, and my best wishes also to all the Indian patriots present here. Today is a very special day for all of us, because today we are celebrating the 76th Independence Day of great nation. And also, I have got a chance today to speak about the Independence Day celebrations. For that, I feel very honored. We know that it's a special day for us because we remember all the glory of our country and also the struggles and efforts of Indian freedom fighters who fought for Indian independence. Actually, this Independence Day of India is not only shows the independence of India from the rule of British, but it also shows the power of the country. And today we remember also the achievements of our country on Independence Day. But what should we remember is we should not forget our soldiers. Thanks to our brave soldiers, because nowadays we are living with peace is nothing but because of our great soldiers that we know, all of you. So for them, I'm saluting on behalf of all the participants. And in 1947, the India was liberated from the oppressive rules of British Empire. The fight of our independence was long and difficult, and it took many brave lives. As a result, the entire country observes Independence Day to commemorate the freedom that we are enjoying now. The day that honors the sacrifice of our courageous freedom fighters who sacrificed everything for our nation. The Prime Minister of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru first time hoisted the national flags of Independence India above the Lahore gate of Red Fort in Delhi for the first time. And what he said is, at the stroke of midnight, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. I think all of us know about the history of Independence Day, but today just we recollect once again about the history of Independence Day. Every Indian's life was difficult and depressing during the British colonial rule, and at that time the Indians were treated as slaves with no freedom of expression. So this was very pitiable. Now we are enjoying the freedom of this. So everybody has to value this freedom. And Indian rulers were nothing more than puppets in the hands of British officials. Indian fighters were treated cruelly in the British camps, and the farmers were also hungry because they couldn't grow the crops, and also they had to pay the high land taxes also. And we know that because of Mahatma Gandhi, Bhagat Singh, Azad, Neta Subhash Chandra Bose, and Patels, they all other launched numerous movements that helped break the shackles of slavery after 19 years. From the revolt of 1857 to the Sepoy Mutiny, many movements set the tone for the fight against the Britishers. So on this special day, it's a must for all the Indian people to remember the selfless sacrifices and unrivaled contributions of great women and men in achieving Indians' independence. Coming to the significance of Independence Day, it's a very special occasion for the country because it marks the end of British rule. It also brings the people from all over the country, and this day is also marketed as a national holiday with people celebrating it wholeheartedly. And also for the first time, Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru raised the tricolor from the Red Fort in Delhi. Following from that, on that day, Independence Day, every year it was celebrated, and elected Prime Minister hoists the national flag at the Red Fort, followed by an addressing to the nations. People usually celebrate this auspicious day by flying kites, and not only thus, the popular activities like traditional flying flying the kites is a tradition that will continue continuously. And Independence Day is also celebrated with a great pomp and ceremony at all government and private institutions, schools and colleges. And at the same time, the students are also, that is especially the NCC and students, march in parades. And this day, some historical buildings have also been specially decorated with the lines, with the lights, which depicting the theme of independence. On this special day also, some programs like plantation of trees and sports and cultural activities are also held to commemorate these occasions, and also prizes were awarded to the winners. And I hope on this day, a wind of patriotism and national unity blows across the country. Thank you one and all for giving me this opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Seethamma garu. It was very short, but really, see, this is the challenge. Even within the given time, we are able to present ourselves in a very effective manner. Thank you once again for joining us, and we look forward for more sessions in upcoming conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We'll move on to our next speaker for the day. Dr. Chintaluri Narasimha Rao. Sir, you have not shared your topic. All the presenters are requested to share your name along with your topic so that it will be easy for us. And we don't see participant name. If your name is different from the participant name, kindly leave your participant name also, because we need to select and make host. So, okay, we will move on to next speaker. Shabnam Bharadwaj Rana. Will be presenting on mental health. All the participants, presenters are requested to share your name and your presentation title in the chat box. I will be taking one by one as per the sequence mentioned in the chat box. Yes, Shabnam, you can unmute yourself and start your video and presentation.
A very good afternoon to everybody, Dr. Ravindra and everyone for this wonderful platform. Sir, if you have that little snippet of video that I made and sent you, I'll be happy if you could present. Well, I'm a psychologist and I've been in practice for the past 20 years, and I've traveled length and breadth of the country. And one issue at this 75th year, I think we've come a very long way from the Leniency Act and to the new Allied Health Bill and the disability reservations. But I think what one is needed at the ground, at the grassroots levels, there are still a lot of work which needs to be done. Having worked in the National Health Mission and a district mental hospital, I realized that because of the diverse nature of our country, as we know, we've just looked into, we have 22 official languages and we have many dialects. Even like if you, I'll just give you one situation when a wanderer, a mentally unsound person, wanders into a different territory within the country, within the different state, the language, the culture, the food, everything changes. And what happens usually? It is the police people or the security people, they send them for treatment, but to a place where perhaps their language is not known, the food given to them is not palatable. You know, somebody coming from down south, from a rice eating to the north, which is basically staple as a roti is the staple diet there. So these are the challenges that patients face. And sometimes, you know, like for the northern population, they would not know the Tamilian, the languages of the south. So it is difficult to converse with the patient. And then coming up with that over and above the laws that till the person is being escorted by a relative, they would not be let out and go free from the mental asylum. I faced this. I was in one of the states, and to my happiness and my support, we had people who were working with us and they knew different languages. So we could send back people. So I think just raising an issue about this, that, you know, with technology advancement, if we could connect and help people go back to their homes, because some of the families think that they have gone, they are dead, maybe they are missing, and they forget them completely. But to die in a territory without your loved ones is something was touching me, and we took up this challenge. And I thank you, sir, for giving me this platform to raise this question at this juncture. I think we've come a very long way talking about youth, talking about drugs, talking about mental illness, you know, mental health issues, especially after COVID. I thank you for this forum. I thank the organizers. Sir, you are doing a stupendous job. It's an excellent job. And I really salute to your perseverance. You know, no matter I've been attending many of these sessions over the past so many months. Even if there are 10, 15 participants, the zeal and the enthusiasm from your end is just the same. And we've enjoyed it. Thank you so much for listening this to at this 75th Independence Day. May glory and shine, may our nation shine. Thank you so very much for this time. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Shabnam, for your message. Definitely in coming days, we will also take up sessions in detail. Thank you. So we will move on to our next speaker. We have with us Ekta Jain, Dr. Aparna Vajpayee. Topic: body image in adolescence and the effect of intervention at school. Ekta Jain, now you can start your video.
Yes, sir.
And present it.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ekta Jain. For the past few years, I've been working as a school counselor, and I also teach psychology to senior secondary students in a school in Surat, Gujarat. I am also a research scholar at PP Savani University, Surat. And I've been also lucky to travel around the world and see how students are in different types of setting, different places, different environments. And so I wanted to do something in the area of body image, and which I could see that is a persistent issue with adolescents. And if we really say that, our adolescents are the future of any nation, so I could see there's a consistent need of helping and educating our adolescents in schools. And not only adolescents, actually, when I was reviewing the literature, I could see that these issues were starting way early, probably in primary school. So that also attracted my attention, and I wanted to do something. And so just to give an overview, body image is way back in 1935, it was given by Shielder. It was a person's feeling of aesthetics and sexual attractiveness of their own body. And even the definition has probably evolved over a period of time. And if we really see the definition now, body image is the mental representation of an individual creates of themselves. It may or may not have any relationship to how one actually appears. Body image can be a negative one or a positive one. And as I've written, that it really starts way early in the primary years. I generally have been taking life skills classes and social emotional development classes, which is a full-fledged program that has been going on in our school, right from class 1 to 12. And I was really, my attention went to children of grade 3, 4, mentioning that, ma'am, I would like to, when I asked them, what is that one thing you want to change, if at all you want to? Are you satisfied with how you look? And to my surprise, grade 3, 4 children would tell me that, ma'am, I wanted a different colored hair. I want a fairer skin, or any other color skin which they want. I need a different eye color. So that's what really, got me thinking that these children, with the advent of so much of media, social networking websites, they probably are being exposed to so much of information, and they really don't know what to do with it. So just some statistics, and that's what really put me into this direction of thinking about body image. So this is just an impact. This slide is really telling the impact of body image in society. 63% of women identify their weight is the biggest factor that determines how they feel about themselves. And if I really say what kind of an impact a negative body image can have on individual health, it is all, in so many spheres. There is self-esteem, there is academic performance. Children sometimes pick up disordered eating patterns. There's a lot of stress that is correlated with this. Many times I see children not really wanting to open up or engage in conversations. So there's anxiety, social anxiety present, and of course mental health problems, which might be something which if negative body image is really not kind of addressed, it might result in some mental health problems. So while I was doing the literature, I could see that there was work done right from 1985, and of course the work that was done, that has also evolved over time. And earlier there was a lot of BMI that was talked about, body mass index, and disordered eating. Now the research has really evolved to understanding the various facets of body image and how does it really affect. And is there anything at the school level which we can really introduce, because all children, they spend a good 6 to 7 hours in school. And is there anything which we can do at the school level? So I'm very glad that I'm a part of this program, as I mentioned, social emotional development. And while I was while I was reading the literature, I could see that many studies have talked about this intervention, which I was thinking about. And there are studies which are being conducted outside. Of course, the research started earlier, but yes, even in India, there have been people who've been talking about, interventions, any kind of programs or counseling sessions or support services which can be given. And there have been, though it's in the starting stage, but then yes, there is a buzz about it and people are talking about it. And I could see there are various studies, review-based, and many other involving different research methodologies, mostly correlational, but then yes, which also suggested that there is a need of future research. And though the research which I am kind of have undertaken, it is still in the nascent stage, and with Dr. Aparna's help. So what the tentative plan which we've really come up with is that, after identifying the target group with negative body image, if we can administer certain interventions, which will be on different levels, they can be preventive. As I mentioned, the program, Social Emotional Development Program, can be focused group wherein we can provide CBT training, attitude training, emotional equanimity and mindfulness training to the children. The present research will, of course, examine the effect of intervention of all these intervention programs over a period of time in adolescents, both males and females. And if possible, I would love to include the primary school goers as well in this. Also, it will give us an understanding if improvement will reflect on various aspects like self-esteem, social perception, as well as academic success in school. The difference in perception and cognitive structure being between the deprived and the non-deprived will be leveled off after training. The study will provide insights where the positive impacts can be maintained over time. So since, as I mentioned, the study is still in the nascent stage, we are still in the planning time. So that's about it from now, from my side. If you have any queries, I will be happy to answer. In the meanwhile, I am very, very happy to be a part of this conference, and I really thank the organizers for giving us, each one of us, this opportunity, putting this together and giving us this opportunity to really speak and share our thoughts. And it's a wonderful platform. Thank you so much, Ravindra sir, for your patience. And of course, while I was looking at the themes of the Independence Day, I could see that, it was idea at 75, resolve at 75, action at 75, achievement at 75. So I could see that, it's such a progressive, movement which we all are witnessing right now. And I really want to end my presentation with one quote, that freedom is hard to get, but we are blessed to have it. Let's appreciate everything we have and celebrate our freedom. Happy Independence Day to everyone present. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful presentation. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future.
Thank you, sir.
So we will move on to our next speaker. Next speaker is Dr. Bashatti Lata. Would be presenting on a topic women empowerment in 75 years independence. Ma'am, you can unmute yourself. You can start your video and presentation. Over to you.
Yes, sir. Yes. Good morning, sir. All of you. Good morning, ma'am. Yeah. ముందుగా అందరికీ 75వ స్వాతంత్ర్య దినోత్సవ వేడుకల సందర్భంగా ఈరోజు నిర్వహిస్తున్నటువంటి ఈ సమావేశానికి అధ్యక్షత వహిస్తున్న అధ్యక్షులకు మరోసారి శుభాకాంక్షలు తెలుపుతూ, నా టాపిక్ 75వ స్వాతంత్ర్య ఈ దినోత్సవంలో మహిళలు సాధించినటువంటి సాధికారత ఏమిటి అని. మనకు పెద్దవాళ్ళు చెప్పినట్టుగా ముదితను నేర్వగ రాని విద్య గలదే ముద్దార నేర్పించినన్. అని మన కందుకూరి గారు ఏ రోజే చెప్పారు. మన తెలుగు సాహిత్యంలో, తెలుగు భాషలోని సాహిత్యంలోని ముదితలంటే స్త్రీ. స్త్రీ సాధించలేనటువంటి విద్య ఏదీ లేదు. స్త్రీ తలుచుకుంటే, స్త్రీకి గాని కొంచెం ప్రోత్సాహం ఇస్తే నేర్వగా రాని విద్య లేదు అని ఏనాడో మహానుభావులు చెప్పి ఉన్నారు. అలాగే స్త్రీ ఈ రంగం ఆ రంగం అని కాకుండా ప్రతి రంగంలో కూడా ముందడుగు వేస్తూ ఆకాశమే హద్దుగా ముందుకు వెళ్తున్నటువంటి స్త్రీ ఒకప్పుడు ఎలా ఉండింది, ఇప్పుడు ఎలా, ఎటువంటి ఏ రంగాల్లో ముందు విజయ పతాక ఎగరేస్తూ ముందుకు వెళ్తుంది అనేది ఇక్కడ నేను చెప్పదలుచుకున్న అంశము. ముందుగా ఒక చిన్న కవిత కూడా నేను ఇక్కడ వినిపించదలుచుకున్నాను. మనందరికీ తెలిసిన విషయమే, స్త్రీ లేకపోతే జననం లేదు, వినా స్త్రీయా మరణం నాస్తి అని, ఇది జననం నాస్తి అనేటటువంటి ఒక శ్లోకం కూడా ఉంది. రీసెంట్ గా మనం ఎత్ర నార్యస్తు పూజ్యంతే రమంతే తత్ర దేవత, ఎత్రైతాస్తన పూజ్యంతే సర్వాస్తత్ర ఫలాక్రియ అన్నారు పెద్దలు. వేదాల్లో చెప్పినటువంటి ఈ సూత్రము, అలాగే పెద్దలు చెప్పినట్టుగా ఎక్కడైతే స్త్రీలు గౌరవించబడతారు, పూజించబడతారు, అక్కడ దేవతలంతా చేరి చేపట్టిన పనులకు గాని విజయం చేకూరుస్తారు. ఎక్కడైతే స్త్రీలకు గౌరవం ఉండదో అక్కడ అన్ని కూడా అపజయాలతో కూడుకున్నటువంటి కార్యక్రమాలు ఉంటాయని పెద్దలు నిర్వచించారు. అలాగే ఎన్నో ఇక్కడ జరుపుకున్నటువంటి చట్టాలు కానీ, ఉత్సవాలు కానీ ఎన్నో జరిపినా ఇంకా ఆడవాళ్ళ మీద జరుగుతున్నటువంటి ఎక్కడో ఒక చోట ఏదో ఒక మూలన ఏదో రకంగా వేధింపులకు గురవుతూనే కనిపిస్తున్నారు. వాటన్నిటినీ తట్టుకొని వాటి ఎన్ని వేధింపులు ఉన్నా, ఎన్ని సమస్యలు ఉన్నా కూడా ప్రతి మహిళ నేడు విజయ పతాక ఎగరేస్తూ కనిపిస్తూ ఉంది, ప్రతి రంగంలో కూడా అని చెప్పవచ్చు. అలాగే వాటన్నిటికీ చెక్ పెట్టే రోజు కూడా ఏవైతే జరుగుతున్నాయో అఘాయిత్యాలు, మారణ ఉదంతాలు కానీ వాటన్నిటికీ చెక్ పెట్టే రోజు రావాలని ఒక మహిళగా నేను ఆకాంక్షిస్తున్నాను. నేటి మహిళలో కష్టపడేటటువంటి తత్వం, సంఘర్షణమయమైనటువంటి జీవితం, జీవన విధానం, పట్టుదల, అనుకున్నది సాధించడం, ఏ రంగంలోనైనా మహిళలు ముందంజలో కనిపిస్తున్నారు. అటువంటి నేటి ఆడాళ్లకు ఈ సదస్సు తరపున మరొకసారి నేను జోహార్లు చెబుతూ ఒక చిన్న కవితని వినిపించదలుచుకున్నాను. ఓ మహిళ, ఒక నిమిషం, ఓ మహిళ నీకు వందనం, సృష్టికి ప్రతి సృష్టినిచ్చి సమాజానికి మార్గనిర్దేశనం చేసే ఓ మహిళ నీకు వందనం. సంసార సాగరంలో నీకు నీవే సాటిగా, ఓర్పుకు నేర్పుకు ఓదార్పునకు అమ్మగా, ఆలిగా, అక్కగా, చెల్లిగా, ఆత్మీయతతో అనురాగాన్ని పంచే అమృతమూర్తి నీకు వందనం. మారుతున్న సమాజ కాలంలో, మనుషుల కాలంలో, మానవత్వం మంటగలుస్తున్న రోజుల్లో, దినదిన గండాల దాష్టీకాల నడుమ మారాలి నీ నడక, ఎప్పుడూ తడబడక, కావాలి నీవు మరో రుద్రమ దేవిలా, అమరుల పాలిట అపరకాలిగా, అసురుల పాలిట అపరకాలికవిగా. అందరికీ మరొకసారి ఈ 75వ స్వాతంత్ర్య వజ్రోత్సవ వేడుకల, దినోత్సవ వేడుకల సందర్భంగా శుభాకాంక్షలు. ముఖ్యంగా మహిళలందరికీ నా తరపున హృదయపూర్వక శుభాకాంక్షలు తెలుపుకుంటూ మరొకసారి నాకు అవకాశం ఇచ్చినటువంటి సావిత్రి మేడం, అలాగే రవీంద్ర సార్ గారికి కూడా ముఖ్యంగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలుపుకుంటూ ముగిస్తున్నాను. మహిళ ఎక్కడ ఉన్నా సాధించగలుగుతుంది, సాధిస్తుంది. ఇక ముందు భవిష్యత్తులో కూడా అన్ని సాధించగలిగేటటువంటి ఒక మహిళా శక్తిగా అవతరించింది, అవతరించబోతుంది కూడా అని చెప్తూ మరోసారి ముగిస్తున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. అందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు.
థ్యాంక్ యూ మ్యామ్, చాలా బాగా చెప్పారు. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So our next speaker would be Mary Florence on women empowerment. Mary Florence, you can unmute yourself and start your audio, video and presentation. Ma.
Video I'm not getting, sir.
Okay, ma, continue with your presentation.
Okay, sir. I'm very gratitude to all the organizers and for giving me opportunity on this 75th year Independence Day. I'm going to do on women empowerment. Empowerment is the in women empowerment in India. Women empowerment refers to the increasing the spiritual, education, gender of economic through the strength of individuals and communities of women. Women empowerment in India is heavily dependent on different variables that include geographical location, including urban, rural, educational and social status, caste and class and age. Definition of women empowerment. Women empowerment can be defined in promoting women in sense of self-worth with ability to determine their own choices and their right to influence social change for themselves and others. But despite it is great of progress, women and girls continue to face improvement in their ability. The need for women empowerment is decision making, freedom of movement, access to education, access to employment, exposure to media, and that's all. Decision making power among those who are having earnings more than women, 1 in 5 have major their earnings and few women, and 9 in 10 women, their spouses earnings are used. Women earn more than their husbands are more likely to say in this. Less than 2 currently married women participate alone in jointly decisions, and the number of decisions are women takes very positively with education and notary with there, and women have earning their control in associated with great participation in decision making powers. Women's freedom movement is severely curtailed by 1 in 3 are allowed to go alone in the health and to serve the community, and access to education. In that access to education, literacy and educational entertainment among adults, 47% of women aged 50 to 49 have never been to school. Educational attainments to very low among 20 to 29 group. Only 27% of women have 10 to more years of education. The percentage of very married women education are rising to very slowly. Access to employment. Women have got lot of freedom for employment, and today in today's culture they are achieved in all sectors of employment and in the media also. And the changes brought in women are the government and several NGOs are making efforts to empower women by creating awareness, but the true meaning of empowerment will be achieved when gender inequality will be eliminated. We need to give equal opportunities to men for equal pay, equal respect. We look for such nation. And what is social environment? Political environment of women is only a part of the overall empowerment. Education of women means greater awareness of their role in society, awareness of rights and rights of non-development organizations, and they are doing great operations now by women. And what is the role of non-governmental organization? Non-governmental organizations are playing a significant role in the empowerment of disadvantaged women. Such independence of the government set up several social welfare board and apex body, and over 10,000 non-governmental organization across the country having women stand on their own, and such a program of socio-economic vocational training and their similar programs. What is the role of government? The Department of Women and Child has been implementing special programs for the holistic and empowerment women and socio-economic status. They have been having policies. The year 2001 has been dedicated as the Women Empowerment Year. The program to support the STEP program in 1987. And my conclusion is women represent half of the world population, and gender equality exists on every nation on the planet. Until women are given the same opportunities than men, yeah, the entire societies are being designed to perform below the poverty line. And if you educate a woman, you educate a family. Thank you very much, sir, for the golden opportunity given to me.
Thank you, Mary, for your presentation on women empowerment. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future. So we will move on to our next speaker. All the speakers are requested to share your name and your topic in the chat box. We'll be calling you as per the sequence, first come, first serve basis. So we will put the speakers in the queue and we will be waiting. Make sure you mention both your name and topic. And if you have already mentioned it, wait for your turn. We are calling one by one. And if you have any colleagues registered for this or willing to present, you can invite them to join immediately, and they can share their names and topics. So this is an open platform today. So anyone who would like to share can come and join. So, but make sure you are sending both the details, your full name and along with your topic. And also kindly restrict yourself to the time limit. And also inform your colleagues and friends who would like to present to quickly join the conference platform so that everyone can use the opportunity. So the next speaker would be Dr. Chitluri Narasimha Rao garu. Sir, me Zoom participant name ఏముందో మరి ఇక్కడ అయితే కనిపించట్లేదు లిస్ట్ లో. మీరు కొంచెం చాట్ బాక్స్ లో పెడతారా మీ పేరు? జూమ్ లో ఏ విధంగా మీరు లాగిన్ అయ్యారు? సి నరసింహారావు గారు ఇదే అనుకుంటాను. Yes, sir. You can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation, sir. You will be presenting on development of science and technology in India after independence. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I am very happy to be here in this platform to share or to present the topic on development of science and technology in India after independence on the occasion of 75th Independence Day. I wish you all the 75th Independence Day. Let us start my presentation. India is recognized globally for its scientific and rigor and very effective potential. We can observe the speed in scientific discovery only after independence with the 5-year planning system, which encourages the people to work hard towards the scientific and technological advancements. Already we know the first Prime Minister, that is Pandit Nehru, he aimed to inculcate the scientific temper among the Indians by establishing Indian Institute of Science, Indian Institute of Technologies in the year 1953. And also the Department of Scientific Research and Natural Resources was also set up by him. And then the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research also expanded during this time due to the initiation of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, already we know, He is popularly known as the father of Indian research laboratories. Now the India is ranked third among the most attractive investment destinations for technology transactions in the world. Modern India has had a strong focus on science and technology, realizing that it is a key element for economic growth. India is among the topmost countries in the world in the field of scientific research, positioned as one of the top 5 nations in the field of space exploration also. Likewise, India has strong scientific and technological base that spreads across the country in the form of academic institutions, research and development laboratories, advanced medical centers, experimental centers, and different advanced industries also. Now, India ranks 46 among 50 countries in the Global Innovation Index. This is the improvement from the 48th position in 2020. In financial 2021, the science and technology sector added 14,97,501 employees, becoming India's top employment generator. And also for the consistent and efficient growth, various initiatives have been taken by establishing several organizations like Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Department of Science and Technology, All India Institute of Medical Science, Aryabhatta Research Institute of Observational Sciences, Central Drug Research Institute, Center for the Study of Developing Studies, Central Electronics Engineering Research Institute, Central Food Technological Research Institute, Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute, Central Soil Salinity Research Institute, and also Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, Institute of Genomic and Integrative Biology, National Institute of Oceanography. These are all very important in our science and technology research. Nowadays also, recent days, we are also observing the initiatives from central government and state government, like Inspire programs, which encourages the students in the schools towards the science research also. Like this, there are dozens of other scientific research centers which have been set up for the overall economic growth of the country, and also the improvement the scientific temper among the people of the India. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Narasimha Rao garu.
Thank you, sir.
Presentation, and we look forward for more sessions in future and wishing you all the same.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next speaker would be, kindly do not post again and again. I am noting down all the participant name and topics one by one. I am calling. Wait for the queue to now. We have 18 that we have completed. 7th, Dr. Narasimha Rao garu is 7th speaker. So we have 17 more. Kindly wait as and when participant or speakers are typing their details in the chat box. I am noting down. So kindly be patient. Do not repeat it again. It will be a repetition for me. So don't confuse me and don't confuse yourself. So be patient till once you have given your details, it is in the queue. Wait for your turn. So next speaker would be C. Srikanth. Topic would be freedom struggle of India. Srikanth, over to you. You can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Srikanth. I'm a student of Government College of Women's Autonomous Kadapa. Firstly, I wish you happiest 75th Independence Day. I selected freedom struggle as my today's theme. The meaning of freedom struggle is fight for independence to the India. Many freedom fighters sacrificed their life for this independence of India. Today we are living in a free country, enjoying every rights and benefits of a free developing nation. But this freedom is not a result of overnight struggle. India got freedom from the British Empire after the long struggle of 90 years. India First War started in 1857. This war is known as Indian Sepoy and or Indian Rebellion. It is also known as First Freedom War of India in the year of 1857. The Mahatma Gandhi is the main reason for the we getting independence of India. So he is known as Father of Nation. Totally 4 wars are followed up to 1947 from the 1857. Finally, we got freedom after 90 years at the date of 15th August 1957. On this day, we remembered about our all freedom fighters, females like Jhansi Lakshmi Bai, Kasturibai Mukherjee, and Jalkari Bai, etc. And male freedom fighters like Mahatma Gandhi ji, Bhagat Singh, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and Jawaharlal Nehru et al. So, ఇలా మనం ఇండియా ఫ్రీడమ్ కోసం వాళ్ళ జీవితాలని సాక్రిఫైస్ చేసేసి మనకు స్వతంత్రం తెచ్చారు. 200 సంవత్సరాలు బ్రిటిష్ వారి చేతుల్లో నలిగిపోతున్న ఈ దేశానికి స్వతంత్రాన్ని తెచ్చారు. కులం, మతం, పేద, ధనిక ఇవన్నీ ఏం పట్టించుకోకుండా కలిసి ఉంటే కలదు శుభం అని నిరూపించారు. విజయానికి కారణమయ్యేది హార్డ్ వర్క్, పేషెన్స్, విజయం వచ్చేదాకా పోరాడటం అనే 3 విషయాలు నేర్పించారు. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ దిస్ వండర్ఫుల్ ఆపర్చునిటీ ఆన్ దిస్ డే. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
Thank you, Srikanth. Very well done. You can improve your communication skills, ma. Don't keep any fears. You can freely, as you are talking to your friend, you can talk on the platform. No need to fear about that. You can be much more clear. Wishing you all the success.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So our next speaker would be Dr. Y. Savitri on innovations in science and technology. In the meanwhile, if you are not registered, kindly use the registration form. Even after presentation, you can register. That is mandatory. And also, if any of your colleagues or friends would like to present, you can invite them to join the platform and leave their details in chat box. We will be inviting one by one. Yeah, Dr. Savitri ma'am, over to you for your session on innovations in science and technology. You can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
First of all, good afternoon to everyone. This is Dr. Y. Savitri, working as Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Government College for Men, Autonomous Kadapa. It gives me immense pleasure to discuss about the Independence Day celebrations. So first of all, I'm thankful to Sri Holistic Research Foundation for giving me this opportunity to share my views on this Independence Day platform. So the main theme of today's international conference is the glory of 75 years of independence, India independence and freedom struggle, unsung heroes, revolution, education, empowerment, and sustainable development. So we are seeing we are developed. So last few years back, India is a developing country, but we prove ourselves we are a developed country. So last pandemic situation, we developed a wonderful drug for the COVID-19, so that the entire world see about the glory of India, how the India can develop in association with some other Bharat Biotech company developed a wonderful drug to the COVID, that is Covaxin, in association with in collaboration with Indian Council of Medical Research and National Institute of Virology, and so some other industries also they help to develop Covaxin virus vaccine. So simultaneously, the India is getting advancement in all the ways. So as we are the youth people, so we have to involve more in this type of activities so that we can do wonders. So we, the India consisting of so much youth people when compared with other countries, but our youth are not concentrating on their goals. So from this, so we have to take a oath or promise. So what is our role in developing and that in a better way? So India is getting advancement in science and technology. We are developing we are developing in so many ways like atomic energy, space, telecom, e-governance, electronics, oceanography, biotechnology, information communication technology, IT, and we are developing the tertiary industries also. And but nowadays the youth are involving in so many activities, but they are not thinking about the nation development. We think that how our nation will be developed. We are celebrating happily 75 years of independence. So before going to achieve 100 years of Independence Day celebrations, we had to be leaders in promoting science and technology in a better way so that we can see so many wonders in near future. We are seeing the wonders, but involving as active partners. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my views on science and technology and development of science and technology in recent years.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful, insightful session. And we look forward for more sessions. You know, women has also contributed a lot to in science and development. So even that also can be covered in the next session. Thank you, ma'am, and also for collaborating with this event, and we wish you all the success for future events. Thank you. So our next speaker would be
Thank you.
Shamshad Sheikh. Shamshad Sheikh would be presenting on role of youth in Indian freedom fight. Over to you, Shamshad Sheikh. You can unmute yourself, start video, and start your presentation.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, I wish you very Indian happy Independence Day. Okay, we are celebrating 75th Independence Day, and in this connection, I would like to share my views on the role of the youth in Indian freedom fight. So, India is, we can say that India is young because we are having more young people in our country. But what is the role of these the young people during the Indian national struggle? Because we know many people fought for the freedom. But what is the role of the students or the youngsters in the role of this in the freedom fight? So youth of India have always been remembered as the dynamic and enthusiastic identities of the country. They have been optimistic and full of high spirit. When India was struggling hard to overcome the atrocities of the British, then many young individuals came up with the high spirit ideas and played magnificent role in the freedom fight. Okay, we can't say the names. The number is numerous, but to cite few, okay, I will share you something. In 1848, Dadabhai Nauroji founded the Student Scientific and Historical Society as a forum for discussion. This is the pioneer step, and this is the first step of the youth role in Indian freedom struggle. And then the students' strike at King Edward Medical College, Lahore, was the first student strike against the discriminatory practice of English against Indian students. Then with the increased colonizers' interference, the student movement also increased between 1906 to 1918, when 184 persons, out of which 68 were students, were convicted in Bengal in connection with the revolutionary activities. In 1912, All India College Students Conference nailed the students' commitment to work for freedom with motto of Swaraj first, education after. So this how students played their role. And to sum up more, when Gandhiji launched his campaign against the Rowlatt Act at Jallianwala Bagh atrocities, students participated in big numbers. Gandhiji called the students to withdraw from school and colleges. Students from all over the country responded promptly and boycotted schools and colleges. Hindu Students Federation and All India Muslim Students Federation also added voice in freedom struggle by putting demands of students on the basis of their religious ideologies. Quit India movement got largest support of students. They successfully shut down colleges and get involved in most of leadership responsibilities like Madgini Haziram, Aruna Asaf Ali, Garimella Satyanarayana Garu, etc. They also provided link between underground leaders and movement. The youth of India was not confined to Indian boundaries, but also supported freedom struggle from nation abroad, that is B. Kama and Lala Hardayal, etc. Students also played very important role in various campaigns launched by Gandhiji against the British, such as No Tax campaign in 1921, the Civil Disobedience Movement, and the Dandi Satyagraha, which is very famous, and in 1930. In 1936, the All India Student Federation, the first student organization of India, was born in order to support the Indian National Congress in struggle. So this, like this, Indian students have supported Indian national movement, and they also fought for the freedom. So I can conclude that students are the future of any country, and they decide where the future of country can be taken. Indian students play this role well at the time of independence. Youth of India have always been remembered as dynamic, patriotic, enthusiastic identities of nation. They were young, fresh brains and strength of country who raised a collective voice which added fuel to the fire of mass movement and showed the love for their motherland. So here I'll conclude my speech, and I thank organizers for giving me this opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful session. Wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
Dear presenters and participants, kindly leave your details. If if you'd like to present, kindly leave your name and topic in the chat box and wait for your turn. Do not repeat it. There is a queue that is maintained. One by one we are calling. So kindly be patient until we call your names. And if you have any of your friends who would like to present, you can invite them to join. The next speaker would be Mrs. J. Venkatalakshmi, Assistant Professor, Government College Permanent, Kadapa. Ma'am, you have not mentioned your topic. You can unmute yourself, start your video.
Yes, sir.
Kindly leave your names as well as topic along with your names. Your topic, ma'am?
Women empowerment, sir.
Okay, ma'am, please continue.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the organizers and the enthusiastic delegates. Today, I feel privileged to present myself on the eve of Azadi Ki Amrit Mahotsav and in this international conference on 75 years of Indian independence. So I like to introduce myself. I am Venkatalakshmi Janapati, lecturer in chemistry, Government College for Men, Autonomous Kadapa. Today my topic is women empowerment. First of all, let us recall some of Indian women achievements. So let us see the renowned freedom fighters. We all know Jhansi Rani Lakshmibai, Rani Rudramadevi, Kittur Chennamma, or the renowned women freedom fighters. And coming to the present era, Punita Arora is the first woman to become Lieutenant General of Indian Armed Forces. This is the second highest rank. And secondly, Padmavati Bandopadhyaya. She is the first woman of Air Marshal of the Indian Air Force. And Mittal Madhumita, the Lieutenant Colonel, India's first female officer to receive the Sena Medal for gallantry. Coming to the sports, there are so many women achievers in the sports events. Karanam Malleshwari, the first Indian woman to win a medal at 2000 Sydney Olympics. Next, PV Sindhu, Saina Nehwal represented the badminton, Sania Mirza represented the tennis, Mary Kom, achiever of boxing, PT Usha, a good athletic. Recently, she was elected as Member of Parliament to Rajya Sabha. Coming to the women achievers in science and technology, Biba Chowdhury, she is a physicist. In December 2009, the star, which is nearly 340 light years away from us, was named Biba to honor Indian women's contribution in science. Airavati Karna, first female Indian anthropologist. Kamal Rana Dev, she was the initial few scientists to claim that breast cancer has a relevance with heredity. She also founded Indian Women Scientists Association in 1973. Anna Mani, she is the Indian meteorologist. Janaki Ammal, first woman botanist. In the latest, Archana Chuk developed a unique antifungal strategy that can cure fungal eye infection. Dr. Shobhana Kapoor, assistant professor at IIT Mumbai, selected for the award by SED, that is Science and Engineering Board. Latest, or in the mathematics, Shakuntala Devi holds the Guinness World Record for the fastest human competition. And in the teaching community, the first woman teacher, Savitri Bai Phule, and honor name, we are having the Phule University. And Kiran Bedi, she is the first woman in India to join the IPS in 1972. And we can't even forget Sarojini Naidu, Nightingale of India. What among all of them, the best, we know that the president is known as the first citizen here, and we feel privileged and proud to say Draupadi Murmu is the first citizen of our India. Former President Pratibha Patil was also an woman, and Prime Minister was Indira Gandhi. Seeing all these achievements, we can think women as empowered. But still, why we are talking about the women empowerment? We all know that mother is the first teacher to all of us. So I request all the mothers to lead their daughters towards success and celebrate even a small success of their daughters and encourage them to be in front. Give the moral support to them and teach them, arise, awake, and stop not till reach your goal. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this golden opportunity. I thank you, the organizer, Dr. Ravindra sir, and Dr. Y. Savitri, who gave the opportunity to present in this session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well presented. Wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker would be Sachdev P. Sorry, Sachi Devi P. She would be presenting on using women, unsung women freedom fighters. Ma'am, you can unmute yourself, start your video and quickly start presenting.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And my name is Dr. Sachi Devi. I'm lecturer in zoology from SKR and SKR Government Women's College, Kadapa. And my topic of presentation is unsung women freedom fighters. So we all know very well that our India fought freedom. That is, it was in the clutches of British Raj for a period of 200 years. So in the span of 200 years, several people came into the freedom fight. So they are very popular, and we all know the names of these people. They include Mahatma Gandhi, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Motilal Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, Lala Lajpat Rai, and revolutionary freedom fighters like Bhagat Singh, Veer Savarkar. In addition to that, we also the name of the freedom fighter, women freedom fighter, that is Sarojini Naidu. So who all supported the movements, various movements like non-cooperation movement, Quit India movement, and participated and finally released our country from the clutches of British Raj. Still, even though there are, in addition to all these popular heroes, we should all know about the unsung women freedom fighters. So these, in the struggle of Indian independence, from the colonial rule, the contribution of women cannot be neglected. They faced various tortures, exploitations, etc. to earn freedom for us. It is not like we are unaware of our women leaders and their role in the freedom struggle, but unfortunately, there are hundreds of women patriots whose names have forgotten from popular narratives. There are several unsung women freedom fighters, both from rural background and the urban background. They are both educated and illiterate, also have participated in the freedom struggle. And these women freedom fighters, they moved in a disguise. They disguised themselves and moved from one corner of the country to another corner, supporting the other freedom fighters. They sacrificed their families, their properties, their livelihood also, and their ornaments even they donated wherever the freedom rallies were organized. They enthusiastically participated, and they also provided shelter to various freedom fighters and supported the movement of freedom struggle. I'd like to mention the names of a few. They include Matangini Hazra, who participated in the Quit India movement and non-cooperational struggle. And also Kanaklata Barua, also known as Birbala, Aruna Asaf Ali, who is the educator and also grand old lady of our India, Bikaji Kama from Mumbai, Tara Rani Srivatsava from Bihar, Mulmati, mother of Ram Prasad Bismil, another freedom fighter, Lakshmi Sehgal, Kamala Devi Chattopadhyaya, Kittur Rani Chennamma, Sucheta Kripalani, Padmaja Naidu, and Durgavati Devi. These are the few names, a few unsung women freedom fighters, names of few unsung women freedom fighters. So they gave selfless sacrifices and even laid their lives to see our nation free and prospering. So we should not forget their sacrifices, and we should always fight like them to take our India from the developing status to developed status. We should always forget our religious, we should leave the shackles and forget the religious as well as the state barriers, culture barriers to take our India to a status of developed country. Finally, I conclude that women participation in the Indian freedom movement is something without which independence could have been a distant dream. I thank all the members of the organizing committee for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Wish you a very happy Independence Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful presentation, and we wish you all the success. Our next speaker would be Vaishnavi Bogabatina. She would be presenting on unsung heroes. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. A warm good afternoon to the jury. Myself, I am Vaishnavi Bogabatina from Lovely Professional University, Punjab. I welcome you all to this international conference on the glory of 75th Independence Day of our nation. So before I start my today's narration, I would like to confirm that most of us, moreover all of us, I would say, have heard a lot of stories on how we got our independence, the struggle behind it, freedom fighters who fought for it till their death, how Britishers used to treat Indians. Nevertheless, we have the maximum knowledge of the past days before we achieved our independence that we have been hearing all this 75 years long. So on this auspicious day, where we are celebrating the Diamond Jubilee of Indian independence, I would like to speak about the struggle and sacrifice the people of India paid to keep its nation safe and protected after the independence. That was the time India and Pakistan were separated apart and became two individual nations. Most of the Muslim community were encouraged to shift to Lahore, Pakistan from India, and there were lot of mess happening in the country. Here comes an young lady pursuing her bachelorate from Dehradun, who has nothing to do with what's happening in her surroundings. She was very happy, joyful, enthusiastic, and living her life to the fullest. One fine day, while she thought everything was going well, to her surprise, her father showed up suddenly and kept a proposal of her wedding. Many of us may think, what's the big deal in it? But it was a big deal not only to her, but everyone in her family, as she was supposed to marry a Pakistani army general's son who heads the army of Pakistan, and she, the lady from India, is expected to leave her parents, college, in fact, everything she had in her life till so far, and supposed to work as a spy for Pakistan to India. Yeah, you heard it right. She was chosen by Indian security forces to work as a spy from Pakistan. Though it was a tough decision, finally somehow she agreed to it and got committed herself for being an Indian spy from Pakistan. Her training started, for which she have gone through a lot of difficulties mentally as well as physically. Days passed and now she was ready to go on her mission. The day have come where her marriage was done with the Persian person as discussed earlier, and she is taken to Pakistan the next day, which is actually the first day of her after marriage. The things were very different. maybe for which she was not expecting or prepared to. She, as a new daughter-in-law of the house, is expected to do all the household just like a servant, which is completely new to her. None of the family members respect her as she is from India. Even she was silently bearing the insults, humiliation, and disrespect from the servants and home gods of the house. Despite of all the hurdles in her way, she somehow paved the path to send the information that she gathered to India through the means she was taught in her training as a spy back there in India. The days passed and everything was going smooth and accordingly. But one day, she found some suspicious maps which were plotted to the planned attack on the Indian aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, that deployed in the Bay of Bengal. While sharing this information to the Indian RA agents, her husband Iqbal discovered her as a spy and was heartbroken by the revelation. She managed to escape from the house and reached almost the borders of India, where in a grenade attack, she was safely reached to India, but her husband dies in the attack. With the findings of her, the INS Rajput sinks the Pakistani submarine TNS Ghazi off from the Visakhapatnam coast. This brave young lady who saved India that day is our unsung hero, none other than Sehmat. After reaching back to India, Sehmat found that she is with a child of Iqbal. Years passed and this brave mother now gave her most precious gift, which is her son, Samar Syed, to serve for the Indian army rest of his life. If I go on, there are not only people like Mahatma Gandhi, but there are also our unsung heroes just like Sehmat, who have not only served as a daughter, sister, wife, daughter-in-law, mother, and whatnot, but also sacrificed and dedicated their lives towards the mother country. With this, I would like to conclude that if we are enjoying today's 75th Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and looking forward for many more in the upcoming years, we are supposed to be thankful for all those unsung heroes of our nation who supported in India in every point, every part of its struggle till date. So thank you for giving you all your ears to the narration and being a peaceful audience. Thank you once again.
Yeah, thank you, Ma.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations and wishing you all the success.
Yes, sir. Have a good day, sir.
So our next speaker would be Dr. Ramya Jyoti. Kindly do not post your details again and again. The rest will be repetitive. Leave your details once and I am maintaining a queue. When it's your turn, I will invite you. Dr.
Hello.
U. Ramya Jyoti, you can unmute yourself and you
Yes,
can start
sir.
your video and
Yes, sir.
presentation.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. U. Ramya Jyoti, lecturer in Telugu, Government College for Men, Kadapa. Today, I would like to present a paper on Telugu poets who inspired the people with their writings during freedom struggle. As a lecturer in Telugu, I would like to present in my paper in my regional language, Telugu. Thanks for the opportunity. My thanks to Dr. Ravindra, sir. And now I am starting my presentation. The title is Jatiyodhyama Kavitvam Vihanga Vekshanam. Freedom struggle, literature during freedom struggle. So first British వాళ్ళు ఎప్పుడు వచ్చారు అంటే మనకు 15th సెంచరీలో జహంగీర్ కాలంలో మొఘల్ పాలకులు జహంగీర్ కాలంలో వచ్చారు. వాళ్ళు రావడం ఎలా వచ్చారు అంటే మామూలు ఒక చిన్న బిజినెస్ పెట్టుకుంటాం అన్నట్టుగా ఒక వలస దృక్పథంతో వచ్చి తర్వాత మనలో ఉండే బలహీనతల్ని ఆధారంగా చేసుకొని మనకు యూనిటీ లేదు, చాలా రాజ్యాలుగా విడిపోయి ఉన్నాము, ఇవన్నీ గ్రహించారు. మెయిన్ మనలో బలం లేకపోవడం వాళ్ళకు బలమైంది, మన బలహీనత వాళ్ళకు బలమైంది. అందుకని వాళ్ళు వీటన్నిటిని క్యాష్ చేసుకొని డివైడ్ అండ్ రూల్ పేరుతో మనల్ని విభజించి పాలించి భారతదేశాన్ని మొత్తం వాళ్ళ పాదాక్రాంతం చేసుకొని రవి అస్తమించని బ్రిటిష్ సామ్రాజ్యాన్ని ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. మెయిన్ డ్రైన్ థియరీ మనందరికీ తెలుసు, ఆర్థిక దోపిడీ. అలాగే క్రిస్టియన్ మతాన్ని వ్యాప్తి చేయడం, ఈ 2 లక్షలుగా భారతదేశాన్ని పాలించి వాళ్ళు పాలించడంతో పాటు భారతీయుల్ని బానిసలుగా మార్చారు. ఎప్పుడైతే విలియం బెంటింగ్ ఇంగ్లీష్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ని మనకు పరిచయం చేశాడో, ఆ ఇంగ్లీష్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఆంగ్ల విద్యను నేర్చుకున్న మన భారతీయ మేధావులంతా కూడా స్వేచ్ఛ, సమానత్వం, సౌభ్రాతృత్వం అనే ఈ కాన్సెప్ట్లతో ఫ్రెంచ్ అండ్ రష్యన్ రెవల్యూషన్స్ జరిగాయి. ఈ రెవల్యూషన్ కాన్సెప్ట్లను మన వాళ్ళు తెలుసుకొని మనమెందుకు, మనకు స్వేచ్ఛ రాకూడదు, మనకు సమానత్వం రాకూడదు, మనకు ఈక్వాలిటీ ఎందుకు రాకూడదు అని ఆలోచించి వాళ్ళు కూడా డెమోక్రసీ, అలాగే సెక్యులరిజం, ఇలా నేషనలిజం ఇలాంటి ఈ ఆధునిక మోడర్న్ భావాలని వాళ్ళు ఒంటపట్టించుకున్నారు. దానివల్ల ఏం తెలిసిందంటే ఇంగ్లీష్ వాళ్ళు వాళ్ళ పర్పస్ కోసం మనకు పరిచయం చేస్తే, ఆ ఇంగ్లీష్ విద్యనే నేర్చుకొని మన వాళ్ళు బాగా ఫారిన్ కంట్రీస్ లో ఏం జరుగుతున్నాయో తెలుసుకొని ఆ ఇంగ్లీష్ విద్యతోటే వాళ్ళని దెబ్బ కొట్టేశారు, ఆంగ్లేయులను దెబ్బ కొట్టారు. సో మనకు స్వేచ్ఛ, సమానత్వం, సౌభ్రాతృత్వం అనే ఈ ఫ్రెంచ్, రష్యన్ రెవల్యూషన్ కాన్సెప్ట్స్ అసలు మనకు అంతవరకు తెలీదు. ఇవి తెలుసుకున్నారు ఇంగ్లీష్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ వల్ల. తెలుసుకొని మనకు ఫ్రీడమ్ ఎంత అవసరమో తెలుసుకొని మిగిలిన భారతీయులందరూ కూడా చెప్పాలనుకున్నారు. మరి ఎందుకు అప్పుడు ఫ్రీడమ్ స్ట్రగుల్ టైంలో, స్వతంత్రోద్యమ సమయంలో మనకు ఉపయోగపడిన మెయిన్ సోర్సెస్ 2, ఒకటి పత్రికలు, 2 సాహిత్యం. డ్యూరింగ్ ఫ్రీడమ్ స్ట్రగుల్ న్యూస్ పేపర్స్ అండ్ లిటరేచర్ స్ప్రెడ్ పేట్రియాటిజం ఇన్ పీపుల్. పత్రికలు గనక లేకుండా ఉంటే, సాహిత్యం గనక, లిటరేచర్ గనక లేకుండా ఉంటే మనకు స్వతంత్రం వచ్చుండేది కాదు. ముఖ్యంగా మన తెలుగు వాళ్ళు ఈ స్వతంత్రోద్యమంలో, ఫ్రీడమ్ స్ట్రగుల్లో చాలా గొప్ప పాత్రను పోషించారు. అందులో ముఖ్యంగా తెలుగు కవులు, వాళ్ళు కవిత్వం రాయడంతో పాటు జైల్లో కూడా బంధింపబడ్డారు. ఆ విప్లవ కవిత్వాన్ని రాసి వాళ్ళందరిలో జాతీయ భావాన్ని పెంపొందిస్తున్నారనే ఉద్దేశంతో వాళ్ళని తీసుకెళ్లి జైల్లో కూడా వేశారు. అటువంటి ఒకనొక కవి చిలకమర్తి లక్ష్మీ నరసింహం. మనకు 1905లో బెంగాల్ విభజన జరిగింది. ఇంగ్లీష్ వాళ్ళ కాన్సెప్ట్ ఏంటంటే డివైడ్ అండ్ రూల్, అందుకని విభజన చేశారు. ఆ విభజన చేసినప్పుడు ఆ బెంగాల్ విభజనకు వ్యతిరేకంగా త్రూఅవుట్ ఇండియా చాలా యాజిటేషన్స్ జరిగాయి. ఆ యాజిటేషన్స్ లో మెయిన్ పాల్గొన్నది పోయెట్స్. చిలకమర్తి లక్ష్మీ నరసింహము బిపిన్ చంద్రపాల్ భారతదేశంలో ఉండే అనేక ప్రాంతాలని సందర్శిస్తూ అందరినీ విప్లవం పట్ల ప్రేరేపిస్తూ ఉన్నప్పుడు సామాన్య ప్రజల్ని బిపిన్ చంద్రపాల్ ప్రసంగాలన్నిటినీ చిలకమర్తి లక్ష్మీ నరసింహం తెలుగులోకి అనువదించారు. ఆ అనువదించే క్రమంలో అప్పటికప్పుడు ఆశువుగా భరతఖండము చక్కని పాడియావు, హిందువులు లేగదూడలే ఏడ్చుచుండ, తెల్లవారను గడిసరి గొల్లవారు పితుకుచున్నారు మూతులు బిగియగట్టి అని ఆశువుగా ఒక పద్యాన్ని చెప్పాడు. అంటే తెల్లవాళ్ళను గొల్లవాళ్లతో, భరతమాతను పాడియావుతో, భారతీయ సంపదను పాడితో, హిందువులను లేగలతో, వారు అనుభవించే బాధను ఏడుపులతో వర్ణించాడు. ఇది అప్పుడు ప్రజల్ని ఎంతో ఇన్స్పైర్ చేసింది, ప్రజలందరిలోనూ స్ప్రెడ్ అయిపోయింది. అంటే కవులకుండే శక్తి అలాంటిది. చిలకమర్తి లక్ష్మీ నరసింహం రాసిన ఈ పాట అప్పుడు విపరీతమైన సంచలనం రేపింది. అట్లాగే గరిమెళ్ళ సత్యనారాయణ అనే ఒక కవి, మా కొద్దీ తెల్లదొరతనం దేవా, మా ప్రాణాలపై పొంచి మానాలు హరించే అని చెప్పాడు. అంటే ఈ తెల్లదొరలు ఎక్కడి నుండో వచ్చి మా ప్రాణాల్ని, మా ధనాన్ని, మా మానాల్ని అన్నింటినీ హరిస్తూ ఉన్నారు, మాకు వద్దునే వద్దు అని చెప్పి, అంటే ఆ కవులు వాళ్ళు రాయడంతో పాటు 10 మందిలో చైతన్యం తేవాలని ఆలోచించారు. ఇప్పుడు మనకు ఎంతో సోషల్ మీడియా ఉంది, యూట్యూబ్ ఉంది, ట్విట్టర్ ఉంది, ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ ఉంది. ఒక్క పోస్ట్ ఏదైనా ఒక క్షణం అలా పోస్ట్ చేసామంటే అందరికి వైరల్ అయిపోతుంది, స్ప్రెడ్ అవుతుంది. కానీ మనకు ఫ్రీడమ్ స్ట్రగుల్ జరిగే టైంలో అసలు మనకి ఎటువంటి మీడియా లేదు. మరి అందరికి చేరాలంటే ఏంటి సాధనము అంటే కేవలం 2, ఒకటి న్యూస్ పేపర్, 2 లిటరేచర్. కథలు, నవలలు, షార్ట్ స్టోరీస్ రాశారు, ఎంతో మంది నావెల్స్ రాశారు, డ్రామాస్ రాశారు, శతక పద్యాలు రాశారు, దండకాలు రాశారు, ఊరూరా తిరుగుతూ డ్రామాలు ప్రదర్శించి ఎంతో మందిని చైతన్యవంతుల్ని చేశారు. కాబట్టి మనం అప్పటి మీడియా అంతా మనకు న్యూస్ పేపర్స్ అండ్ లిటరేచర్. అందుకనే ఈ రోజు నేను ఆజాదీ కా అమృత్ మహోత్సవ్ వజ్రోత్సవాల్లో భాగంగా 75 years లో భాగంగా మన తెలుగు వాళ్ళ కృషి, ముఖ్యంగా తెలుగు పోయిట్స్ కృషి ఎంతుందో ఈ వేదిక మీద చెప్పాలనుకున్నాను. ఈ చిన్న ఆపర్చునిటీ నాకు ఇచ్చిన ఆర్గనైజర్స్ కి, రవీంద్ర సార్ కి థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. అండ్ ఇందులో అవకాశాన్ని నాకు కల్పించిన సావిత్రి మేడం గారికి థ్యాంక్ యూ.
థ్యాంక్ యూ మ్యామ్, చాలా బాగా చెప్పారు. మన తెలుగు కవుల వారి కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్. విష్ యూ ఆల్ ద సక్సెస్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Next speaker would be Ravichandran ji. All the presenters are requested to share your name and topic in the chat box. If you have already mentioned, kindly do not repeat it. We'll call you when your term comes up. And kindly adhere to the timings, 5 minutes strictly. And if you have any of your friends who would like to present, you can inform them to quickly join this session. Yeah, Ravichandran ji, you can unmute yourself, start your video and quickly start presenting. Ravichandran ji, kindly all the speakers be alert because we have a limited time and we need to accommodate everyone. Do not waste, let us not waste any time in between. Okay, we will move on to our next speaker. Sangeeta Vasudevan. She will be presenting on introduction for a minute intro talk. Sangeeta Vasudevan, you can unmute yourself, start your audio and video.
Yes, sir. Is it okay? First of all, I wish everyone a very happy Independence Day. On this 75th Indian Independence Day, I'm really privileged to introduce about me. I'm native of Madurai and I currently reside in Bangalore. I'm a personality development trainer in the field of psychology and psychotherapy, and I'm successfully treating all the mental health issues. I can speak and understand 6 different languages, and I respect our mother country and have regard for our Indian culture, and I respect all the religions and unsung heroes, and especially the freedom fighters and the legends who have not let our Indian flag, which symbolizes prosperity, sovereign, to fall on the Indian soil, on the ground. So I have regards for everyone, and we are living in this technology world because of them. Thank you, and thank you, sir, for the wonderful opportunity. Thank you, Ravindran, sir, and the entire team. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. We will move on to our next speaker. So our next speaker would be Abhilasha Verma. Topic biodiversity. Abhilasha Verma, you can quickly unmute yourself, start your video and start presenting. ma'am. Abhilasha Verma.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Kindly speakers start your video also, because we need to have that evidence now to take screenshot.
So, sir, if you remember, I informed you in the morning that I won't be able to come on video because of the bandwidth and other problems.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
So please
So,
continue. In case of any such technical issues or emergency, it's fine. Otherwise, let's ensure that we switch on our audio and video.
Sure, sir. I'll take care in future.
Yeah. Okay.
So, a very good afternoon to everyone, and wish you all a very happy 75th Independence Day. My name is Abhilasha Verma, and my co-speaker is Dr. Aparna Vajpayee, ma'am, who is a dean in PPSU University. About myself quickly, I am working in a German multinational company having 17 years of experience. I have worked in multifaceted portfolio in HR, starting from recruitment to employee services, training and development, generalistic role. I'm also a chairman for POSH, which is Prevention of Sexual Harassment at Workplace for Female Employees. And I am also a globally certified project management HR assessor for my company. When we look at the registration link, there was one expression of empowerment and sustainable development. And I pick a topic related to that, which talks about diversity, equity, and inclusion in our society. First of all, a very, very, humble thank you to all my, past speakers who have already spoken about India, women, freedom fighters, legends, to remind us what has happened and how much potential we have as a country. And I have taken a topic which is related to empowerment and sustainable development of individuals in the country, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we have heard a lot of stories that, women's education after certain age is questionable. After having, married life, people are not able to pursue their career, and there are pressures from the family and society. So I thought this would be a very, very good topic to look forward in the future also. So I thought that it cannot be a better day than an Independence Day to talk about this important topic and what diversity means. For different people, it could be different thing, different meaning in different cultures, state, religion, but it is always talking about cultivating an environment where everyone feels alike and they belong to same place with same importance. Equity talks about that everyone has access to the same opportunities and they are treated fairly in the society. And inclusion talks about empowering actively everyone for their voices and speech at every individual level. And when I say so, this is not only for the male or female, it also talks about differently abled people. It also talks about LGBTQ community altogether. When we talk about the industry where females are currently working and they are not getting ample opportunities, let me also share with you that now industries, it could be related to school, institute, colleges, any government organization, national organization. It has been said that a certain percentage of diversity should be part of all the positions across hierarchies. It could be related to smaller industry. It could be related to, entertainment industry. It could be related to multinational. But it says that certain percentage of diversity should be part of all position related to managing board, top management, middle management, or a very, very scratch level junior people. And what are the benefits as a country, what we see? It says that diversity leads to a greater innovation because there are a lot of people from different caste, creed, religion, state who comes together and work in a common table together. And everyone is having different perspectives to come along and solve the problem in a creative manner. And that brings innovation for the country. The other thing that as a business, as a, institute, it also, reflects a very good brand name in the society, because every state has a different religion, every state has a different culture to follow. Let's say today, if we have to open a college or a school in, let's say, Punjab, or let's say down south, or let's say east, then it talks about different culture, and diversity is the only thing which talks about brand, that the people are able to connect with the institute or college when they are coming, or any industry. The other thing, it also boosts employee engagement. What is that? That, any group having diverse, workforce can come together and engage themselves with different, knowledge, with a different culture, with a different perspective. And in the industry currently, what people talks, that if there are, 10 people in the group, 2 are above 40, 3 people are below, 25, and there are, few between 30 to 40, everyone will think differently. And for everyone, engagement is different. So as a country, as a society, it's very important to engage with each other and encourage every category of population to come and, work for a sustainable development for the country. So it starts with the education line when we talk about school and colleges. Then it talks about the industry. Industry is the place where we always go and work for earning money. And that's how, as a country, we grow and develop in the nation. So the expression of inclusion and encouragement has to come from each and every citizen of India. That's my topic for today. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present this important topic.
Yeah, congratulations, Abhilasha Verma. Wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker would be Vikas Diya, Joint Director, GST Commercial Taxes Division, Government of Sikkim. We would be talking on indirect taxes and its significance for self-reliant and sustainable Bharat. Vikas ji, you can unmute yourself, start your video and start your presentation.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, myself, I'm Director GST from Government of Sikkim. My topic is indirect taxes and its significance on the self-reliant and sustainable Bharat. As far as indirect taxes are concerned, you are all aware that 2017 from 1st of July, which was the appointed date, the GST came into play in India. And prior to that, we are into a federal structure where we are around 32 states and UTs, where everyone used to practice their own indirect taxes. And it was difficult for the industry. In fact, being in the same country, people used to have different kind of tax experience while they were moving, or maybe they were doing business into different states. Now what happened was India had to do a tax structure which could help the industry grow, the trade to flourish. And for taxpayers also, it used to be easy because there was a huge burden that ultimately a consumer had to be bear it. So under the 101st Amendment of the Constitution, all the taxes, indirect taxes that were falling under the central, the state, and the concurrent list were subsumed, and one single tax structure was brought, that we call it as goods and services tax. The concept of one tax, one nation was finally realized. Now, once the simplification of tax structure comes in, there is a huge potential that the foreign investor through FDI will come into the country. The industries locally in the country will also be finding it easy to adopt to, with less of compliance burden. What changes this GST brought in the country? And I'm sure with days to come and the way things are moving ahead, GST or the indirect taxes that we currently have in the country will help all the industry, all the trade, and the consumers to move on the right path for the bigger India that we are thinking about, which was, yes, of course, today, even the Honorable Prime Minister had declared from the Red Fort. So I think the taxes is something that is going to contribute to realizing that dream. Thank you so much and have a great Independence Day.
Thank you, Bikash Diyalji, for taking out time for us and joining us and sharing information on indirect taxes. So we will move on to next speaker, Dr. Aarti Diyali. She would be presenting on Do you have any queries? If you have any queries, put into the chat box. Mr. Ravi and Mr. Indrajit Moola. If you have any queries, you can leave them in chat box. Queries we are taking at the end of all sessions. So next we have Dr. Aarti Diyali. She would be presenting on the topic ophthalmology, the specialized field of medicine for diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of disorders of the eyes visual system using medical and surgical skills. Ma'am, you can unmute. You can unmute yourself, start your video, and start your presentation.
Namaskar, I am Dr. Aarti. I am eye surgeon from Sikkim, and I am the founder of Drishyam Eye Care Center in Sikkim, which is catering all over Sikkim and providing eye care. And also Drishyam, I'm a trustee and founder of Drishyam Foundation, and we are working towards eradication of blindness in our state of Sikkim. Happy Independence Day to everyone. And I'd like to thank Sri Foundation for having me here. My topic today is economic burden of how blindness, okay, we are talking about Nav Bharat and New India and developed India and digitalization, but how I can have an economic burden and how blindness can be a burden to our country. As it is estimated by data that we have around 4.95 billion blind people in India and around 7 million visually impaired. And out of that, 0.24 million is a blind children. So the amount of blindness load in India is still there, even though we have significant development in the field of blindness, prevention, management, and control since the implementation of programs like Vision 2020 and Right to Sight initiatives. But the economic burden and the visual impairment is something that we need to talk about, because the net loss of the gross Indian economy or the income is estimated to be around 845 billion per capita loss of around 1,70,624. So the amount of loss that we are having and the economic burden that India is facing because of blindness is something that we cannot neglect. So we as surgeons all over India, what we are focusing on is eradicating blindness and visual impairment so that our development of India towards a new India and the vision of our government can be fulfilled. And in that terms, like what we as a eye care personnel can do is we are working tirelessly to eradicate through cataract surgeries, through spectacle corrections, and a lot of other eye diseases like diabetic retinopathy. Now, since we are going towards digitalization and industrialization, and lot of capitalization has been happening, and the amount of development that India is seeing now, and lot of digitalization, we are facing now lifestyle diseases. So because of lifestyle diseases like diabetes, hypertension, and heart diseases, lot of people are having impairment of multiple organs like eye, kidneys, heart diseases, neurological problems, and psychiatric diseases and mental health problems. So for that, we as an eye surgeon are working towards eye. So diabetic retinopathy, hypertensive retinopathy, the amount of cataract that is induced in early ages because of diabetes. These are the things that we are fighting for. Just to reduce the economic burden, there are lots of initiatives that present government has taken, like one of the health programs in the healthcare sector, like Ayushman Bharat, okay, from the central government. It is really helping us, and also the right to sight, which is still there, Vision 2020. Now it is extended further. Okay, so all these programs in a grassroots level, providing vision and eye care, we are doing, and through our foundation, we are trying to help in every sector. But the sector today I'm focusing on is the young people who are digitally active. And once you are digitally active, what happens is the eye that is facing lots of problems. First is lifestyle diseases. Second is computer vision syndrome. Computer vision syndrome has, the amount of cases that we see is every second person has computer vision syndrome, which used to be there then in IT field only. But now, because of digitalization, even the students are having it, the teachers are having it, every sector who is digitally active, even housewives are having it. So people who are not working and working because they are so digitally engrossed, everybody is having that problem. So now the focus of eye care has not only becoming eradication of blindness, but the visual impairment and the cumulative loss due to avoidable blindness, which comes to around 11,778.6 billion rupees. I mean, that is an amount of loss that India is facing today. So because of loss of work, cumulative loss due to avoidable blindness and visual impairment. So that is why it is, I would like to take this platform to sensitize every individual about computer vision syndrome and how eye care and we as an eye care surgeon can help the society and India to fulfill our dreams of new Bharat. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Aarti, for your wonderful insights. We wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
We'll move on to our next speaker. Next speaker is Professor Aparna Vajpayee. She would be presenting. All the participants, if you would like to present, quickly share your details and topic in the chat box. There is a queue maintained. As per the queue, we will invite you.
Hello.
Yeah, ma'am. You can start your presentation.
Okay.
Your topic, ma'am?
Yes, I'm just sharing my PPT.
You have 5 minutes, ma'am. Every speaker is allotted only 5 minutes.
Okay.
It's visible, ma'am. Please continue.
My PPT is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To see the today's presentation, I have changed my topic and let me start with my introduction. As per the rule of the today, this is Dr. Aparna Vajpayee. I am PhD from Banaras Hindu University and did my postdoc from University of Geneva, Switzerland. Presently, I am working as a professor and associate dean in PP Savani University, Surat, Gujarat. I wish it is going to be complete on Independence Day. Many speakers who have come and presented their topics related to that have really inspired us. Really good to listen how people have contributed to get the freedom which we are enjoying this now. For today's topic of mine, I'm going to take, I have changed my topic. I'm going to talk about the pain behind the independence of India. And if you see, I'm showing here the slide. India was continuously attacked by the intruders, and we have lost many parts of India in course of history. And this is the big question for us, that despite being a country with advanced knowledge, despite being a country advanced in science, having in universities like Takshashila, Nalanda, why the country was attacked and was defeated and shared its region with the loss of hope to be won again. And the journey is quite painful. In 1876, we have lost Afghanistan. In 1947, we have lost a big part of India as a part of as a nation, Pakistan, and then we have lost big part in the north side of India, which is now in the part which is it is in the conflict, and China is claiming it is its part. And in the same way, we have lost big part of POK, which is again under the control of Pakistan. So the map of India, which we have now with us, is not really with the control of India, which is a big pain, which we have paid, beared in the process of getting freedom. And this pain is not just the losing part of land, but it is a big pain of division, where in 1947, the two leaders with their aspirations have said that now India is going to be divided in two parts, and one person will rule in one part of India and the another part of India. The people were not informed, the people were not in the mood of living, but they have been forced, and it has the history that over 10 lakh people died in the partition. So we have paid a big loss, big cost of this freedom. It is really injustice to say that India has got its freedom with ahimsa and satyagraha. There was a lot of pain and struggle of the people in getting this India in which we are living now. I'm sharing some of these pictures. You can see how people have derooted from their place and were forced to move. These are some pictures you can see. So it was very difficult time for we people when we have been decided to be divided into two parts. And now one of the part of that big part of India is again known as Bangladesh. And the journey is not yet ended. If you try to know why this happens, why these many peoples were derooted and were forced to leave land and get settled as a refugee for a longer period of time to get a right place to live in. Because the individual identity of caste, religion was more dominant, and our national identity was very weak. And it was the region, it's not the Britishers, even before coming the Britishers. India has got several attacks from Shak, Moor, Mughal, and every time it was a big pain for we people to bear their attack in a brutally manner in which the history of India get changed several times. So we have got independence with big pain, and till the time we are not going to identify ourselves with the national identity again and again, we may get these kind of threat, and we need to get prepared that. It's good that at least this independence, we are celebrating the freedom of India with tricolor flags, and we salute our flags. Everyone is having that feeling of nationalism with that. And I hope this feeling will increase more. Another good thing which I could notice today, many presenters who have presented their paper in their own language. I'm really thankful to the organizer and the presenter who have dared to come to present in their own language. I think we should also get freedom from the British language with which we are interacting today, and hope the time will come again when we will live with our language, we will live with our Sanskrit, and India will be fully enjoying the freedom with all Indian identity. Thank you very much. With this, I'm really thankful to Dr. Ravindra, who have taken this big initiative for this long conference. I have never seen any initiative before this from any organizers for that long international conference, and giving platform everyone to come and present their thoughts and views. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Aparna Vajpayee ji, for your short but very brief presentation. We still
I was wondering that I just to finish in 5 minutes
for us to
it's
a big topic.
The topic which I have taken initially was too long to cover in 5 minutes, so I just switched to see Ravindra and many other presenters who have talked about the independence of India. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking time and joining us. we have another invited speaker, special guest on this wonderful occasion from USA. He is Professor Wali from USA. He is President and CEO from Behavioral and Mental Wellness Coaching Inc., Baltimore, Maryland, USA. And he is one of the most underserved sorry. He would be addressing on efforts to address India's workforce shortage in healthcare with mental wellness practices in every household in this new era. And you know, we kind of efforts Professor Wali has put, we as a token of gratitude, we are extending a little more time joining all the way from USA. Professor, can you unmute yourself and start your video and present and start presentation?
Thank you and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I am Prof. Wali Mukhtar Zamil. I serve as President and Chief Executive Officer of the Behavior and Mental Wellness Coaching Incorporated, located in the United States, in Maryland, in the metropolitan Washington, D.C. area. With honor, humility, and best wishes, happy 75th Independence Day celebrations. My chosen theme is education. Efforts to address India's workforce shortage in healthcare with mental wellness practices in every household in this new era. Congratulations, Dr. Vendra, his team, and I am with grace, gratitude, and giving for your conscious efforts. One of the most underserved sectors of healthcare workers are the caregivers supporting their loved ones at home. These are the silent and invisible workforce of India's healthcare system. Supporting this workforce requires us to think outside the box. Families and communities are networks of communication, offering support and nurturing. But these are also the places where people can be most vulnerable as caregivers and caretakers. Working with behavior and mental health professionals, users of services, social workers, veterans, caregivers, parents, local community leaders, volunteers, and advocates are opportunities for the Behavior and Mental Wellness Coaching Inc., known as BMWC, which has been serving a target audience of recipients in medically underserved communities throughout healthcare systems with life skills and holistic wellness practices in a world of uncertainty. As experts in restoring hope, self-confidence, happiness, strengthening resiliency, and sustaining wellness, BMWC is committed to new ways of working at home, workplaces, using innovation and delivering value. Mental wellness practices are four determinants on how an individual handles anxiety, stress, interpersonal relationships, and unexpected events. 1, how we think, how we process, interpret, and use information. 2, how we feel, how we manage and express our emotions. 3, how we connect, our relationships with oneself and others. And 4, how we act or function, or how we put the pieces together, taking external input along with our internal capacity, and then making choices and taking actions. Mental wellness practices offers an approach focused on factors that support health and well-being, and not on perceived problems and symptoms. Being the best version of ourselves, we can choose personal empowerment, focusing on a person's strengths and well-being. Neuroscience professionals have stated that man-made labels bring forth false claims and create unhealthy images and practices in the public. There are no scientific tests or laboratory to prove chemical imbalance as a predictor of behavior or well-being. Evidence-based life skills are 4 methodologies, which train people their own understanding of mental wellness that is self-directed, personal, and empowering. Mental wellness practices acknowledge 1, our shared universal desire for peace, joy, happiness, belonging, and purpose. 2, protect us against developing intrusive feelings, troubling thoughts, and unhealthy behaviors. 3, improving quality of life. And 4, enable us to achieve our own goals and dreams. Our research indicates that most caregivers' wellness advice is not proactive, it is reactive, looking at a list of symptoms, and in many cases, looking for medication or therapeutic assistance. BMW believes that every person in all backgrounds and communities are capable of thriving to reach transformative practices with self-help tools. The mental wellness framework is outlined in 4 areas. 1, being present moment to moment. 2, self-created holistic wellness practices for the body, emotions, mindset, and spirit. 3, a proactive pathway of life skills and healthier lifestyles. And 4, embracing positive life skills that enhance one's daily life. Learning the embodiment of new competencies will give us next level thinking, next level actions, and next level results. With the use of evidence-based life skills training, BMWC works, and with supporters and healthcare professionals to understand that the competencies of the past will not support us effectively in this new era. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Professor Wali. It was very insightful. You have very well addressed the gap that is being faced, especially with India's workforce and also shortage, and how wellness program would benefit the Indian workforce. We are very much delighted to have you as part of the conference, and we look forward for more sessions in future in upcoming conference as well. Look forward for your collaboration. Wishing you all the success and your future endeavors, and thanks once again for joining us and wishing us on 75 years of independence. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those kind words, Dr. Ravindra. And I look forward to working with you and your team in the near future. Enjoy your celebrations.
Thank you, Professor. we'll be moving to our next speaker. We have with us Mr. Nagaraj. He is a specially abled person, a visually challenged, but he has achieved a lot. So, and he is presently working as Deputy Manager in State Bank of India, and he is also Assistant Governor in Rotary Club, Bangalore, and ex-president of Rotary Abilities, which is a Rotary Club exclusively dedicated for disabled persons, that is specially abled persons. So you can see that we can inspire from him, you know, a lot we can learn, where we are complaining about everything in our life. In spite of those challenges, he is very much into every second, every minute, he is looking into opportunities to serve the community, in spite of he himself being visually challenged. We, in spite of having everything fine and everything in all capacities, we look for excuses, but he always, in spite of his challenges, looks for the opportunities to serve the people, and he is very much active in the Rotary Club in various social initiatives. So let's listen to him and get inspired on this August occasion, you know, where we are talking about inclusion. So we are very fortunate to have Mr. Nagaraj with us. Nagaraj ji, you can unmute yourself, start your video, and over to you.
Yes. Okay, am I audible and visible?
Yeah, yes, Nagaraj ji.
Thank you, Ravindran sir, for giving me an opportunity among these 75 speakers. I am also one of them. Is my one of the great opportunity you are providing. Thank you very much. So, as Ravindran sir said, I'm Nagaraj. I'm basically from Tumkur, native of a village person, and I did my MSW, and currently I'm the Deputy Manager of State Bank of India, and also I'm the Assistant Governor of Rotary Bangalore Abilities. So today I will be presenting about freedom movement and freedom fighters of Karnataka. So in this 76th celebration of Independence Day, when we look back about the Karnataka's contribution is tremendous in the area of freedom struggle. When we come across the Karnataka's freedom fighters, we see first the contributions of kings such as Gangas, Kadambas, Rashtrakutas, Chalukyas, Hoysalas, Wadayars of Mysore, Krishnadevaraya, Wadayar of Vijayanagar, and so many people who worked for the love and devotion of many people. So after the invasion of these Mughals, Portuguese, Dutch, French, and Britishers, we were under their rule, and there was a lot of protest to get the rights for us. So first freedom fighter we remember is a Hyder Ali in 18th century who struggled to protested against Britishers and brought the freedom in the Mysore area. Followed by him is Tipu Sultan, who is called as Tiger of Mysore, who actually ruled against the Britishers' policy of colonialism and imperialism. And after that, we got one more great personality from Kittur area, that is in North Karnataka of Belgaum, that is Rani Chennamma. She actually protested against Britishers. She refused to pay the tax for the Britishers. She fought against the Britishers, and she also struggled a lot. Along with her, Sanguli Rayana was also struggled a lot, and she made India a freedom. So speciality of Sanguli Rayana was he born in August 15th and he died on January 26th. And he was always in his mind and heart, always freedom. So in the Gadag area, we have got Narayan Rao and from Mundargi, and in Kodagu, we have a lot of rulers like Jediyappa and others who struggled in Halagiri area, and they struggled, they fought against the Britishers by using the arms and ammunitions, and they surrendered also. So not only this, Indian National Congress was also started in Karnataka by Narayan Rao. We call him as Hoylagola Narayan Rao, and he fought, and Nahalur Venkat Rao, he was also fought in the area of Mysore, and Gangadhar Rao Deshpande, he fought in the area of Bangalore against the British Home Rule movement, and many fought against the Gandhi's influences many are there. In that we say that Gandhiji has come to Karnataka in the year 1928, and he came all the places. Lot of people were influenced by Gandhiji, like Satyagraha. Many people participated, and in the Home Rule movement of Vallabhbhai Patel, many people participated in Karnataka. And in Mysore tragedy, there also lot of British soldiers were killed. And one important person I wanted to name, that is Sindoor Lakshmana. He escaped from the Britishers, and he united lot of people and fought against the Britishers. And Hardekar Manjappa also, he was also there. He was telling that we want to use the homemade goods, Swadeshi movement, Khadi Gramodyog, and speciality of Karnataka. This producing these flags. They were stitching the flags. It is a sacred thing, they were all thinking. So in Karnataka Ekikarna, a lot of people participated. And I want to remember the women like Sanchi Honnamma, Belavadi Hollamma, and Rani Chennamma. So many people fought against the Britishers, and even our disobedience movement also, many people fought. And this is a very important inspiration. These people are all inspiration, because the way they were speaking in Hyderabad, Karnataka area also, a lot of people fought under the leadership of Mr. Srinivas. And in the Quit India movement, they said, Britishare Bharata Bittu Tolagi. That means Britishers, get out from India. So like Divakar and Mahadev, Mailar Mahadev fought against them. And Congress Pradesh was started to fight against the Britishers by Krishna Venkataya. And I want to remember, when we are celebrating this 75 years of independence, lot of medias have influenced on the freedom struggle. Lot of literatures like Kuvempu, he said Britishers should be get lost, they should be pushed away from the country, and we all should unite together like that. Lot of books, lot of films, lot of things have come. So even our first Prime Minister, Chief Minister of Karnataka, Nijulingappa and K.C. Reddy, they all fought against Britishers, and they brought the freedom. So we should thank all the freedom fighters who did tremendous work. Because of them, we are here today. So let us preserve this freedom, and let us thankful by this Har Ghar Tiranga. So thank you, this team of Shri Health and others, Ravi sir and Mary madam, and all of you for giving us this wonderful opportunity to present. And really we should keep up this freedom and go forward in our life. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nagaraj-ji, for your insightful presentation. You covered, though in a very short time, you covered various freedom fighters who have really contributed.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we wish you all the success, and look forward for more sessions in future.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Next speaker would be Dr. B. Srikanth, tricolored national flag with butterflies. Dr. B. Srikanth, kindly unmute yourself and start your video and presentation, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening to one and all. I'm Dr. Srikanth, guest faculty in the Department of Zoology, Government Degree College, Pullman, Kadapa, as well as 75th Independence Day wishes to all. I'm just narrating the tricolored national flag with butterflies. The national flag depicts for valor, peace, and greenery in the nation. The butterflies also give immense importance to the nature. The flying jewels have not only tricolor, but an admixture of rainbow colors. Tricolor flag gives importance to the nation, and the butterflies have beautiful coloration and help the society by pollinating flowers to get good variety of fruits and seeds. Indirectly, the butterflies are solving the food problems for the growing population. The national flag is a pride to the nation, and the butterflies are pride for plants and indirectly to the human population of the nation. The butterflies are doing lot of social service and the nature, and hence the butterflies are contributing their might to the nation. The national flag is hoisted in every administrative building, and the butterflies flying above the earth's surface to give beautiful appearances and also entertainment to the children, youth, and the public in general. Thank you for giving this great opportunity to respected organizers and other participants. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Srikanth.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
We wish you all the success. We'll move on to our next speaker. Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji. He would be presenting on presenting on New Education Policy 2020 and Indian languages. Virendra Kumarji, you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, thank you. Greetings to all on Independence Day. And thanks to Dr. Ravindra for giving me this opportunity. I'm Virendra Kumar M. Thakkar. I'm Assistant Professor in Computer Science and Engineering. I'm working in Uttarakhand in GP Pant Institute of Engineering and Technology. Today I will not be using any PowerPoint presentation, but just some of my thoughts regarding the languages and how the new education policy has broken that restriction of English, particularly after 2020. So now more than 6 IITs have already initiated the engineering education in Hindi and other languages. It's not only about Hindi, although Hindi is a unifying force, but there is no restriction. Even the other Indian languages can be used anywhere. And since the engineering education should be imparted to students in their native languages, it may be, say, Kannada, Kerala, or it could be, say, Tamil or Malayalam, or even in Marathi, Gujarati, and other states. So different languages can be used, and students can be imparted education in their own languages. When we talk about these languages, so there was a 3-language formula, and that 3-language formula was teaching of English, then Hindi, and one regional language. In some states, the formula was 2-language, that is, there should be English and another language will be, say, their regional language. So when we talk about the engineering education, now the All India Council for Technical Education has also started on a massive scale about writing of books in regional languages, particularly because there was a shortage of books apart from English language. So not only in Hindi, but in Hindi is of course important because it is used in 9-10 states at least, and even understood in other states. And there are some other languages also, and teachers can come forward. So this is a big opportunity even for the authors that they can write the books in Indian languages. So Indian languages have come to be promoted in big way. Earlier in India, we had the first division of states that was done on 1st November 1956. That was on linguistic basics. And this division of states was criticized by some that the languages should be a unifying force and should not be a divisive force. The language, the states were divided because it was administrative necessity also. And from the earlier 17 states, now we see that the number of states have almost doubled, including the union territories that were freed from say Portuguese and French occupation, that is Goa and Pondicherry. So it was not only the Britishers, but the other foreign governments were also there. And in 1966, we had another division of states. Again, it was on 1st November. And that division further, say, created some new states. Now, it is, of course, a matter of controversy whether linguistic division should be, say, the basis of division or not. But there was the issue of administrative convenience as well as the size, reasonable size of the administrative units or divisions also. So after the, say, Indian states, princely states were merged with India, so these states were formed, and this reorganization and restructuring went on not only in 1956 and 1960, but also 1966, and even after that, some states and union territories were formed. As far as the role of languages is concerned, so historically, most of the languages have originated from Sanskrit. But in India, because of Lord Macaulay's strategy of spoiling the entire education system and making the nation devoid of its pride, the Indian languages particularly were gradually discouraged. And we are still suffering from that. For the first time, we see that this NEP, which is we can say third education policy after the first policy of NEP 1968 and the second NEP of 1986, these changes have been done. And the languages should be a unifying force rather than a divisive force. As I told earlier, there is unity in diversity. And when we talk of, say, our language as being our mother tongue or our mother, so we must also respect our mother's sisters, that is all the other languages. Because if our language is our mother, then the other languages, they are all forms of learning. They are all forms of goddess Saraswati that we believe, Devi of knowledge. And these are all different forms of learning or forms of goddess Saraswati. And we must respect all the sister languages, that is all the other Indian languages, even English, because it is the English or say Indian programmers better standing in the field of English, because of which we have got an international age, and our software industry has rose to such great heights, because the other say programmers, if we compare that with Chinese or Russian or other countries, do not have this advantage. So we have to get advantage of this our expertise in English, as well as take pride in our Sanskrit, because that is the only context-free language as compared to the context-sensitive languages. So other languages are context-sensitive, but in Sanskrit there are vibhakti. There are 8 different forms. That is Prathama, Dvitiya, Tritiya, Chaturthi, Panchami, Shashti, Saptami, Ashtami, and these 8 vibhaktis, the different forms are there, and you can change the sequence of any words without changing its meaning. So sequence of any word within a sentence can be changed and still the meaning remains same. This is something, the property that we call
in computer engineering as context-free languages. So Chomsky in 1957 talked about various types of languages, and he divided into 4 categories, that is type 0, 1, 2, and 3. And in that, Sanskrit occupies a unique space. It is especially important because most of the Indian languages and even the European languages have been found to be originated from this. So by encouraging the use of Sanskrit, by encouraging the use of Vedic mathematics, and by using the native languages as far as the students, teaching the students is concerned. So all the, say, state engineering colleges or even at national level, the initiative has already been taken up by the IITs and IIM to impart the education in national languages. So I think we should not feel ashamed in talking in Hindi. It need not be Hindi, it could be even be our mother tongue or regional languages. So all languages, and when we respect say all languages, then only we can understand the literature of all languages. Amitabh Bachchan had once stated that if I knew all the, say, languages, I could have been able to read all the books written in all the languages, not only about acting, but also reading the books or literature in other languages. So if we say hate another language, or we are not only missing all the literature in that language, but we are also missing all the things or the things of wisdom that are there in other languages. So we must overcome this, say, division of languages, and this should become a unifying force rather than a divisive force. So once again, thanks to Dr. Ravindra and Shiv Holistic Health Foundation India for giving me an opportunity for presenting my thoughts, and to Shri Center for Arts, Science and Well-being for this, say, initiative of bringing together so many speakers today. And once again, happy Independence Day to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Virendra. He's a very good RTI resource person and also legal person, and regularly contributes legal awareness on our platform through various conferences. Thank you once again for joining us. So we will move on to our next speaker. So the presenter participants who would like to present, we request you to share your name, details, and your topic in the chat box. We are maintaining the queue. When your turn comes, we will invite you. So, if there are any colleagues or friends who have registered or who are looking to present, you can invite them and ask them to share their details so that we can invite when their turn comes. So next speaker would be Indrajit Moola, research scholar in Tirthankar Mahavir University, Moradabad, UP, India. He would be presenting on advantage and disadvantages of mobile phone usage on higher secondary school students. A review. Kindly stick to the time as set within maximum 5 minutes. Indrajit, you can unmute yourself. You can start your video and presentation.
Hello.
Yeah, you are audible. Huh? Please continue.
First of all, in the national conference at present, my respected all. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please continue. Your video is not visible, ma.
Can you see?
Not yet. There is black. Yeah, now it's fine. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Continue.
In the national conference at present, my respected all professor and other renowned person, I, Indrajit Mula, Research Scholar in Tirthankar Mahavir University, Uttar Pradesh, India, Department of Education, delivered my paper before you. My topic is advantage and disadvantage of mobile phone use on higher secondary school students. In the present era of modern globalization, the use of mobile phone is an extraordinary invention. It not only communicate with others, but also use widely. Particularly students with the help of mobile phones can achieve enormous knowledge. On the other hand, in proper use of mobile phone, students may face various problems that can create a barrier against their success. Here are some advantages of mobile phone. With the help of mobile phones, communication can be easily established among different people in the country and abroad. And also, a mobile phone can be used for different purpose like video call, video games, watching video, listening music. And also, student can receive correct answer to various questions and collect educational notes with mobile phones. In the pandemic situation, when the students are away from the school premises, mobile phone plays an effective role, especially for those who do not have laptop or any computers. Some people use mobile phones for different purpose like watching time, calculator, reminder, calendars, take photo and video, etc. Mobile phone can be easily used for booking tickets for traveling various places, and also various important educational programs and lecturers of teachers can be received from the country and abroad with the help of internet on the mobile phone. And also businessmen can easily communicate with various companies with the help of mobile phones. And also with the help of various social media, mobile phones help to make people aware as well as to form a united public opinion. And the limitation of mobile phone, through the mobile phones have various advantages, they have also some disadvantages. Students play various mobile video games and use the internet without focusing more on academics, which has a negative impact on their academic performance. If students use mobile phone all the time, their personal and confidential information is likely to be leaked. Excessive mobile phone dependence among students destroy their creativity and individuality. Students are exposed to various physical problems like insomnia, vision problems, muscle problems, loss of aptitude, etc. And also excessive addiction of students to mobile phone wastes valuable time of their educational life. And also excessive use of mobile phones while on the road or in vehicles causes many people to be victims of road accident. And also excessive mobile phone dependence disturbs students attention and destroy their interest and memory imagination. And also various false information and ugly pictures and videos along with their internet on mobile phones hinder the mental development of students. Here are some conclusion on the amazing invention of social and technology in communication is the mobile phone. In the modern era, this mobile phone has helped people of all ages in various ways. Nowadays, the use of mobile phones has become essential in people's daily life. With the help of mobile phones, people have benefited in various ways as well as faced various problems. So excessive use of mobile phones, especially among youth, reduces their creativity and performance to a great extent. If students use mobile phones properly in education, their academic result can be observed to have a significant impact. That's all. Thank you.
Congratulations. Wishing you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
We'll be moving to next speaker. Ms. Upasana Kinra. She would be presenting on building resilience through career guide lessons. Yeah, Upasana, you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Yeah, I'm just starting.
Your video is not visible, ma.
Oh, I started it. Is my screen visible?
Yes, slides are visible.
All right, and my video you said is not visible. Let me try once more.
Yeah, please continue, ma.
Yeah, my video is on, but I don't know why it's not.
Okay, if there is some technical issue, you can start present.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Upasana Kendra. I'm a counselor and an A-level psychology teacher at TPS International Delhi. I'm also a teacher trainer with the British Council and a PhD research scholar at the Institute of Behavioral Sciences, O.P. Jindal University, Sonipat. First of all, I would like to start with a big thank you to the organizers of the International Conference on Glory of 75 Years of Indian Independence. Thank you for giving us this platform to connect on such an auspicious day. So my message for everyone today will be on the occasion of the 75th Independence Day, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. I would like to go before all the freedom fighters and all the heroes of our nation who helped us achieve freedom by sacrificing their lives. Let us all be worth what they fought for. Moving on to my presentation, I will be talking about building resilience through career guidance lessons in schools. A small introduction to why I took up this topic is in the face of rising disasters across the world, be it COVID or climate change, dealing with uncertainty of future, everything has become all of this has become a necessity for all. In contrast, most of the existing career counseling methods focuses more on the individual characteristics of creativity and intelligence. Resilience slowly has started to emerge in the domain of career counseling as a powerful tool in moving through any of the life challenges. This session explores the potential viability of resilience as an overarching construct to further illuminate the practice of career development and specifically to guide the development of new career interventions and curriculum. So understanding resilience. First, we have to start with quickly understanding resilience. So when we talk about resilience, these are the famous stories that come to our minds. And picking up just one example of, say, Mr. James Dyson, who gave us wonderful invention of a bagless vacuum, which incidentally, I also use at home. He had made 5,000 prototypes. That means he failed 5,000 times and then he came up with one invention which changed the face of vacuum cleaners and many more to come later. So had he given up, we wouldn't have been able to see the success. So this is how I think these stories help us understand why resilience. So resilience basically is commonly referred to as the process of adapting well in the face of adversity, trauma, tragedy, threats of significant sources of stress. This definition captures the bounce back characteristic, which reflects one of the central characteristics of resilience. So if you look at the three aspects of resilience, it is three things. I can. That means I have essential social emotional competencies. I am means I'm somebody who has adult child communication patterns at home, which promotes the development of a growth mindset in children. And thirdly, I have, that is the presence of my positive, protective and supportive social environments at home, school and community. So all three put together will be really helpful in building resilience. What is career resilience? So I picked up just two quick studies. One of the first references to career resiliency was made by London in 1983, who identified it as one of three domains comprising career motivation, the other two being career identity and career insight. He defined it as a person's resistance to career disruption in a less than optimal environment. And Casico, in 2007, in a discussion of the future of career, suggested that career resilience is an essential survival skill in the 21st century. So coming to need to build resilience, see, the resilience-focused counseling and consultation process offers an optimistic, developmental, and wellness-promoting approach for assessment and intervention with school-related issues. And other career trends which I would like to bring your notice to is that the professional trajectories are non-linear. There is a need for new competencies in careers and the complex and challenging labor market. So even if you look at the career development process, you will see there are various key resilience factors repeatedly seen in the entire career development process as well. So on one side are the career development process linearly put, and on the other side are the resilience factors. Now, how to build resilience and what kind of activities are we looking at? Though I will not be talking about them in details because of the paucity of time. But I'll quickly tell you that here it's something where we will involve parents as well. So with the parents, we have an icebreaker and then an introduction so that they know what resilience is and what is their role in building up resilience in the kids. Then various activities like coping skills and strategies, the rubber ball metaphor given to the students as how the rubber ball, when you press, it squeezes, but it bounces back once we loosen the grip. So that's how we start. And then creating life work plans for a fictitious character, another activity on bounce back challenge, various real life scenarios, the hero within, and an obstacle course. Then in the end, a presentation for parents where students present the metaphor of the backpack and share all the contents they are taking with them. So basically, an entire curriculum based on building up resilience, which can be taken up by the counselors in school. And future forward, this session provides reinforcement for the intuitive appeal of resilience and calls for more investigation to further illuminate the potential applications of the constructive resilience, both to further the curriculum development and to career development practice and theory more broadly. Thank you so much for giving me this time. I hope I did not go beyond my 5 minutes that I got. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Upasana. Congratulations and wishing you all the success.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker would be Mr. Satish KB. He would be presenting on evaluation of independence. Satish ji, you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Today, my topic for the day is evaluation of independence. So, am I audible, sir?
Sir, you are audible. Please continue.
Thank you. Yeah. So, evaluation of independence is my topic for the day. And basically, I would start with a point. What is independence? And why we lost independence? Why our attackers wasting so long? Generally, when a country is attacked, what is the reason behind the attack? So these are the basic few points. And what exactly is a country? Country is not just a boundary, a geographical boundary where people live for convenience with a set of law. No, country is formed by, is known by its language, its culture, spiritual practices, its norms and folkways, religious identities. These are the basic factors which together put make a country. Not just physical domination by any geographical area, by any person or in group. So our country is Bharat. Bharat is identified by Jagadguru Shankaracharya, who had built 4 ashrams in 4 corners of the country, and 52 Shakti Pitas in the boundaries of the country. Of course, a couple of them are now in Pakistan and Bangladesh. But these 52 Shakti Pitas, surrounding Shakti Pitas, interconnected, and 4 ashrams in 4 corners of the country. So these are the basic pillars of Hinduism and Bharat. On the spiritual side, we share a common religion, common spiritual practice, and norms and folkways. By and large, we have at a higher level, we have common things. Of course, at a smaller level, at a grassroots levels, we have many different practices with related to marriage, caste, subcaste, language, and all those things. So we just call it unity and diversity, but that's not the thing. By and large, at the principal soul and the basic points of nationalism, yes, we are one country. In fact, my co-panelist Aparna ji and Dr. Ramaji had rightly pointed out about these things, that the nationalism, Hindu nationalism or Bharatvarsh was spread into, was a much more bigger version of what is presently a smaller version called Khanda Bharat. Even now, we identify the Bharat that we live in as Khanda Bharat. And the Akhanda Bharat is much more, which is spread out to Iran, Bangladesh, and all those kind of places, Afghanistan, and all. So this is the primary point of country. Why Bharat, that is India, was attacked? It was attacked by many people. Why it was attacked? Of course, it was rich to be attacked. That was the primary reason. Second reason is that it was spiritual center of the world. So it used to cater to the spiritual needs of the entire world. So anyone who wanted to show his dominance tried to prove it by attacking this country. So that was one of the reasons. No one will just go ahead and invade and no man's land and plant his flag and show his dominance. So this is the second question. Now coming to the major occupants of this country, invaders, invaders of this country. One is Islamic invaders, and second is European invaders. So these two invaders, the point is, they came, they looted, they went, no, that did not happen. They plundered and no. They came, they could not subjugate the country's nationalism and the religious identities of the country. and they could not loot completely, and they could not destroy the rich heritage of this country. It took months for them to do it. And of course, they tried in the process of trying to do it and establish their own religion and culture. They tried to stay back in this country. And of course, they became this country at certain point of time, like the Mughals and the Britishers and Western countries, which were there for 200 to 300 years, centuries together. What was the exact reason? To plunder 300 years to plunder a country? No. The reason was to enforce their religion, their identity, subjugate our identity, religion, culture, nationalism, spirituality. Now let us see, this is the reason why the country was attacked. Now let us evaluate the independence. With these reasons, country was attacked. Now we got independence in 1947. Two words we use. One is independence and second is freedom. Did we really get independence? Are we independent? Are we worth it? Whether it is fragile or is it very competent, strong? Let's evaluate it from the points why they plundered us. Now, the first and foremost thing is that they wanted to subjugate. Mughals have utterly failed. They become the nation here. The Islamic invaders and church and the Western invaders, they came here. They have utterly failed on the spiritual front. They could clone and ape certain peoples or sections of the society with the force of sword and power and might, and some with the lure of some rice bags and some few perks of government jobs, lands, using their power. They could maintain it, but those who converted at these things, those who were forced to convert, instead of they getting converted, most of them converted the Western and Islamic religion into Hinduism. So the Islam that is in India is mostly dominated by Hindu principles. The Christianity in India, that is a bit variant. The variation of the Christianity which Europeans enforced on India is no more existent in India. Though there are Christians in India, it's a Hinduized way of Christianity, totally different from the Christianity found in the Western side. And now coming to the point, since 47, now let us see. One is language. We have the entire India is slowly changing. Post-independence also, we are changing to Westernization. So there is a false claim that, the independence is passed on to a clan, in 1947, August 15th. But post which the Westernization of India is happening most rapidly than when it was happening with the Britishers. We have post 75 years, if we evaluate, we are more dependent on English than before 47. We have now completely given into the food habits of Western countries, like pizzas, biscuits, rusk, everything. Chairs, tables, and these kind of customs that has come into India, Bharat. These were not our culture. We have our own culture. We never used to have food sitting on chair and table. The costumes that we wear, shirts, pants, ties, now that has become statement. Our own culture was there, costumes were there. So 75 years, we are more Western apes in mind. So if you evaluate independence, no, we have not got independence. We are moving forward, fast forward towards Westernized apes. It's a very dangerous situation. Let us take a small instance. In Tamil Nadu, a small pastor could create a revolution against the country when we try to implement a nuclear plant. Why? He's an Indian. By all means, he's an Indian, but he's a Western aid. He thinks his masters are church. And church has nothing to do with the nuclear plant in India. The church was used to, destabilize the country. So when a small pastor in Tamil Nadu could turn the public against the country, even now, it's very fragile. Anyone can come and speak one few words against one religion or one language. Suddenly there's a huge communal fight or burning between states together regarding boundaries, language, religion, anything. Anyone can ignite it. A small use of word, there is no freedom of speech. If you criticize one religion, you are considered as secular. If you criticize one religion, your head is beheaded. You are beheaded. No, we don't have. So we do not have. We are now living under a false presumption. There is no human rights. There is no right to process your religion in this country or anywhere in this world. It is one way. It is only for few people to use it against few people. Most of the people. It's not other way around. When a person in India can speak freely, no, we can't speak. If we try to speak, we are beheaded. And the entire world is mute. But at the same time, a missionary comes from the Western country to India, and if he is not allowed inside in the country against the laws of India, if he comes and he comes in a tourist visa and preaches his religion in India, and if he is caught, then it is been booked as attack on religious freedom. So we are living under false notion. Kashmiri Files has completely exposed that there is nothing like United Nations. There is nothing like freedom in this world. It's one-sided. Within India, it's very fragile. Anyone can ignite a war, and it is a very, very, very uncertain term in this country. So my conclusion is very simple. It's very simple. If we are living here, our own people have already been converted in a very dangerous proposition into Christians and Islam. We have nothing to do with Christians and Islam, but the remote controls are somewhere in the Middle East or somewhere in the Vatican or the Western countries, which they use against the nation. What is the nation? The spirituality is nation. You believe in a church or any process, no issues. But someone pays money for that, gives some allurements. Even now, in the name of job, you have been converted. In this country, for water you are converted, for rice bags you are converted. Where is freedom? And the very same person who's been converted is made to stand against the nation. And if you have to attack, whom will have to attack? The nation, if you had to attack, it has to attack its own person, people. So we are living in this wonderland. And we are celebrating independence. We don't have independence. And very few, 2004, the worst thing, 2004, we are on the verge of giving out the independence to one lady from Italy, who did not choose the Indian citizenship even after her marriage. For 5 to 10 years after her marriage, she did not choose to have her Indian nationality. Even now, we hail this lady for few bucks.
Sorry to interrupt, Satish ji. This is not today. We are not in this mood. We are talking very positively, constructively, and also we have exceeded our time today. So
thank you very much for pointing out, sir. Thank you very much for pointing out. I'll conclude my point. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to speak on this occasion. But I had to keep my point, and I kept my point. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants and speakers, kindly limit yourself to the time restriction so that we can smoothly conduct and give more opportunities to others also. So we will move on to our next speaker. We have Priyanka. She will be delivering on sustainable development. Yeah, Priyanka, you can unmute yourself. Start your video and presentation.
Okay, sir. Good evening, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening to everyone. This is Priyanka, studying MSc Geology in Government College, Main Autonomous Kadapa. I feel very happy to present my views on the special occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. The theme of today's international conference is the glory of 75 years of Indian independence, freedom struggle, unsung heroes, revolution, education, empowerment, and sustainable development. Environment is an important for us. It is providing very thing for us, including food, fuel, timber, medicine, etc. Conservation of nature is the wise management and the utilization of natural renewable resources in a sustainable manner to ensure the maintenance of biodiversity on the human race. On the special occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we promise ourselves as individuals our role in energy conservation and saving energy and the life. We will promise to decrease the use of paper, throwing trash in trash bins, switching to non-plastic water bottles and switching and bags, driving less with motor vehicles and some other eco-friendly methods. So that we know the importance of nature because environment is important to nature our lives on the earth. Thank you very much, Department of Geology, Government College for Main Kadapa, and Sri Holistic Health Foundation India for giving me this opportunity to share my views on the special occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations, August 15, 2002. Thank you, sir. Once again, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Priyanka. Congratulations. Wishing you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker would be Dr. Vidya Hari Iyer. She is presenting on freedom of choices. Yeah, Dr. Vidya, you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma.
Can you see me also, sir?
Yes, yes.
So good afternoon, everyone. Happy Independence Day to all of you. And thank you, Ravindra sir and Mary for this wonderful opportunity to be one of the esteemed 75 speakers of the 75th Independence Day celebrations. Today, we're going to deliberate on a topic called freedom of choices. I'm just going to share my presentation. Sir, is my presentation visible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Thank you so much. So it's such an honor to be a part of this beautiful historic moment for each one of us who are living in this era today. Obviously, Har Ghar Tiranga has truly made us feel more patriotic than ever. Jawaharlal Nehru said, at the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose said, one individual may die for an idea, but that idea will, after his death, incarnate itself in 1,000 lives. Mahatma Gandhi, our father of the nation, said, freedom is not worth having if it does not connote freedom to err. And Bhagat Singh said, it is easy to kill individuals, but you cannot kill the ideas. Great empires crumbled while great ideas survived. So as Benjamin Spock said, without freedom of choice, there's no creativity, and without creativity, there is no life. So on my topic, freedom of choice is an individual's opportunity and autonomy to perform a chosen action unconstrained by external parties. It also refers to a free will, the ability to choose between different possible courses of action, which is unimpeded. So freedom basically means making your own choices. Freedom of choice is more to be treasured than any other possessions earth can give you. This is what David O. McKay said. So freedom of choice is basically a human right. An international human rights law protects people's right to decide how to spend their money, how to make their own healthcare decisions, to work for a living, and have relationships with friends and families. Adults without disabilities can take freedom of choice for granted. Freedom means you're unobstructed in living your life as you choose. Anything less is a form of slavery, as said by Von Dare. Human beings are responsible for how they exercise their freedom. We cannot become vagabonds though, right? Human beings determine their own morality and bear responsibility for how they do so. So human beings choose not just for themselves, but for everyone else with each choice they make. So they need to set examples and encourage others to act likewise. A world of choice is definitely a world of freedom. Without the power to make the choices, people appear to be less human and maybe less respected. So we need to understand that the realization of the importance of people to have greater control is over their own lives. Such influences on an individual scale can be some past experiences, particularly raising and education, cognitive biases, beliefs in personal relevance, etc. On the social scale norms, it could be cultural, different media types can give redounding impulses. This is a very famous quote by Robert Heinlein. I'm free no matter what rules surround me. If I find them tolerable, I tolerate them. If I find them too obnoxious, I break them. I am free because I know that I alone am morally responsible for everything I do. You're free to choose, but you're not free from the consequences of your choice. So what are the three types of freedom we have got? First is freedom from, a freedom from the constraints of society. Second is freedom to, a freedom to do what you want. And freedom to be, a freedom not just to do what we want, but a freedom to be who we are meant to be. So unity and diversity is definitely the strength of India, and there is simplicity in every Indian. There is unity in every corner of India, and this is our strength. Did you know that the national anthem, which was sung, is, we all know it is the Jana Gana Mana, right? It was originally composed in Bengali by Bharato Bhagyo Vidata. It officially became the national anthem of India in 1950. And did you know the Indian flag was not originally the saffron, white, and green? It had Vande Mataram written on that. 75th anniversary of India's independence is definitely few choices which we can do. First is a choice to think. Everybody has the freedom of thought, of conscience, and religion This right includes freedom to change his religion or belief, and freedom, either alone or in a community with others, and in public or private, to manifest his religion or belief in worship, teaching, practice, and observance. It is difficult to inform one's thoughts without the freedom to express oneself and exchange information. And this is important because it becomes the first thing, your freedom of thought. Next is freedom of expression. Everyone has a right to freedom of expression. This right includes the freedom to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of all kinds, regardless of borders, whether orally, in writing, or in print, by way of art or any other form chosen by him or her. Freedom of expression is also a fundamental human right. It reinforces all other human rights, allowing society to develop and progress. The ability to express our opinion and speak freely is essential to bring about the change in the society. Next is the freedom of speech. The right to freedom of speech allows individuals to express themselves without government interference or regulation. The Supreme Court requires the government to provide substantial justification for the interference with the right of free speech, where it attempts to regulate the content of the speech. Article 25 says freedom of conscience and free profession, practice, and propagation of religion. Subject to public order, morality, and health to the other provisions of this part, all persons are equally entitled to freedom of conscience and right freely to profess, practice, and propagate religion. So what are our other fundamental rights? Right to equality, right against exploitation, cultural and educational rights, right to freedom of expression, right to freedom of religion, and right to constitutional remedies. As Dr. B.R. Ambedkar said, I measure the progress of a community by the degree of progress which women have achieved. And I'm sure all of us are proud about our women entrepreneurs and all our women contributors to this beautiful country, India. Far greater than all the material possessions that I possess is my freedom to choose, my freedom to live, and my freedom to be happy. Have a wonderful Independence Day, my dear friends. These are our national emblem, national animal, bird, flower, fruit, tree, and the 24 spokes of our chakra, representing each of the important values we need to hold, not only today, but every single day of our life. Thank you so much, Ravinder sir and Mary, for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful presentation, as usual. And congratulations, wishing you all the success.
So much. Thank you.
We'll
Jai
move
Hind, sir. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind. So we'll move on to next speaker. We have next speaker, Dr. D. Aruna. So in the meanwhile, we are coming near to the end of the list. We have 4 or 5 persons in the queue. So if anyone else would like to present who have not presented, or if any of your friends or colleagues are interested to present, you can inform them. So they can also be part of this wonderful initiative. So we have still some time left. So you can invite your friends to quickly join and share their details in the chat box. And if already participants who are already in the meeting, who are still waiting or not shared your name and details, you can share the details and we'll be inviting you. And ensure that we are adhering to the time so that more opportunities are giving, and let's be always constructive, productive, and positive. As we have set the direction today, we are only restricting to these qualities for that, because today this conference is also about glory of Indian independence. So let's not Let's be very positive, productive, constructive. And I invite Dr. Aruna to unmute yourself and can start your video and presentation, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good evening to all.
Good evening, ma'am. Please continue.
Yes, yes, sir. Good evening to all, and I wish you a very happy Independence Day, 75th Independence Day, which has been treated as the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Today's my topic is one of my favorite freedom fighter from Andhra Pradesh, that is the Alluri Sita Ramaraju, who is the terrific warrior for British rulers in freedom struggle. Myself, Dr. D. Arunakumari, Assistant Professor in Zoology from the Government Degree College, Anantapur, Andhra Pradesh. So Alluri Sita Ramaraju is well known a nickname as Manyam Veerudu, that is the hero of the jungle. Alluri Sita Ramaraju, born in July 4th, 1897, who has been renowned as the Indian Revolutionary Warrior armed campaign against the British colonial rule in India. Alluri Sita Ramaraju is well known because of his involvement in the national struggle for the independence of India. He was a brave son of motherland India who sacrificed his life in order to make his country back free from the clutches of the British. He became involved in anti-British activities in response to the Madras Forest Act, which has been introduced by the British government in 1882. In this act, they said that they will effectively restricted the free movement of the tribal communities in their forest habitats and prevented them from practicing their traditional form of agriculture, which can be known as podu, that is the shifting of cultivation. The British rulers has always used to say that whatever the work you have been done in the jungle should be paid in the form of the tax. So Alluri Sita Ramaraju doesn't like all this, and he motivated most of their colleagues which are present in the jungle, and they have been treated as the army post. He was a tribal who provided leadership to the tribals of the Gudem Hills of Andhra Pradesh. His vision of Swaraj was to gain a rightful rights to the use of forest produce, grazes, their cattle, and they collect fuel. So after making so many attacks at the police stations of the British government, the British collectors has give threat to the Manyam peoples, that is the jungle peoples, to arrest the Alluri Sita Ramaraju. Otherwise, a death has been introduced to all of their friends. So that Sita Ramaraju went to the British peoples to make some sort of convenient acts between the Manyam peoples as well as with the British people. But whatever the demands argued by the Sita Ramaraju doesn't accepted by the British people, and they have simply shooted the Alluri Sita Ramaraju. Alluri Sita Ramaraju was died at the age of 27 for the peoples who has been under the control of the British peoples. So, for every shooting of the British peoples towards the Alluri Sita Ramaraju, whenever the bullet has touches to its feet or to his body, for every bullet when he was a shot at, he praised the land by giving a slogans with full throat of voice, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram. I bow my head onto the lotus feet of my holy motherland. O my motherland, you fed me with your spilling milk from your breast. O motherland, I vow to you. For his credentials towards the freedom fighter, in 1986, the central government has introduced a postal stamp of 50 rupees with the image of the Alluri Sita Ramaraju. Recently, Prime Minister Modi visited to the native place of Alluri Sita Ramaraju on his 125th birthday, and he has digitally launched a large Vigraha of Allu Sitaramarazu at a large function on his 125th birthday. So this was the credentials given by the government of India for the for most freedom fighter of the Manyam Veerudu, that is the Allu Sitaramarazu. I congratulate to the organizers for making a grand success of this program. So getting a speakers, 1 or 2 persons is very tough task today, but they are chosen 75 speakers. All the speakers has renowned well as they are presenting well about their topics. On the eve of this Independence Day, I wish you a very happy Independence Day to all the participants. And Jai Hind, have a wonderful Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Thank you very much, Savitri and Ravindra sir, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aruna ma'am. Congratulations, and we wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
So we will move on to our next speaker. Next we have Miss Kerani Nagmambu Aslambai from PP Savani University. He is presenting on partition of Bengal.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma. You can switch on your video and presentation. Start presentation.
Hello, good evening, everyone gathered over here on this wonderful platform. My name is Nagma Kherani. I am from Ankleshwar, Gujarat. I am a determined and enthusiastic student pursuing a bachelor's degree in psychology from PP Savani University. Along with psychology, I am also doing my minor subjects as English literature and public administration. So it's the occasion of 75th independence where we are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. I would like to wish you all a very happy Independence Day. So according to the theme, I'll be speaking on a lesser known story that glorifies our country. That is what happened before independence within the country India, which is about India during 1900s. So many years ago, Bengalis woke up to the fact that the beautiful land which was being partitioned, the song Amar Sonar Bangla, which was written by Rabindranath Tagore, took a new meaning. October 16, 1905 is an important date for Bengal, where the decision came from Lord Curzon to partition the Bengal. He was the Viceroy of India at that time and decided to divide the country in a way where the western, that was being considered as Bengal, was given to Hindu majority area, and eastern and Assam was given to Muslim majority. The former provinces of Bengal was divided into 2 new provinces, Bengal and Eastern Bengal and Assam, with Dhaka with its capital. Muslim leader in Dhaka observed Congress party was only catering to the needs of Hindu. This was an erroneous idea since Congress was meant to include every community. Therefore, on 30 December 1906, All India Muslim League was being formed, whose founder were Khwaja Salimullah and many other. The Bengal was being partitioned by Indian National Congress leader think that Indian independence is more important during that, and 2 groups were being split within the Congress, which were moderates and radicals. Moderates wanted to go against the British in peaceful manner, whereas the radicals wanted to go against in a violent manner. And extremism was rising in India, and which leads to formation of Morley Minto reform, where communal electoral system was being introduced and Muslims were favored by giving them representation disproportionate to their population. But despite regional, religious and communal rivals, the main aim and the perspective of the country was to see India as an independent nation. At last, I would like to thank the organizers for providing us this wonderful opportunity through this platform to share our thoughts and works. I would also like to thank each one of you to listening to me patiently. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am. Wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
We'll move on to our next speaker. Next speaker is Mohammad Kulsun. He will be presenting on 75 years of independence, achievements and targets. Yeah, you can unmute and start your video, man, your presentation.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening, all the participants who are present here. My name is Mohammad Kulsum from Government College Autonomous Rajahmundry. And currently I'm pursuing my graduation second year in Public Administration, Rural Development and Social Work. So it gives me immense pleasure to express my views on 75 years of independence, its achievements and targets. So let me start with a beautiful quote as stated by Mahatma Gandhi that the future depends on what you do today. As we all know, Bharat, that is India, now moves another milestone to celebrate its 75th year of independence. So it is also a milestone to reflect back on as what all we achieved in these 75 years and what more we need to achieve. So I will be discussing some of the major achievements of India in the 75 years of independence and also with some of the concluding targets as well. The first achievement that can be seen is the Indian Constitution. As we all know, India launched its constitution on 26 January 1951. So our constitution provides us a certain fundamental political codes, rights and duties of the government as well as citizens. And our constitution, it earned us the title of the largest secular democratic country in the world. And the second achievement which can be seen in the field of agricultural sector is the Green Revolution. So as we all know, the father of Green Revolution is M.S. Swaminathan. And worldwide, it is Norman Borlaug. And the Green Revolution, it was introduced in the year 1967. And the Green Revolution, it made India a self-sufficient nation. So today, India is the largest producer of pulses and also the second largest producer of wheat, rice, and sugarcane globally. And then the third achievement which can be seen is the polio eradication. So in the year 1994, India accounted for about 60% of the world's polio cases. Within 2 decades, India got the polio-free certificate from the WHO, which we call as World Health Organization, in the year 2014, which is one of the biggest achievement we can say. And then the next achievement that can be seen in the field of science and technology or space and technology is the, as we all know, ISRO, that is Indian Space Research Organization. It was founded on 15th August 1969, giving new flight to space research in India. So at present, the best indigenous technology-based launch vehicles, they have been manufactured under the Make in India program. And also we successfully launched satellites like Chandrayaan to the moon and became the first country to reach Mars in our first attempt through Mangalyaan. And then right to education. India, it has come a long way in making education a crucial part of Indian development. So we are having the Right to Education Act 2010, which affirms education as a fundamental right of every child, providing free and compulsory elementary education to all. And then The next achievement which can be seen is the powerful defense. As we all know, after independence, India strengthened its defense so that history does not repeat itself. Today, India has the second largest military force and also largest voluntary army in the world, which is one of the biggest achievement of India. And then gender justice. So India has taken progressive steps to promote gender equality. We all know that the Dowry Prohibition Act 1961 and the Domestic Violence Act 2005, they have discouraged social evils. And also many government programs like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, they work on eliminating gender bias in the country. And some of the most recent achievements of India which can be seen are, as we all know, India has become the largest digital market drive in the world. And also India is the fastest growing startup ecosystem, and it ran the world's largest vaccine drive against COVID-19. And the major achievements of India since 1947 in infrastructure are, in India, it has the largest railway network in Asia. And also, as we all know, the Golden Quadrilateral Highway Network, it connects the 4 metropolitan cities like New Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai, and Mumbai. And then various irrigation projects and dams have improved and water connectivity in the country. And also India has 40 World Heritage Sites as recognized by the UNESCO. So we can see that the achievements of India since 1947, they are the bright examples of our great potential. So in the next 25 years, which would be Amrit Kal, where new targets and new efforts that would propel the country towards higher heights. So hope I covered all the aspects. Thank you. Thank you for the organizers of this event. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ma. Congratulations. We wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we have with us our next speaker. Dr. Madhusudan KS. He would be presenting on Sustainable Development Goal for South Asia. Dr. Madhusudan, you can unmute, start your video and presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir, audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So just means it's a 5 minutes presentation. So I have not prepared any PPTs. Like this only I will present. So myself, Dr. Madhusudan KS, I am an assistant professor at BIT, Bharat Institute of Engineering Technology, which is at Hyderabad. So how we can have a sustainable goal for South Asia? So out of 17 goals set by UN, the 16th goal, peace, justice, and equality for all. So without, for example, we can do anything, or what we can say, means we can bring good jobs, we can create good education, we can do everything in a country, means to prosper. But ultimately, when we are not at peace, everything will go. For example, Russia and Ukraine had everything. But finally, what happened? Because of the war, everything has gone. So even in South Asia, in our Bharat and Pakistan, from past 7 to 8 decades, we are at war. So just we will see what all the wars we fought and what all the impacts and what all the future strategies we can plan so that we can bring peace in the region. So actually we fought 4 wars. First war is at 1947, which has been fought for Kashmir because they also wanted Kashmir to be their part and we also wanted to be our part. But the king of that place wanted to be a separate country. Unfortunately, the Pakistani army with other Kabalis, those who are there in the tribal areas, they have attacked the Kashmir the soldiers and the king who was there. And to avoid the capturing by Pakistani troops and to avoid the assassination, he had joined the Indian state. Due to which then Indian army went and it had climbed some more than half of the area of the Kashmir, total Kashmir. So now the Kashmir, which they have, we call as a POK, and they have a Gilgit-Balochistan also with that, and we have our Kashmir. So actually it belongs to us because the king has signed an agreement of accession to India. So it's our land which is being occupied by them, but as per them, we are occupying their Kashmir. So now the second war which is being fought, was 1965, where again they wanted to capture the whole Kashmir, which was unsuccessful. Then again we have fought a war in 1971. That was not for Kashmir, we have fought for Bangladesh. We have fought that war. Other 2 wars have been initiated by Pakistan. This war we have initiated so that we can get the freedom for Bangladesh. And we were successful and we have got, Bangladesh was a separate country. Then after that 1999, Kargil war was happened. In that also their intention is to cut that Ladakh region or that area from main Kashmir. So they want to occupy some part at least. But in that also they were not successful. So out of 4 wars, 2 wars we had upper hand. There we were not, we had not got full victory. But in the 99 and 71 we have got victory. But what is the price which both the countries have paid? For example, what is the defense budget which we are making? Pakistan is making 30 to 35% of its annual budget to defense. Even we are 10 times more than Pakistan in size of land, in size of population. But what army size we have, they are having half of that army size. So how much they are eagerly spending on the military this thing and avoiding other things. Even for example, if we see the poverty, in Pakistan, nearly 26% of the people who are staying under poverty. But if we see in India also, nearly 10 to 15% are, sorry, not 10 to 15, it is nearly 5% of the people are under poverty. So if we see, this is the condition due to war. Even if we say we are better than Pakistan, but we are not on par with China. Means whenever we have to compare ourselves, we should not compare with Pakistan. Pakistan is a failed state. When we see our growth is not happening as per China, this war is one of the main reasons. That's why it is not happening. Even for example, due to which many foreign investments are not flowing into our country. So this all, even for them, even if we see their economy is worstly hit. Even they have gone for IMF to bail out them, and due to some issues and some foreign countries' interest, self-interest, they are sustaining. Otherwise, their condition will be like Sri Lanka. So even they are worstly affected, we are also somewhere affected. Means if they have got worst hit, we are also hit due to the war. Even if we see, we can understand the spending for one day when Kargil was happening, we have spent nearly 1 billion per week. If we want to go for war today, we have to spend at least 1 billion one day. So that is the cost which we have to incur, same cost they have to incur. Maybe they have to face more losses because of small size and less resources. So what I'm saying, as a South Asian country, apart from this religion or some other political activities, we have to find some thing that can bring peace in the region. We may, means in next 10 years, we may reach to 5 trillion economy or something. But what happens after 10 years, another war, Pakistan, means Pakistan, and we will have a war, that everything will go away. So my, request to the government of both of the countries and peoples of the both of the countries, that we should not look after Europe or America or something. We are South Asian, means we cannot change our neighbors. We can change our strategies. So, for example, means even Pakistan also, like the Islamic, it's an Islamic country. So whenever they means correlate something, no, they correlate with the Middle East. So culture is different, religion is different. For example, in India also, some extremists, those who are there, they used to correlate all, means they mix the culture and the religion. Religion is different, culture is different. For example, Indonesia is there. There more than 90% are, means what we can say, more than 90% are Muslims. It is more than 95% if I am not wrong. But they follow the culture of their land. Means if you see, they have the Garuda Airlines, their government airlines, even in their currency, they have that Ganapati. So what I'm saying, we have to identify who are we. Means Pakistan and other people, some of the peoples in India also, they are having identity crisis. I'm not saying you leave our religion and come to Hinduism or practice Hinduism. Means that is the culture of this land. You have to means respect that, when you can go for practicing. Means if we want to bring Middle East culture, then the culture of this South Asia will go away. So whatever may be, means we have to sort out some feasible solution so that this hostility will not be there, and means war-like situation will not be there, and we can means we can have a permanent peace. It may be, for example, we are going for, means Pakistan is asking for UN resolution. So for if we want to go for UN resolution, the first step is to, they have to withdraw the Pakistani army from the Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Whether they are willing to do that, every time they are saying that. So our government also should say, means if we want to go to UN resolution, do the first thing. Then we will do the second thing. Like that, we have to bring some resolution. If they are saying UN, we are not saying anything, or we are not speaking to them. Means we have to do something so that when we reach to 5 trillion or 10 trillion in next 10 or 20 years, it will be stable, we will be sustainable. South Asia will go for a sustainable development. So this is what I wanted to share. Hope means both of the countries' people and the government will change, and we will have a peace which is sustainable, in which both of the countries' citizens grow as brothers and sisters. By this, I end my presentation, and I thank means Ravindran sir and giving me this platform to share my views on this. I thank one and all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, congrats, Madhu. Wishing you all the success.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And we have with us one more professor from USA, Professor Dr. Ronald. He is a professor, and he would be presenting on health and independence freedom from unhealthy health habits. We welcome you, Professor Ronald O'Donnell, for joining us on this august occasion of 75th Independence Day. And we are happy to be hosting you on this platform. And you can take a little more extra time. And over to you, Professor.
Dr. Ravindra, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very gracious to accept your invitation to talk today. And good evening to all my friends and colleagues in India and across the world. I'm very happy to meet you. I'm Professor Ron O'Donnell, a clinical professor and a clinical psychologist with Arizona State University in Phoenix, Arizona. My focus is on health psychology, how to improve our health behaviors, our well-being, physical health and mental health. Of course, I want to begin by saying congratulations to celebrating 75 years of independence. And it's been wonderful listening to the many speakers talk about the great achievements in India, education, industry, technology, economic growth, democracy, political growth. It's been fantastic seeing the journey you've had over the past 75 years, and I'm wishing you even greater success in the future. In spite of achieving freedom and independence, we're still facing a major problem. Freedom means you can make your own decisions for yourself. You can independently think and do what's best for you. But it turns out we're actually all still in slavery. We're in slavery to our bad health habits. Every day we do things that are habitual, that aren't healthy. We feel stressed out, and so we grab some unhealthy street food snacks on the way to or from work. We are too busy with our screen time, watching our phones, our social media, watching our streaming media on our TVs and our phones. We have no time to engage in physical activity, to go for walks, to exercise. We are faced by many temptations, sweet food, cigarettes, alcohol, things that we take because we're stressed out. Life is very stressful, and in response to stress, we often fall upon bad habits that make us feel good for the moment, but in the long term, they cause many problems, especially the rise and the epidemic of chronic diseases, type 2 diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, arthritis even, cancer. All these chronic conditions are largely caused by our health habits, our bad health habits. And as you know, if you try to change your habits, it's very difficult. It's hard to try and lose weight. It's hard to exercise more. It's difficult to get good sleep when you're staying up late worrying or doing extra work. So we're still slaves to our habits. We need to achieve independence to be able to have our own control of our future, our health future, by managing our habits. Now, the good news is there's been recent research understanding habits better. We know that habits are unconscious behaviors. We do without thinking about them. We automatically engage in behaviors, and it's largely caused by some cue in our environment or in our own mind. A cue such as passing up a fast food cart on the street and smelling the wonderful food. Maybe a cue of walking past a bar or liquor store and thinking how nice it would be to have a nice cold beer or refreshment. Maybe it's seeing or smelling tobacco when you're out doing in your work. These are all temptations. They're cues that cause us a craving. And in response to that craving, we act on it. We do a behavior to reach for the snack, to smoke the cigarette, to have a drink of beer. And we feel good for the moment. So there's a cue, our response, and a reward. We feel good. The problem is later on, as we face consequences of poor health, we don't feel good. The new approaches to habit theory are very amazing because they are easy to teach. You can teach certainly doctors, nurses, social workers, even lay people to help other individuals change their health habits, especially hospital patients who have chronic medical conditions and need to lose weight, need to eat healthier, need to become more active and stop smoking. And the first step, you can certainly add new habits. And there are new approaches such as atomic habits, meaning start with very small habits. Do a meditation or a small exercise for 2 minutes, once a day, the same time every day. When you repeat a new behavior, a new habit that's rewarding every day for days and days, after 30, 40, 50, 60 days, it becomes an unconscious habit we do without thinking about it. But it takes persistence, it takes effort to first plan the habit. There are new approaches such as habit stacking, trying to add a new habit onto an existing habit. I have my morning coffee or tea, then I'm going to meditate for 2 minutes. I brush my teeth, I'm going to take a small walk up and down my stairway. We take an existing habit and add a new healthy habit to it. Now for our existing bad habits, that's more challenging, but there are new proven techniques for these also. We can take a habit such as cigarette smoking. We identify what is the cue, what causes our craving. Maybe it's being in a bad mood. I'm stressed out. I need a cigarette to relax and calm down. Maybe it's you're walking by some event where your friends are smoking and you smell the smoke and want to go join them because it's socially good to have a smoke with your friends. We must identify these cues and find a new replacement behavior that does respond to the same cue and also is rewarding. So instead of having that cigarette, maybe I can do 3 minutes of meditation. Maybe I can talk to my spouse about my urge and have a good conversation to take my mind off of my urge for smoking. Maybe I can try exercising, walking, jumping rope, doing something that's energetic. But the goal is to replace the urge, the cue, the craving you're having for the bad habit, and replacing it with a different behavior that's also rewarding, that responds to the same cue. So the good news is these techniques are becoming more and more common. They're being offered and trained to clinicians to help patients across the globe. And my hope is that in my work, I can help to bring this approach to India, to doctors, nurses, social workers, other kinds of community health workers, because these are effective techniques. And as we improve our health habits, we can then have better sleep, be less fatigued in the daytime, be more alert, perform better at work, perform better in terms of our relationships with our families, our children, our spouse. You'll be happier when you are healthier. I don't mean to make this sound easy. It's very difficult, but the good news is there are now proven strategies and techniques we can use to help improve our health behaviors. So I just want to say in closing, my work over the past 10 years has been to bring the movement of health behavior change globally. I've done over 12 years of consulting and training in China, more recently doing similar work in Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia. I've been training social workers in Vietnam on these techniques. And more recently, I've been working with social work students in India and Bangladesh to bring some of these same approaches to train them. So I do want to offer congratulations for your 75 years of independence. And I want to declare war on bad habits, bad health habits. It's time we take control. We get our freedom back from our habits and learn to do things that will overcome our bad habits, replace them with more healthy habits, and lead us to better health and reduce the epidemic of type 2 diabetes, of hypertension, other kinds of chronic disease that are causing great disability, lost productivity, family unhappiness and pain. It's time for us to reverse and turn this slavery from habits into independence and freedom from bad habits and the ability to create our own new habits and healthy future. So with that, I'm happy to close my talk today. I wish you all happy 75th Freedom Anniversary and look forward to working with all of you in the future. Thank you very much. This is Professor Ron O'Donnell. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your wonderful insights. You know, definitely we need to wage a war now to gain freedom from these bad habits and drug abuse and other things. And we really look forward to be to get trained from you. You know, you are training, having collaboration with so many organizations, and definitely this is a great opportunity for all of us to get trained and look forward for collaboration with you. We would be happy to see you in more such our workshops and conferences. And thank you once again for joining us on this wonderful August occasion and wishing all of us. Thank you, Professor. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future. And we wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Dr. Ravindra, thank you very much. Until next time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye. With this wonderful session from Professor Ronald, we'll move on to our next speaker. Christina, we have Christina Kagan from Nigeria, Africa. She would be talking about the freedom struggle in India. Christina, you can unmute yourself. You can start your video and presentation, ma'am. Christina, your audio is not connected, ma'am. Yeah, so Christina, are you there? Your audio is not connected, ma. There is a lot of problem with the underdeveloped countries, especially with Africa, and they face a lot of problems in terms of infrastructure. Okay, then in the meanwhile, what we'll do, we'll move on to other speaker, and when she gets connected, we'll speak to her. Next, we have three more speakers in the list. So if anyone else would like to present or invite any of your colleagues, you can invite them and ask them to share their details. We will add to the list. And next we have P. Hanok. Yeah, Hanok, you can unmute yourself, start the video and presentation.
Okay, sir.
This topic is on impact of anthropogenic activities on environment.
Okay. Good evening to everyone. My name is Hanok, studying degree third year in National Degree College, Nandyal. I feel very happy to present my views on the special occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. The theme of today is International Conference on the Glory of 75 Years of Indian Independence, Freedom Struggle, Unsung Heroes, Revolution, Education, Empowerment and Sustainable Development. My topic name is Anthropogenic Activities on Environment. Anthropogenic means change that occur in the environment by human beings, either directly or indirectly. The term Anthropogeny designates an effect resulting from human activity. Science says that human beings have appeared through biological evolution. Basically, human beings interact with the environment for food and other activities. Some human activities that cause damage to the environment on a global scale include population growth, overconsumption, overexploitation, pollution, deforestation, and industrialization. Anthropogenic activities are basically of two types, namely natural and man-made activities. Natural activities means occurring in a natural manner. Man-made activities are also termed as anthropogenic activities. Their meaning is to improve human living conditions with human efforts. Impact of traditional type agriculture. The major impact on agriculture are deforestation, soil erosion, depletion of nutrients. They have both positive and negative effects on environment. They can be pesticide-related problems, include herbicides, insecticides, fungicides, etc. Impact of housing-related. The poor housing cause directly measurable impact on the physical and mental health of the citizen. The higher modern buildings may cause health problems due to indoor air pollution, production of plastics cause generation of greenhouse gases. Impact on mining activities. Mining is the extraction of minerals and metals from the earth for better life. The environmental damage is caused by mining activities are devegetation, groundwater contamination, surface water pollution, air pollution, and occupational hazardous diseases. Impact of transportation activities. The activities of the transport industry release several million tons of gas each year in the atmosphere. The gases include, these gases released into the atmosphere and pollute the environment, and they cause greenhouse effects and acid rains. We will engage the new methods to promote the biodiversity. To promote biodiversity in a natural way, we use 3 follow methods: reduce, reuse, and recycle. Thank you very much for Department of Zoology, Government College for Men, Kadapa, and Sri Holistic Health Foundation India for giving me this opportunity to share my views on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, congratulations. Wishing you all the success. So we have with us Christina Kagan, a professional social worker of Nigeria. She is from Africa. She worked on various settings, clinical, medical, social, community. Christina, you can start your video, audio, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
All right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Independence Day, India. I'm very sorry about my network. I'll go straight to the point. A lot has been said about the independence in Africa and in India, and also the struggle for its independence. I just want to comment on some of the struggles which is similar to that of Nigeria. A lot of freedom fighters came together to pursue what we have celebrated today as India's independence. And India's struggle for independence came about after being ruled by the British. After being ruled by the British East Indian Company from 1757 to 1857, and British Crown rule at 1868 to 1949. That is a whole lot of years, about 200 years of struggle. The sacrifice and courage of Indian freedom fighters after British rule and also gave Indians what is being celebrated today as their independence. And in conclusion, I would like to say that what James Indian. What is celebrated today as independence is the skill and the doggedness to take charge of their life from British colonization and oppression, like I see in my country, Nigeria. And this is also hinged on the on their determination and skill to be sacrificial and more patriotic. And one of the things that I saw even too in pursuit of their independence is the willingness to fight for any form of foreign oppression, starting from the economy. Of course, the country cannot be set free from foreign domination or subjugation when its economy is controlled by another country. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravindra, for this opportunity. And I wish
Christina, we can't hear you, ma. Anyway, thank you, Christina, for joining us on this wonderful occasion, and congratulations, wishing you all the success. We'll move on to our next speaker. Anyone who missed out when I called names, you can Ravichandran, yeah, Ravichandran missed out. So we have Ravichandran ji. He would be talking about presenting on Freedom Ahead 2025 Population is the Asset HR Review.
hello, doctor, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now you are audible, Christina.
Am I audible enough?
Yes, yes. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about the network glitch. I spoke about freedom struggle as an area of focus in this year's independence. And I talked about the struggle for independence in India. It's similar to that of Nigeria, but I see more of commitment and doggedness on the part Can you hear me? Hello, doctor.
Yeah, Christina.
Yeah, Dr. Ravindra. I was just commenting because a lot have been said about India's independence. And I said Indian struggled for about 200 years. The sacrifice and courage of Indian freedom fighters ousted British rule out of India, and also the Indian struggle, which was supposed to be rebellious for the first time, gave the rise for this independence. And I also mentioned that in conclusion, I see a lot of determination on the part of Indians to be where they are today and to be to be able to achieve what they are celebrating today as independence. It is one of the strategies used by Indians, which is a decision to maintain and control their economy, first of all, from this foreign colonialists, was one of the things that gave them a headway. I didn't want to talk much on some of the steps from independence because a lot have been said, and because of my time constraint, I have decided to just point out this. One of the movements was the August movement, popularly known as the Quit Indian movement, which was started on August 8, 1942 by the Bombay session of the All Indian Congress Committee led by Mahatma Gandhi. The camp was launched during the World War II, which demanded an end to British rule in India. It was supposed to be a non-violent movement. Still, Gandhi gave a slogan, "Do or die," to the people of India, urging the British administration to grant freedom to India. And I also concluded by saying that it takes determination, doggedness to take charge of the country's affairs, which India had expressed. They are not there yet. They are still having one form of struggle or the other, but they have been able to make a good level of progress. And I wish Indians a happy Independence Day celebration today. Thank you, Doctor, for the opportunity to present on this great occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, for joining us in spite of network glitches.
Yes,
congratulations and wishing you all the success.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
You can extend this invitation to our professors also, so that they can also join us. We have still some time left. You can share with your friends and the professors and invite them to join.
Thank you so much. And I wish to comment Professor Ronald, who talked about I think he talked on lifestyles and behaviorals. I can't remember the topic. That's very important. When people are aggrieved, they tend to get in or take habits that are more detrimental to them. For example, when our economy is badly affected by especially foreign colonialists like Indian experience, people tend to become take into habits that are more detrimental than helpful to them. For example, drug addiction, which people use to suppress their pain and discomfort. It is something that young people need to watch, because these habits are detrimental to life and it can hamper development in so many ways. Thank you so much, and thank you, Professor Ronald, for mentioning that. Thank you so much. Just a comment on his presentation.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you so much.
So we will move on to next speaker. We have Dr. P. Ravishankar. He's presenting on role of moderates and revolutionists and independence. Ravishankar garu, unmute cheskondi meeru. You can unmute yourself and start your video. And start your presentation, sir.
Yes, sir. Very good evening to one and all. Good evening to one and all. I am Dr. P. Ravishekhar, lecturer in zoology, Government College Parmen, Autonomous Kadapa. I am very happy to involve in this event. Really, it is a great initiative which was taken by our beloved organizer, Ravindra sir, and our colleague Savitri madam. So it is the day we have to remember our national leaders, which have fighted for us and which have given the freedom. So for their efforts, we are free. We are enjoying the fruits of the freedom. So many leaders have sacrificed their life for freedom of India. So we know the history of independence of our India. Most of our freedom fighters, they sacrificed and for their families as their wealth and their health. Finally, they sacrificed their lives also, so that nowadays we are enjoying the fruits of their efforts. So, in the event of Freedom India, the struggle is divided into 3 phases. As we know, the first one is moderate phase, which was from 1885 to 1905. The second phase is radical phase, that is in between 1905 to 1919. Then after Gandhian era, in that era 1919 to 1947, which we got the freedom from the Britishers. So the motto and the mindset of these 3 phases, if we observe, with the efforts of that people, that are leaders, we have got the independence. First, we see about the moderate phase. It is in between 1985 to 1905. The early phase of Indian freedom struggle, this one, was marked by the moderate politics led by the moderates who believe in the triple P manner, that is policy of prayers, petitions, and persuasion. So this is the motto of the moderate phase to secure independence from the British rule. The moderate includes the leaders like Gopalakrishna Gokhale, who was also political guru of Mahatma Gandhi, Dadabhai Nauroji, then Badruddin Tayabji, WBC Banerjee, Surendranath Banerjee, so etc. These are all the moderate phase of independent rulers. So the main motto of these rulers, 3 principal manner, that is 3P manner: prayer, petition, and persecution. In that way, they struggled and they fight against through petitions and through persecution, through prayers only. They will to got the freedom from Britishers. The moderate methods of struggle, demands and achievements of moderates who believes in the policies of prayer, petition, and persecution of popular known as the PP model. Already I have mentioned that one. So some of they put some objectives to bring freedom from the Britishers. So these are some objectives which was made by the this moderate era people. Like moderates, they believe in peaceful and bloodless movement in achieving independence. Then they follow the petition and triple P manner. Moderate pushes for the greater these moderate people, Indian Council Act 1892 was passed due to the efforts of the moderate, along with the drastic another phase, that is revolutionary phase. As I mentioned, that phase is in between 1905 to 1990. So it is also known as the radical era. Here there are national leaders involved, like Lokmanya Tilak, Bipin Chandrapal, Arvind Ghosh, Lala Lajpat Rai. So these are the main leaders who involved in the movement as radicals. So the motto of this radical movement like that are revolutionaries. So they subsidized the policy of cooperation of moderates by non-cooperation through passive resistance. They pushed for mass against involving people participation and not just the middle class. The revolutionists called for the boycott of foreign goods, use of Swadeshi goods. So in this era, the Swadeshi movement has taken place. Radicals stressed on self-reliance and called for the Swadeshi or Swaraj, self-government outside the British domain. So based upon that, they struggled. So their efforts also appreciable. Then after the Gandhian era, which was in between 1919 to 1947, with the results of the modern and radical era, the Gandhian era was emerged. So in this era, we got freedom. So the Gandhian era, even in the Indian freedom struggle, was being shaped and influenced by the moderate and revolutionary policies. The third phase of Indian independence struggle was gaining ground or known the Gandhian era, which eventually culminated in the liberation of Indian British rule on August 15, 1947, which is celebrated as Independence Day. Already 75 long years has gone. So we have got many achievements in the science and technology as well as the health and economy in our own India. So we have to hats off to our national leaders in this day, and we have to follow the paths of these leaders for the self-reliance as well as the sustainable growth in India. So I am very much thankful to the organizer for giving this opportunity. Thank you, Vanada. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Shekhar garu. And we wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir.
You covered very good insights. We'll move on to our next speaker, Andrea Powell. She will be presenting on the awakening of Indian women. Andrea, you can unmute yourself, start your video.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Just a second, sir. A very good evening to one and all who are gathered here. Thanks for giving me this opportunity on this international platform. Today, I would like to speak on the topic, the awakening of Indian women. Let us go a little deeper and see why women were not given importance before and how are they enjoying the independence today. Let us see. Earlier in Gandhian movement or during the Gandhian times, women got a lot of changes in their life. The Gandhian movement helped people to transform their lives, especially the women. In ancient India, women had a lot of high status, especially in the ancient times, women were respected. But very sadly, in the 18th and 19th century, the status of women or the position of women came down. Many social movements, they tried for a great change, but there was no complete success. But I should say the Gandhian movement, or our the father of our nation, he brought a spectacular transformation in women's progress in the national movement. Women's advancement spread everywhere in many areas under the able leadership of Gandhiji. Women's advancement had a great impact even on the legislation and the administrative departments. The great role of women was seen in the non-cooperation movement. Women in ancient times, they were poets, scholars, capable administrators, and even religious leaders. In the 18th century, we have one of the most famous female member or female leader, we can say, Ahilyabai Holkar. She was from the Indore state, and she played a great role, in enhancing the position of Indian women. But in reality, Indian women's position had gone down in the 18th century. What were they suffering from? The Parda system, child marriages, no education. Women were not allowed to study or go out for education. They suffered from maternity issues. They gave birth to a lot of children. Whereas the Western women were enjoying going to school, and Indian women were forced to stay back at home and suffer in different forms. There was a great lot of pain for women who suffered from widowhood. Once they lost their husband in the 18th and 19th century, there was a lot of torture put on these women who lost their husbands. In the 19th century, women were completely backward in the whole world. If we check according to data, Indian women were completely backward in the 19th century in the whole world. But slowly the Brahmo Samaj came into on the scene, and they helped in the emancipation of women. The Parda rule was broken, and many women were moving freely in the society. But the growth was very slow. Even the educated people earlier didn't approve of allowing their women freedom to go and study or to take up any issue on the social level. But thanks to Gandhiji, in the 20th century, changes began quickly. What were the changes? Education of women. Those who tasted the fruits of education, these women helped other women and to understand how education is useful to each one of us. They not only helped the ladies, they helped even the male members, even men. They educated everybody around them. So they say, if you teach one, if you teach the mother of the family, she is able to teach everybody else. So hence, education of women was given importance during the Gandhian time. But Gandhiji's non-cooperation movement gave a foothold or a strong foothold and helped women come out and work for the nation. Mahatma Gandhi realized that there was great potential, untapped power in the womanhood of India. He understood that he could make use of this power, to achieve the goals that was close to his heart. What was very close to Gandhiji's heart? The rehabilitation of Indian villages. Today, if we are strong, we have to make our villages also strong. That is why many of the leaders are trying their best, to bring the villages onto the national or international scenario. So Gandhiji's main goal close to his heart was the rehabilitation of Indian villages. And he made a direct request, a direct appeal to all the women of India to come forward and take part in the national movement. But he was doubtful. He had a doubt. Women were always shut up. They were always locked up. So they didn't have a chance to come for the social gatherings or national life or political life. He wanted them to come out, but he had a doubt. Could women actually take part in the national struggle? If they take part, they have to struggle both physically and mentally. They have to give up certain comforts. But Gandhiji also believed in the equality of men and women. When the national movement started, Indian women from every corner of India came out and participated in the national movement. They did very important tasks, such as they closed liquor shops, boycotted foreign goods, etc. In the civil disobedience movement, they worked even harder than the men, and they won Gandhiji's respect and admiration. Women from Indian villages, towns, and cities, they came out, they broke social taboos, sacrificing their physical comfort and going against the restrictions put on them by their families. All types of work were taken up by the women during the national movement. Even during the Satyagraha movement by Gandhiji, equal participation of men and women was seen. After 25 long years, women helped other women to come out and break the barriers. Their hard work and sacrifice is a great blessing to Indian women today. The sacrifice of the earlier women in the 20th century is a blessing to today's modern women. Because of their strength, we find courage in their hard work and in their sacrifice. And women, once we achieved independence, women were given the right to vote. But if you see, there are many countries, women are not allowed to vote. But in India, there was no question because everyone were treated equally. They needn't fight to vote and select their leader. And so both men and women got an equal chance after independence to vote their leaders. When India achieved independence, important posts were assigned to women. The outside world, foreign countries, they looked at the Indian scenario and they were thinking, how can these people, the male members of the Indian society give so many high posts, political posts to women? They were shocked because Indian women, in the 18th and 19th century were completely backward in the entire world. But now they were getting great posts, in the national level. And even, they had posts like member of the cabinet, governors, ambassadors, and leaders to international conferences. All were shocked, the entire world, at the wonderful transformation of Indian women in the national politics of India. And thus, you can see this is history. Like now, today we have our president. She is a female member, thanks to everyone who has voted for her and made her our topmost leader of India. After independence, we have seen legislative reforms and laws which were very helpful for Indian women. They had a right to Indian property or to independent property. They had the freedom of marriage. They had the freedom for education. They had freedom to pick up or choose any employment of their wish. And one great thing which I appreciate is they have raised the age of marriage, especially for Indian women, such that they are not pushed into child marriages. And another thing which I highly appreciate is the Indian government, they transformed the lives of women, those women who were dedicated to the temples in the name of God and they were misused or they were tortured in different ways. This system has completely stopped the Devdasi system. And thanks to Gandhiji, who has done a great and a wonderful job for all Indian women. I'm very grateful and thankful today to Sir for giving me this chance to speak a few words on this topic. I belong to the education department and I work as a lecturer. Thank you so much, sir, and have a lovely evening, everyone. God bless. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Andrea, for your insightful session.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Sir. Wishing you all the success.
Thank you, sir, very much. Thank you for including me. Thank you.
Thank you. We have with us our next speaker. Sri Satyapal Menon, sir, senior journalist, consultant, correspondent, editor, reporter, and documentary filmmaker, and also author. He's also an academic consultant, visiting fellow guest faculty for mass communication and journalism, public relations for various colleges, and over 3 decades of experience in the print, electronic media, in reputed publications like the Indian Express, Deccan Chronicle, Now Hind Times, Seenadu, The Dollar Business, Metro India, Hans India, and a lot more. Sir, you can unmute yourself and start.
Hello.
Sir.
Is my audio clear?
Yes, sir. It's clear, sir.
Okay, and this is actually it's on the chat option.
It's okay, sir. Fine. I mean, you can continue.
Okay.
Without any settings right now.
Okay, right. But ensure that the audio is clear. Okay. And if there is any problem with the audio, please do, give me a feedback about it. Okay, Ravindra.
Yes,
And Ravindra, thanks for the opportunity, and it's a great day for India, of course. And India has a great track record over the past so many years of the question. Of course, there are questions and there are issues and there are many. As Nehru used to say that there are miles to go before we sleep. So there is, we have to traverse miles and miles, and 75 years is quite a short time, and a lot of development definitely did have happened. Considering the fact that, we do have great expectations and we do have great anticipation, and there's also an element of disappointment that actually we have not achieved according to our potential or according to our standards. There could be so many different responses, different opinions also as far as India is concerned. And we, of course, there are a lot of things that needs to be looked into from an objective point of view also, when we are trying to be critical about the development, or we also need to be a little bit of optimism. We need to have optimism. We also need to be optimistic that there's a lot of achievements that's happened, as far as when we go into a flashback or looking back and also looking forward. So I would like to say that since I am from the media and I have almost about 3.5 decades of experience in the media, I could tell you a few aspects as far as media is concerned and how media has played a very crucial role in this journey of India towards growth. And media has been a very, in fact, we only talk of media as a fourth estate or just a fourth pillar or a pillar of democracy, but then at the same time, the importance of media has always been felt in taking the country forward. Okay, and media has been a kind of a facilitator of development and growth. And but have we really, even from, I'm talking from the perspective of the media, has the media really met the expectations, or has it really performed to its potential? That we need to look at from different periods, like right from media has been actually, there's one great thing that has been actually more of a achievement by the media, and that is getting India the much deserved freedom from the British shackles and the British exploitation there's a lot of people who talk about, the British rule and the British in a more positive context, where we talk about the kind of infrastructure they have, established in India. And there are a lot of critics who state that if not for the British, would we have had the, railways and all those big dams and all those big infrastructure projects, and do we? So many questions, of course, have been asked in a very critical sort of way. But then looking at other points of view, like when you're looking at why the British had actually constructed a network of railways and what was the intention behind this and behind the entire infrastructure that was actually established or constructed in India, we need to do an analysis, and then the analysis would bring out a lot of revolution. And I mean revelation, not revolution, right? So these things are to be, but one factor that was very conspicuous and which played a very crucial role in bringing India the freedom and also independence is the role of the media. In fact, Mahatma Gandhi had used it as a great weapon and has been successfully, has been, in fact, achieved unprecedented success as far as the freedom struggle is concerned by, presenting his messages and views and his protests through the media. He himself was a journalist. There's a lot of, of course, Mahatma Gandhi was a multifaceted personality. And of course, as Einstein said, the world has scarcely seen a person like Mahatma Gandhi. And the kind of is a almost superhuman effort of bringing all the, India was kind of even today it continues to be the diversity, the different cultures, the different people, the different states, the different princedoms, different small kingdoms. So many different people from different parts of the country, millions of people together to, come together. It's a fantastic, and it was a mind-boggling achievement. Imagine bringing together an entire nation, people from the extreme south to the extreme north to the extreme east to the extreme west, bringing everyone on together. When we just imagine it, it's definitely, from my point of view, it's been mind-boggling, and he has done it most of the time through the media. That's what I'm trying to say. The freedom movement was promoted, facilitated, and also carried forward and ensured that everyone has a reach. Everyone is, the kind of awakening, the nationalistic awakening was, due to a great contribution by the media, by the press. There was a lot of media which was conscious, which was also, trying to bring about a unity, trying to bring about a unified struggle or the protest or the fight against the British. Okay, so media has been instrumental in, bringing freedom to the country. Of course, I can't, just narrate the entire, the way the media brought about the freedom. I can't just narrate it in a few words because I'd be doing injustice to the role of the media as far as the medium, as far as the, freedom struggle is concerned, and as far as the achievement of freedom is concerned. There's a lot of efforts that went to it, and Gandhi was one of the foremost. We consider Gandhi as one of the greatest, person. So we are, hello, is it audible, please?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. So, but at the same time, maybe we can consider Gandhi as one of the greatest journalists. He had, through his, media, through Young India and various other newspapers, and which he had himself been personally associated with, brought about a national consciousness and national awareness about that that we are, though we are different by religion, we are different by caste, we are different by state, we are different by languages, we have different cultures, we have different, but there was one unifying factor that was brought about by the media, that is the concept of nationalism and the linkage that every, country, every state, every religion, every language had with each other, the mutual linkage, the mutual cultural linkages. All this was, actually the entire, all the leaders were struggling for freedom or fighting against the British. It was all because it was also, promoted and facilitated by the media. So this is one area that I need to, people don't understand the power of the media and the kind of powerful, messages conveyed to the people and to the British. And, there was a kind of indifference whenever there was some kind of a struggle against the British. But when the media came into the picture, then the British started realizing. In fact, there was global outcry and the global understanding about the, situation in India. There were a lot of media's consistent and persistent, messages and also write-ups and columns and news and all various other information and content had created the platform or created the grounds for India to achieve freedom. So this is what I would like to just in a few words say. There's been the media has evolved. There was a revolution taking place after this. The second revolution that the media was greatly involved in was, we are agriculture. Basically, majority of our country are involved in the occupation of agriculture. And, we came to realize that agriculture is the major contributor for the economy. And and the Green Revolution, which brought about more production, more output, more knowledge among the farmers in increasing productivity in farming methods, in farming patterns, which also this Green Revolution, brought about by one of the greatest agriculture scientists, M.S. Swaminathan, had also actually ignited or inspired the farmers into action, and they went in for more production. So the Green Revolution brought the media was also instrumental in facilitating the Green Revolution. Okay, so likewise, there has been a continuous kind of awareness and kind of knowledge by the media, created by the media. There was also a consciousness created by the media. People came to understand, the citizens of India, the people of India came to understand the, what exactly freedom means, the value of freedom, the value of being, freed from foreign powers, and the value of a democratic system, the value of democracy, all this kind of a consciousness was also brought about by the media. Without the media, people would not, come to, they would not have known the kind of the kind of power they hold in their hands as a democratic nation. So it was a media which educated and spread the consciousness of people's participation in the governmental or in the total process of governance. So media was always creating awareness, and also it has been, in fact, creating awareness, and it has been a kind of a catalyst for development. And it has also been a platform for interaction between the government and the people. It was a kind of a linkage between the government and the people. And it was also, it also brought a lot of requirements of the people to the government. It kept the government informed about the people, about the requirements of the people, and it also kept the people informed of their rights and of of their also responsibilities. It's not just about the rights; it's also about their responsibilities as part of a democratic nation. So these are things that the media and it all those whatever development happens, wherever we reach, to whatever levels we reach, it's all most of the contribution was by the media. And today we are we have media which is which has been playing also a major role to ensure that there is government is responsible for what for the people, and the people are also responsible for their own welfare. So there is a lot of awareness, a lot of knowledge in the government and also among the people about what they require and what the requirements are. So these are some of the things I'm just trying to put it briefly, but then as I told you earlier, it's difficult to actually narrate the role of the media, but I could tell you, from my own experience, I can tell you that it's played a great role. It's brought about, whenever there is a requirement, see people, even the government is responsive to media stories, media reports. Whenever there is some kind of adverse reports against the government tries to rectify the fault. Okay, so there is a kind of awareness in the government, and they are quite sensitive. The government is quite sensitive to what the media reports. They just don't try to ignore reports or critical reports by the media. And because there is a media, the government is also very responsible. And because there's a media on one side, there is at least some kind of a assurance that development and growth will be happening accordingly. Okay, so I'll conclude by stating that it is media has been a facilitator for not only economic growth but also growth. It is about various sectors have been witnessing growth. Any sector that you take, the health sector, maybe there are a lot of things to be desired in the health sector, but there is some looking at a more optimistic way. There's some kind of a development happening, and there is also awareness among the people about the kind of when you're actually happening when you're equipped with a democratic weapon of what is called as a vote. There is some kind of awareness about when before you cast a vote, how do you actually weigh the pros and cons of a certain political party. Okay, all this media also facilitates this the political system and the and also facilitates a very healthy democratic system or or a democratic government. Up to, of course, I'm not saying that everything is hunky dory. This doesn't mean to say that hunky dory, but even today, till today, media continues to play a very crucial role in the nation's health and nation's future and the nation's economy, nation's every segment of the nation. Okay, that I would like to conclude here. And thanks, Ravindra. If I would have done more justice, but then, as I told you, there are certain commitments that I need to. Any questions? Any kind of? I would like to take a little bit of feedback from anyone. Hello.
Thank you, sir. You elaborately mentioned about the role of media and how it played in the community.
Yeah, it's not exactly elaborate because the story is quite big, like the role of media in
engaging.
Yeah. Tell me.
Yeah.
Ravindra.
Participants, if you have any queries, quickly we can take 1 and 2 because media is also a very important functionary in the system. So if you have any queries, you can raise your hand so that we can unmute. I think there are no queries, sir. As of now, actually, we are not taking up queries because we are running off time.
Okay, no issue. I hope I've to some extent been able to justify the subject that I've been given, but then there is a lot more to be said. But since we have our own limitations, maybe it could not be done. Maybe later, maybe if you're organizing something of a similar kind, let's talk about it. Okay. Thank you, Ravindra, and thank you for giving this opportunity. And I would like to thank all the participants for being quite, proactive and also, listening to my whatever we call it. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Right.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, a lot.
Thank you, sir, once again for joining us and sharing these inputs.
Yeah. Okay.
We have some hands raised. So
yeah. Do you have some hands raised?
Yes, sir. Just a second, sir.
Yeah. Can we make it short?
Yes, sir. Kalpana, do you have any query, ma?
Yeah. Any questions?
Suparna Chowdhury, do you have any queries related to session only? Kindly ask.
Yes, I had the question. So since the discussion was on the media's role and its impact, whatever I have understood, I want to know how, if it is the case, if and how media is a political tool in representation of India.
You mean the media's political content or the media's political alignments?
The media as a political weapon, not the content per se, but how is it a political weapon in representing India? Because when we talk of because today is the 75th year of our independence, and we are celebrating it with great fervor and jubilee. I just wanted to know how do we understand Indian nationalism through media as a political weapon?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Actually, India, as I told you earlier also, the very concept of nationalism was brought about by the media. Of course, through various This is the concept of nationalism has always been mentioned and also been written about, and also as far as the media is concerned, they have never tried to actually denigrate the concept of nationalism, or they never attempted to actually belittle nationalism, because there is always the larger picture is always about nationalism most of the time. Okay, then there has been earlier, I'm talking about the kind of earlier consciousness. Okay, and not only that, the entire nationalism, very as I told you earlier, it was brought about by the media. It was one of the major contributors, especially All India Radio and all this, through the radio and through the newspapers. People came to read the newspapers, came to understand, they shared the information in their own communities, and it was brought about the very the concept of nationalism. Media was greatly instrumental in bringing that about. Okay, for point number one. Suppose you are talking about a later part of it. I mean, the later years after India achieved independence, the one aspect that is, because even our fundamental rights and all these rights speak about maintaining and ensuring that we don't try to disturb the concept of nationalism. Okay, I don't want to get into it because it's legally there are a lot of laws related to fundamental rights, and we only think in terms of we have a right to say certain things, but we don't think in terms of what subject to what, isn't it? Maybe we are free to speak. That's a great thing. We are allowed to be free with our opinions, but subject to certain, restraints and restrictions.
Restrictions, yes.
Isn't it? You can't just talk about it. And one of these restrictions or restraints, we call it, is to not to try to distort the concept of nationalism or try to damage the concept of nationalism. Okay, there's a kind of a protective kind of elements in the freedom of speech and the fundamental rights and all that. So as long as your stories or your content or whatever news you're giving, it could be critical, but it should not try to be against. It should not be seditious, or it should not create a kind of a anti-national feeling, or it should not create a kind of a what we call as a resentment against the nationalistic feelings. Okay, or nationalism, as I mean. So that kind of a cohesion is required in India, because we are not a single monolithic kind of a society. We are a heterogeneous society. We have different and there could be diverse opinions and diverse cultures and diverse whatnot. Okay, so these things are very important. That's why it is protected. The very concept of nationalism is protected. And from a political point of view, it's not about, all the debate is not about nationalism. It's all most about the subcultures and sub-religions and whatnot. Okay, so the debate is in a very, from a different way, totally different context.
Okay.
Okay, and you can see reports, you can see so many other content which may be sometimes a kind of a we can say negative about various other cultures and various other religions and castes and subjects and all that. But then what I'm trying to say is, basically it has been politically also, of course, when you're talking about politically, it is when you're talking about the media content politically, there has been a lot of alignments in the media happening during the past few years, right? Let me be frank with you. You have asked a question, I can't deny.
Thank you.
I've been there's been a divide according to political ideologies and political So media has almost, not the entire media, I mean, some of the media has always tried to support a certain ideology or a certain political, party or a political establishment. Okay, so there's been ideologically also the media, which is not to be done. Okay, which is not, which is the, which is a, actually could be a problem for so many aspects, and I don't want to go deep into it. But when the media becomes ideologically divided or politically divided, or try to present the political point of view of a certain political point of view in a very opinionated or prejudiced or biased way, then comes the problem. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you're meaning that way, there's been if you're talking about political consciousness or consciousness among the people of who to vote for, like which political party could be good, which political party has performed, which political party deserves to be elected. Well, I don't think that we have come to that kind of a conscious, at least the media has not brought about that kind of a conscience among the people. Okay, I'm only talking about my opinion, right? There's the political consciousness about electing the right people and the right party and the right and basis of their actually what we call as their performances, isn't it? How many of them vote according to performances? How many of them vote just go for a symbol and try to stamp on that symbol? How many of them, weigh the analyze whether anyone deserves the vote that they give? So there's a lot of other aspects that needs to be actually focused by the media, but then there is a lot of opinion that is being imposed on the people because media is believed. Whatever is reported in the media is believed. People believe what the content that is being reported in the media, isn't it? There's a kind of a trust in the media, but how much that trust is being, justified, or how much is a big question. Okay, you need to look into that. Okay, have I answered your question?
Yes, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Ravindra.
Thank you, sir, for joining us. I know in spite of you are not feeling well, but you have done wonders. Job, and thank you once again.
I tried my best. And, okay, thanks a lot. And can I log it now?
Yes, sir.
Ravindra?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Right. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, so after a detailed discussion on media's role, so we will go on to our next speaker. We have a special invitee, keynote speaker. Actually, due to morning, we couldn't take the session. So I request Dr. Savitri ma'am to introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Dr. G. Ravindranath ji. Dr. Savitri ma'am, you can unmute yourself. Sir, can you unmute yourself, Dr. G. Ravindranath garu?
Hello, sir. My voice is audible, sir?
Yes, sir. So, Dr. G. Ravindranath garu is a principal for Government College for Men, Autonomous, Kadapa. He will be delivering the keynote speech for the conference. Over to you, sir.
So good evening to everyone. I am Dr. Ravindra, working as a principal government degree college for men Kadapa Autonomous. So I want to explain what is the development happened over a period of 75 years. So nearly more than 200 years, the British people ruled over India. After that, most of the freedom fighters come forward. So how long we will go for British rule? So Mahatma Gandhi and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, they come forward. So they entered a freedom struggle. Actually, the British government divided two countries while giving independence to ours. So on 14th midnight, they have separated two countries, one is Bharat and second is Pakistan. Amount of Indian government for this independence day 2022, this is our government of India. So nation first means, so everybody has to love the nation. So in this context, what I want to explain you, because everybody is celebrated 75 years celebrations. The Honorable Prime Minister has given a statement, Azadi Ka nook and corner villages, everybody has to salute our nation. Winston Churchill was giving a statement while giving independence. At that time, he said that in India, there are so many cultures are there, so many languages are there, so many communities are there. It is very difficult to continue democracy in India after independence. So he criticized because it is not possible to maintain democracy or independent India. But after independence, even though we are having a different language, different communities, different regions, whatever it may be, but our leaders put together in one platform. Till now, our country is the biggest country, Indian democracy. So that means that everybody is having a right. Different languages are there, different communities are there. Even though all the communities, they love their state and they are having the freedom. And moreover, one point I want to say from here, after Republic, most of the countries, they are not having vote for the women. But our India, even though our country is a democratic country, they have given the permission to vote for a woman candidate by 1950. So it is a great achievement. Over a period of 75 years, most of the government, they have implemented so many things. So especially GST, goods service tax, that will be implemented after elaborate discussion in the parliament. Both opposition parties and ruling parties, they accepted for implementation of the GST for our goods. Since 75 years, the thing is, even though our judicial is very good, we have done a lot of cases. Till now, most of the public, they are not having the faith, even though if any case is entered to the Supreme Court or High Court. So our Modi ji has given a statement, as long as court is taken immediate decision and the judgment should come immediately. So up to 1970, the parliament is verified. So even parliament or Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha and the assemblies. After 70s, what happened? There is so many times the argument, because the floor is conducting for 10 days or 15 days with the permission of the speaker. So they have to utilize the time. So every time they are postponing, because the opposition party, one discussion is coming, the opposition party boycott. So why the public is electing for the parliament over a period of 5 years? Everybody has to attend that parliament or assemblies and see that definitely they have to sit in the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha or assembly, whatever the public is elected by the leaders. So they have to sit it and discuss what are the problems facing by the India. But nowadays, after 70s, the parliament or the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha or assemblies are not conducting regularly. Every time. So it is shame to us, I say that sometimes the parliament is not conducting 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Every time it will go on postponing. I hope that in future, definitely the both Parliament, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, they have to discuss each and every agenda. Suppose if it is a discussion is there, definitely the result will come. So everybody has to see the welfare of the public, why they are elected for 5 years. Once you are elected, you have to discuss the issues of the public, and as far as possible, you have to solve the problem. And second thing is, so the China is also a huge population like India. In 1970s, when China and India is having the same GDP, whereas you think at present, the China GDP is more than 5 times of India. So one thing I will say here is, So as and when the PV Narasimha was the Prime Minister of India, he searched for who is the right person for Finance Minister. At that time, Manmohan Singh was working as a professor in Bombay as an economics professor. When he was acted as a finance minister, has taken a lot of reforms. And second thing is when Rajiv Gandhi was there, he has used the technology. Nowadays, whatever the technology you are using, that is very, very useful. So you have to maintain good relations. So, and moreover, we are having a lot of problems nearby border countries. So to overcome all these things, our military is also very good. So I hope that definitely our Kalam's former Prime President of India, he said that definitely the India would be developed country by 2022. But till now, we are not developed 100%. I hope that when we are celebrating centenary celebrations, definitely the India is the #1 country. At that time, we say proudly, so India is a developed country. With this remark, keynote, I wish everybody the 75th Independence Day. They have to celebrate everywhere. And we are celebrating since 3 days, our flags are flying in the sky. So thank you one and all for giving me the opportunity. Because it is not possible in the morning. So that's why anyhow I want to interact by giving a keynote to our participants. Thank you one and all for giving me the opportunity. Once again, wish you happy Independence Day. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful keynote message. You have rightly pointed out various aspects in the parliamentary system and how the procedures have been transformed over the period of time. And thanks for the wishes, sir. Happy Independence Day to you as well. And thank you for collaborating with us for this conference. And we look forward for more collaborations in coming days. Thank you.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
I have a phone call. That's why I went outside. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation and present your views on this international conference, sir. Thank you, sir.
So we will, after the keynote message, we'll be moving. We have with us for the next Dr. Veera Nagendra Kumar, Assistant Professor Zoology, Government for Men, Kadapa, would be addressing on progressive of health services in India after independence. Dr. Veera Nagendra, sir, you can unmute yourself. Start your.
Sir, good evening, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please continue.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Good evening to all. Happy Independence Day. And first of all, I thanks to their organizer Ravindra sir for giving this opportunity, the special occasion day. Here, today I talk some progress of health services in India after independence. So we have a lot of changes from 1950 to 2000 in our India in the respect of medical services. After the implementation of economic planning, a lot of progress has been made in health services in India from 1950 to 2000. In this context, I discuss only two services. One is general services. Another one is control of communicable diseases in India after independence. So first you see in general services manner, some of the basic structures in the form of primary healthcare services has been provided in urban and rural areas in country. Primary healthcare services include maternal and child healthcare services and family welfare services. Specialized healthcare services provided through hospitals in urban areas. Once you have seen from 1950 to 2000, I have discussed some of the criteria. In 1950, in our country, we have only 28 medical colleges in all over India. In 2000, the medical colleges are 167. So this is the major change in our country from 1952 and to 2000. Hospitals bed for 10,000 population has increased from 1950 to 2000 from 3.2 to 9.3. Number of hospitals and dispensaries is increased by more than 7 times after independence in our country. The number of paramedical workers has increased many times. 725 primary health centers in India in 1950. In 1999, their number is 25,000. So, similarly, infantry mortality rate has declined from 183 per thousand to 70 per thousand in 2000. The life expectancy and average in Indian was 33 years in 1951, which increased to 63.5 years in 2001. Similarly, birth rate has declined from 40 per thousand in 1951. In 2000, 27 per thousand. These are the general services in India after independence. We are the very enhanced this year. The second one is a control of communicable diseases in our country from 1952 to 2000. Once you observe these, some of the communicable diseases here I discussed like malaria, tuberculosis, AIDS. So many national programs have started in our country. First of all, you check malaria. Malaria was killing 10 lakh people every year at the time of independence. In independence time, 10 lakh people every year killing by malaria. National Malaria Eradication Program was started in 1958. It is the biggest health program against a single disease. As a result of this, number of deaths due to malaria declined. The disease is still existing in the country and effective efforts are still required to eradicate this disease. Here, the smallpox was deadly disease. The next one is smallpox disease in India has eradicated this disease from the country since April 1977. It was a big achievement of healthcare program in our country after independence. Tuberculosis is a commonly controlled called TB. To control TB, National TB Control Program was started in 1955 in our country. A number of TB hospitals have been opened across the country. Revised National Tuberculosis Control Program was launched from April 1977. District TB centers are functioning in our country present. 446 district TB centers are functioning in our country nowadays. Another disease is leprosy. You know very well about leprosy. Leprosy is a communicable disease which is prevalent in the country. India has highest number of leprosy patients in the world. There were nearly 20 lakh leprosy patients in India in 1991. National Leprosy Control Program was started in 1955. In 1983, the program was renamed as National Leprosy Eradication Program. The program aims at eliminating leprosy from our country. This is the main objective of National Leprosy Control Program. Here, AIDS is another one of the immunodeficiency syndrome, most dangerous diseases. In India, it is spreading very fast. In 1987, National AIDS Control Program has been launched in 1987. Up to 1991, 29 zonal blood testing centers had been established in our country. People are being made conscious about AIDS through mass mania. At national level, National AIDS Control Organization has been established. And also, the first time in Orissa state, Orissa AIDS Cell has been established by the state government. Eight non-government organizations are working to bring awareness among people living in slums, labor colonies, and especially among truck drivers who are main victims of this disease. Next disease is polio. You know about that? The Pulse Polio program has been launched in India to eradicate polio. people gave tremendous response to this program to immunize the children from this deadly disease. The anti-polio drops are given to children below at the age of 5 years. The next one is guided control program. This disease is quite common in India. About 15 crore people are patients of this disease. To control this disease, ionized salt, because goiter disease is the lack of iodine and the thyroid gland. To control the disease, ionized salt provided to people, and awareness among people is created through mass media to use iodine salt. So the thyroid gland releases the thyroxine. By the lack of thyroxine hormone, we will get this goiter control, the goiter disease. So next one is the maternal and child health services. You have observed in the country after independence, in rural and urban area through existing health infrastructure, the service include paternal and postnatal care, immunization, and oral rehydration therapy to fight against diarrhea. One of the important programs is universal immunization program. Under this program, vaccination is provided against diphtheria, tetanus, polio, tuberculosis, and measles, etc. The last one is the traditional system in of medicine in our country. The 4 traditional system medicine like Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani, and homeopathy are made popular to serve humanity. Each system has a central council and an attached research council. Ayurvedic and homeopathy colleges, hospitals, and dispensaries have been established in all states. These medicines are very cheap. A common man can purchase these. These are the very drastic changes in India after independence. Really, our medical services are very enhanced and enriched in our country. This is very happy about our country. So, opportunity.
Your voice is not audible, sir. You are done with
Hello,
your
sir?
presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for your wonderful session. Congratulations and wishing you all the success.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
We will move on to our next speaker. We have with us Nagabhushanam Bhogabati, Principal Sri Chaitanya Group of Institutions. He would be presenting on Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. You can unmute yourself, sir. Start your video and presentation.
Sir, okay, sir. So myself, B. Nagabhushanam, Principal, Sri Chaitanya School, Kadapa. So happy Independence Day to organizers and delegates. Today, sir, my voice is audible?
Yes, sir. It's clear.
Okay. Today, I wish to speak few words on Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So every year, 15th August, we are celebrating Independence Day by hoisting our national flag. But this year it is special because 75 years Diamond Jubilee celebrations. So on this occasion, Government of India introduced Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So almost all people are discussing about Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So what is it? It means to remember and honor to freedom fighters and also development and achievements after independence. So on this occasion, we remember our freedom fighters such as Mahatma Gandhi is the father of our nation, Jawaharlal Nehru, Bharat Singh, Balagangadhar Tilak, Chittaranjan Das, Chhatrapati Shivaji, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Subhash Chandra Bose, Lala Lajpat Rai, Lal Bahadur Shastri. Not only these leaders, they also inspired millions of but also in each and every village, many people were participated and fought against British people, and finally we got freedom from Britishers on 15th August 1947. So after independence, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was elected as first Prime Minister of India. He planned a 5-year plan to develop our country. So, and gave priority, that is agriculture, industry, projects, science and research. As a result, increased employment. So coming to our national flag not only shows 3 colors, it reflects pride of the past, commitment to the present, dreams of the future. And also 3 colors are symbol of unity, integrity, and diversity. So I feel proud to be an Indian. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the brief but insightful presentation. Congratulations and wishing you all the success.
Thank you very much.
So we will be moving to next speaker. We have P. Y. Durga Rani. She will be presenting on importance of chemistry. You can unmute yourself. Vaidurya Rani. You can unmute yourself, ma. Can you hear me?
Sir, I will call her, sir. 1 second, sir.
Okay, ma. Feedback will be taken in the last session. So kindly do not ask for feedback. There is no individual feedback for individual sessions, as the sessions are short and it requires much time. So we will share you only single feedback form at the end of all sessions.
Sir, otherwise you please call Vijay Lakshmi madam. Later Vaidurya will join with us.
Okay, ma'am. So next speaker. Yeah, we have L. Vijay Lakshmi. She will be presenting on topic Lakshmi Sehgal. You can unmute yourself, ma'am. Your video.
Yes. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am.
Sir, I am L. Vijay Lakshmi. Sorry, I have not no presentation, sir. That means no PPT. I'll share some words which I have prepared for this one, Lakshmi Sehgal. I'm L. Vijayalakshmi, lecturer in zoology, working at NTR Government Degree College, Valpad of Annamai district, sir. I want to share few sentences of Lakshmi Sehgal, one of the hidden hero of the freedom fighter. She was born on 24th October in 1914 at Chennai and completed her studies in the Chennai. She has received her MBBS degree in 1938. Later, she also has she has received diploma in gynecology also. And in the 1940s, and she has done so many activities besides working as a doctor in the government Kasturba Gandhi Hospital of Chennai. In 1947, she was being married to Prem Kumar Sehgal. Commonly, she is known as a revolutionist, independence activist, Marxist also. She was an officer of the Indian Army. And in India, commonly she is referred as Captain Lakshmi Sehgal. Sir, I am audible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Oh, yes, thank you, sir. She acted as the Minister of Women's Affairs in Azad Hind government. During the Bangladesh crisis, she organized number of relief camps and medical aid was also done in Calcutta for the refugees who streamed into India from Bangladesh. She was one of the founding member of the All India Democratic Women's Association in 1981. When she heard about the recruiting of women soldiers by Bose, she gave her name and also recruited, and at that time she was ranked as captain. So from that we know that she is remarked as a Captain Lakshmi Sehgal. Not only that, she was a World War II veteran and spent time as a prisoner in Burma also. She led many activities and campaigns even after her coming from that prison. Then she has led number of campaigns during the Bhopal gas tragedy in December of 1984. Later, she led medical team on the long-term effects of the gas on pregnant women. She has completed all these things. She was doing all these activities. Besides that, she also wrote a book, mainly A Revolutionary Life, which memorized all the political activities, activists. As she is one of the lion-hearted women India ever we had, she picked up the gun for Indian National Army. After performing number of activities for the struggle of Indian freedom, by sacrificing her life, she died on 23rd July of 2012. On this day of independence, celebrating 75 years of independence, we have to salute, I think, we have to salute her as a brave, not only to her braveness and sacrifice of her life, and to the passion she has in multidisciplinary fields like being a doctor, army, conducting relief that campaigns, and also in the freedom struggle. I hope that this is the right way we can thank some of the freedom fighters where we are enjoying the fruits of that freedom now. So for this opportunity giving me, I thank Ravindra Garu and Savitri Madam and all the organizers of the Department of Zoology of Government College for Men, Kadapa, and Sri Holistic Health Foundation, India, in this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity, and wish you and all the organizers and participants wish you a happy Independence Day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations. Wishing
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We will
Sir, please invite Vaiduria. She is waiting.
Why? Okay. Next we have with us Vaidurya Rani. She will be presenting. Yeah, you can unmute yourself, ma.
Good evening, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening to everyone. Myself, P. Vaidurya Rani, pursuing MSc second year, Organic Chemistry, Sri Krishna Deva Raya University, Anantapur. I feel very happy to present my views on the special occasion of Azadi Ka Amrita Mahotsav celebrations. The theme of today international conference is the glory of 75 years of Indian independence, freedom struggle, unsung heroes, revolution, education, empowerment, and sustainable development. Today, my topic is importance of chemistry to understand world around us. Chemistry is essential for meeting our basic needs of food, clothing, shelter, and health, energy, and clean air, water, and soil. Chemical technologies enrich our quality of life in numerous ways by providing new solutions to problems in health and materials and energy usage. Studying chemistry is useful in preparing us for the real world. Chemistry is referred to as central science because it's joined together physics and mathematics, biology and medicine, and earth and environmental science. Knowledge of nature of chemicals and chemical processes provides variety of physical and biological phenomena. Knowing something about chemistry is worthwhile because of it provides an excellent basis for understanding physical universe. We live in our excellent basis for understanding physical universe. We live in it. Chemistry is important in everyday life because everything made up of chemicals. Drugs, for example, drugs. Food is made from chemicals. Many of changes we observe in the world around us by chemical reactions. Examples include leaves changing the colors, cooking food. Chemistry concepts are important in other disciplines. It plays a role in cooking, biology, physics, and astronomy also. Chemistry is further used to make color change, alter recipes, color flames, make things glow in the dense. Many people study chemistry not because it's a requirement for a class, but because they are interested in using it to explore world and try to science projects in the research areas also. Chemistry is a branch of science that deals with the properties and composition of different substances and their chemical reactions and properties. Chemistry is the study of properties, characteristics, physical and chemical changes of that matter. Chemistry is useful in agricultural and industrial, medicinal field also, and in computerization, household appliances also. Everything is composed of chemicals. Our food, drugs, world, sun, moon, star, everything is made up of chemicals. Even the changes that occur in universe is the cause of chemical reactions. Finally, I concluded that chemistry is very important in our life in every day. Chemistry is our life, chemistry is future, and chemistry serves humanity. And I really thank you very much to Department of Geology, Government College for Men, Kadapa, and Sri Holistic Health Foundation, India, for giving me this opportunity to share my views on the special occasion of Azadi Ka Amrita Mahotsav, August 15, 2022. And once again, Happy Independence Day to all. Thank you, sir, for giving this golden opportunity.
Congratulations, ma. Wishing you all the success. And we will move on to our next speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma. I think anyone left, any speaker has to be presented.
Sir, Nagaratna madam is there, Sridhar, Jyoti are there.
Can you resend their names ma in chat, because somewhere I think I missed them.
Sir, Nagaratna madam is there already. Ma'am, can you please present your presentation now itself? So you please unmute Nagaratna madam. She will present her presentation.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Dr. Ravindra sir and Dr. Y. Savitri Garu, for giving me this opportunity. Once again, I'm happy to be part of this international conference. I think I can say this is a marathon of conference, because it is a rare feat, I think, to conduct a series of international conference running from almost 2 weeks, I think, if I'm not wrong. So yesterday I was talking about national education policy and education policies of India in general. Today I would like to talk about the challenges for the national education policy implementation, because an education policy proposed in such a high manner is not so easy to implement. So it proposes so many new things, like doubling the gross enrollment ratio, bringing back the 2 crore children into back to the education system, and bringing all the levels of education into one regulating system, and bringing the multidisciplinary approach, multiple entry, multiple exit options. So these are all the key highlights of the National Education Policy 2020. Now let us see what are the challenges for implementation of this new education policy. First one, National Education Policy intends to bring 2 crore children outside the school back into the school system. Every year, this number goes on increasing because population is increasing in India, still in increasing trend steadily. So it requires India to open 50 schools every week, to open up new 50 schools every week. Imagine opening 50 schools every week and providing the sufficient infrastructure, basic facilities, teachers for the students in those new schools. Already, Indian education system, especially primary education system, is suffering with those infrastructure drawbacks. So we have to focus on this infrastructure facilities and teacher recruitments if we want to realize the proposals of the national education policy of bringing back the 2 crore children back to the school system. And secondly, doubling the gross enrollment ratio in higher education by 2035. Already there are 3.74 crore students studying in more than 1,000 universities and 39,931 colleges and 10,725 standalone institutions in India. So doubling this gross enrollment ratio in higher education leads to India opening one new university every week. So it is also a very humongous task, because setting up of an university or college for higher education requires a lot of funding and lot of infrastructure facilities and recruitment of the quality teachers. Quality of a teacher at higher education level is very, very important, because at higher education levels, research also happens, not just teaching, but also research also happens. So this is also one challenge. And NEP envisages for increasing education spending from 4.6% of GDP to 6%. This expenditure is combined for state and center. So at the time of pandemic, state governments and also central government are suffering with the abysmally low tax collections. So in this situation, is it possible really to increase the education spending from 4.6% to 6% of GDP? This is a big question. Yes, we all want to increase the spending on the education, but at the same time, we have to do the reality check also, because we are suffering with the very uncertain conditions starting from the pandemic 2 years back. And also pre-COVID also, we had very bad fiscal deficit. This fiscal deficit was very high for India and also its states. We are not able to achieve the FRBM targets also. And there are other challenges like current necessity to focus on healthcare and economic recovery. During the pandemic, we have seen that many businesses are closed down. India has to announce the lockdown and many lost their livelihood. In this situation, our first priority will be economic recovery and to improve the quality and enhance the healthcare system in India. So these government and budgetary priorities may always be claimed by more urgent but equally important needs of healthcare and economic recovery. So in this context, implementation of new education policy and increase of the expenditure may take a backseat. I'm not saying it will happen, but it may take backseat unless our politicians and our civil society is very conscious and implementing and motivated for the implementation of the new education policy. If it doesn't get the required support, then obviously it will take a backseat. Then coming to the another challenge, national education policy envisages a sweeping structural redesign of the curriculum. Though it is a very welcome step, we need teachers trained in those pedagogical methods who can understand, design, and implement new curriculum to suit to the needs of the 21st century skills. The present teachers doesn't have those innovative teaching methodologies. They are lacking training in those innovative teaching methodologies, especially uses of the digital technologies, blended classroom teaching, online classroom teaching, all must be integrated to make the teaching and learning process a very enjoyable, effective process. It's not just blackboard classroom teaching anymore. Students want audio, visual, participative, critical thinking, critical problem solving methodologies in their learning process. Then only students can involve and learn and retain what they have learned for a long time. So that is very important to have a training in the new pedagogical methods, including the blended teaching. So we need to set up so many training institutions and train teachers on a very massive scale. Then coming to the another challenge, interdisciplinary approach in higher education. Yes, this is a very welcome step that we already welcomed this step. In foreign countries, it is already successfully implemented. But in India, this departmentalization of the courses is very deep among the scholars and the professors and also the parents. Once they think my children is studying science stream, my children is studying math stream, or my children is studying commerce stream, like that, it is requires so much cultural shift in the minds of the teachers as well as the parents and the society if we have to implement this interdisciplinary approach. This multidisciplinary approach needs so much changes in the society. But that will bring a very good results because students can excel in as many as talents they want to improve, they can improve and they can showcase their talents also. They can get more job opportunities also if they have gone through this multidisciplinary education. And another challenge is a strong opposition from the opposition ruled states. There are other states which are ruled by the opposition political party are opposing this because there are several key provisions which are not comfortable and not clear. Because for any education policy or for any major policy for that matter, there must be deliberations. Because India is a democratic country, there must be deliberations in the parliament at the civil society level and also at the parliament level before rolling out a policy. So there is some opposition from the opposition ruled states. So how India deals with these states, whether it is going to forcibly implement it or it deliberates with the states, we have to see in the future. Already some states have successfully implementing some of the provisions of the national education policy. And there is another challenge, institutional mechanisms. There is absence of institutional mechanisms to involve the private sector in education. In India, almost 70% of the institutions are in private sector regarding education, and also 70% of the students are studying in the private educational institutions. So it is very big task to integrate the private institutions or private players because private players bring investment and also innovation to the education sector. We cannot deny their role. So we have to give a big role to them and integrate them and also regulate them. Without regulation, private education is not useful. So these are the major challenges in the national education policy. There are certain other challenges also. I think if there is sufficient support for the national education policy from all sectors, all stakeholders, then only we can implement it. And our leaders with vision and broad thinking, they have to deliberate with all the political parties and all the stakeholders, especially private sector, then only we can make this education policy implementation possible. So I think I'm done with my presentation, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, next speaker, Rajeshwari madam is waiting for her turn, sir. You please invite her.
Rajeshwari ma'am, you are not connected to audio. You are connect to audio and unmute yourself. తనకి కాల్ చేసి చెప్పండి ఆడియో మన ఆడియో కూడా వినపడకపోవచ్చు బహుశా.
ఓకే సార్. ఓకే సార్. ఓకే సార్, ఐఎమ్ కాలింగ్.
Manasvi, are you there?
Okay, sir. Manashwita will present later. Rajeshwari madam will present, sir.
Okay, she has joined, ma?
Yes, sir. She all joined, sir. Joined, sir.
No, she hasn't connected yet to audio, nama.
Manaswita Bollu is there, sir. You please unmute her. She will present her topic.
Okay. But she is not yet connected to audio. Rajeshwari ma'am.
Sir, she will join later. Sir, 1 second, sir. Hello, madam. ఓకే ఓకే మేడం. నేను మనస్విత ఇంకొక అమ్మాయిని చెప్పిస్తాను మేడం, తర్వాత జాయిన్ అవుతారా మేడం? ఓకే మేడం. సో యూ ప్లీజ్ అన్మ్యూట్ మనస్విత సార్. లేటర్ మేడం విల్ జాయిన్ విత్ us.
Okay. Yeah, Manaswita, you can unmute yourself and
Okay, sir.
we'll be presenting on water pollution and prevention measures. You can start your video and presentation, ma.
Okay, sir.
Any issues, ma'am? Manaswita?
Yes, sir. Why I'm unable to present PPT, sir? It is asking only for PDF document.
Okay.
Maybe if not, you can directly speak, Manaswita. If not, presentation is not possible.
If you are facing any issue, you can continue without PPT, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm Manashwita, working as an academic consultant at Yamuna University, Kadapa. First of all, happy Independence Day to all. My topic of presentation is water pollution. As water pollution is one of the serious issue of environment, I just want to focus on it. So let's say what is pollution first. Anything that is added artificially into the environment, that is called pollution, whether it is a physical compound or chemical compound or any biological compound, it is considered as pollution. As my topic is concerned about water pollution, so let me first explain the sources of water pollution. There are two types of sources. So point sources and non-point sources. So point sources means which are directly added to the water bodies, like industrial effluents through pipes. So harmful material are directly added to the water bodies. And another one is non-point sources. So non-point sources that we throw waste from our houses to the water bodies that travel into the water bodies through canals and pipes, etc. So those are the two different types of sources. And major test that is done to measure the pollution in the water is BOD test, which is actually done to measure the oxygen consumed by bacteria from the decomposition of organic matter.
Have you done with your presentation, ma'am?
No, sir, some kind of disturbance. So, and chief sources of water pollution are sewage and other waste, agriculture discharges, pesticides and biocides, DDT, industrial waste and groundwater pollution, sewage and sewage sludge, overpumping of oil and all. So this also damages the eutrophication. So eutrophication is increase in chemical nutrients, typical compounds containing nitrogen or phosphorus in an ecosystem. So toxicants that present in water pollution are mainly chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and insecticides, which increases the heavy metals like lead, cadmium, mercury, chromium, and arsenic, and volatile organic compounds like benzene, xylene, toluene, which causes a severe damage to skin, lungs, brain, kidneys, liver, and other cardiovascular related diseases and immunological and endocrine disorders. So there are 8 ways to prevent this water pollution. Like if we do not dump anything in around our rivers, we can prevent the water pollution, and also maintaining clean and maintaining the septic system properly, we can prevent this water pollution, and dispose of pesticides, chemicals properly, and never pour cooking fats and oils down the sink, and refrain from using bleach when washing at home. Clean up your yard regularly, And another final last important thing is educate, educate, educate. So educating our family, friends about this water pollution and taking safety measures, we can actually prevent this water pollution. So with this, I want to end my presentation, and I would like to thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Dr. Savitri ma'am for providing this great opportunity to express my ideas. And I really appreciate the efforts of the organizers for this conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Ma.
Manas.
We wish you all the success. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Next ever, ma'am.
Rajeshwari madam, sir.
తను కనెక్ట్ అయిందా? తను ఇంకా ఆడియో కనెక్ట్ అవ్వలేదు.
Shall we invite Hanumanth Reddy, sir?
Hanumanth Reddy garu, you can unmute yourself and start your video. Hanumanth Reddy garu.
Okay, sir. We'll move to Jyoti, sir. Jyoti.
Jyoti.
Jyoti, because data is there, sir. Ma Jyoti, are you ready to present?
Then unmute yourself, ma. Start your video.
Hello.
Ama, continue.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me, Jyoti?
Sir, my hello, Jyoti Bikash.
Yes,
Hello.
please continue with your presentation.
Hello.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello.
It's not
Sir,
Jyoti.
myself, Jyoti Bikash, not myself. Sir.
Can you hear us?
Sir, actually, he is not the speaker. Jyoti, JYOTHI is there.
Acha. Okay, okay.
Yes, Jyoti is there, sir. Yes, Jyoti.
Jyoti, you can unmute yourself, ma. Yes, Jyoti. Jyoti, can you unmute yourself? Hello? Can you hear me, ma?
Jyoti, మాట్లాడు.
తనని అన్మ్యూట్ చేస్తే మ్యూట్ చేసుకుంటుంది. Jyoti, do you have any issues, ma?
She can't able to join. She can't able to unmute the speaker, sir. I told her she'll join with us.
Jyoti, can you speak now?
Okay, sir. Hello, sir. Good evening, sir. Hello.
Continue, ma. Continue with your session, ma. What's your presentation topic, ma?
జ్యోతి కంటిన్యూ చేయక
మేడం ఇది స్టక్ మేడం.
మామూలుగా మాట్లాడమ్మా, పీపీటీ లేకపోయినా పర్వాలేదు.
జ్యోతి హలో
నెక్స్ట్ ఎవరున్నారు?
సార్ ఉన్నారు సార్, కొంతమంది ఉన్నారు సార్. చాట్ బాక్స్ లో ఏమైనా పోస్ట్ చేశారా సార్ మీకు? శ్రీధర్, ఆర్ యు ఇన్ ఆన్లైన్?
శ్రీధర్ ఉన్నారు కానీ చాట్ బాక్స్ లో మెసేజ్ లేవు. మరి
శ్రీధర్ ప్రజెంట్ చేస్తారు సార్.
ఒక్క నిమిషం. Sridhar, can you unmute yourself? Sridhar, can you hear me? Yeah, you can continue, Rajeshwari.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. నా పేరు రాజేశ్వరి. నేను గవర్నమెంట్ కాలేజ్ ఫర్ మెన్ కడపలో రసాయన శాస్త్ర అధ్యాపకురాలుగా పనిచేస్తున్నాను. పారిశ్రామికీకరణ, ఆధునికత, స్వచ్ఛత, సాంకేతికత పేరుతో మన చుట్టూ ఉన్న వాతావరణం రోజు రోజుకు కలుషితం అయిపోతూ ఉంటే మనం ఇదేది పడనట్టు ఎవరికి వాళ్ళు ఒక్క నిమిషం కూడా వేస్ట్ చేయకుండా కోట్లు సంపాదించడంతో మునిగిపోతున్నాం. మన పిల్లలకి అందమైన ఇల్లు కట్టించి ఇవ్వగలం, బంగారం కోట్లు ఇవ్వగలం. కానీ మన చుట్టూ ఉన్న వాతావరణం, గాలి, నీరు, నేల అన్ని కలుషితమైపోతూ ఉంటే కూడా మనం మన ఊర్లు, మన వీధులు, మన నదులు ప్లాస్టిక్ తో నిండిపోతూ ఉంటే కూడా మనం సంపాదిస్తూనే ఉన్నాం ఇవేవి పట్టనట్టు. ఇలా కోట్లు సంపాదించి పెడితే ఈ కోట్లు బంగారం తిని మన పిల్లలు, వారి పిల్లలు బతుకుతారా? మన పిల్లలకి మనం చిన్న వ్యాధి వస్తేనే తట్టుకోలేం. అలాంటిది మన ఫ్యూచర్ జనరేషన్స్ లో ఈ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఎంతగా వస్తాయో మనం ఊహించలేము. సో భారతదేశంలో ఆవులను, గోవులను పూజిస్తాం. మన కుక్కలను కూడా ప్రేమగా పెంచుకుంటాం. కానీ ఇవాళ వీధిలో అడ్డదిడ్డంగా పారేసిన ప్లాస్టిక్ ముక్కలను తిని ఇవన్నీ చచ్చిపోతున్నాయి. మన ఫ్యూచర్ జనరేషన్స్, మన చుట్టూ ఉన్న పశుపక్షాదులు, చెట్లు, చేమలు ఇవన్నీ సురక్షితంగా ఉండాలంటే గవర్నమెంట్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ ప్రొటెక్షన్ కోసం ఎన్నో పాలసీలు చేస్తా ఉంది. ఆ పాలసీలు మనం తప్పకుండా మన ప్రతి ఒక్క పౌరుడు కూడా పాటించి తీరాలి. ఇవాళ ప్లాస్టిక్ ఎక్కడ చూసినా మన కళ్ళ ముందు కూడా ఎగురుకుంటూ పోతున్నాయి. ఒకప్పుడు ప్లాస్టిక్ మనకు ఎక్కడా లేదు. ఇప్పుడు కరోనా అనుకోకుండా మన ముందుకు వచ్చింది. పర్యావరణ కాలుష్యంతో అనేక సమస్యలు మన ముందుకు ఇంకా రాకముందే మన స్వచ్ఛందంగా అనేక పనులు చేస్తూ ప్రభుత్వానికి మన తోడ్పాటు ఇవ్వాలి. ప్రజల్లో చైతన్యం రావడంతోనే మనం కరోనాను అంతం చేయగలిగినాం. అలాగే మన చుట్టూ ఉన్న పర్యావరణం మరింత క్షీణించక ముందే మనమంతా, ముఖ్యంగా మహిళలు, స్వచ్ఛత పేరుతో డబ్బాలు క్లీనింగ్ ఏజెంట్స్, పెస్టిసైడ్స్, సోపులు, డిటర్జెంట్లు ఇలా అనేక కెమికల్స్ ను మనం రోజు రోజుకు మన పర్యావరణంలోనికి తోస్తున్నాం. కాబట్టి ఈ విధంగా ప్రతి ఒక్క ఇంటి నుంచి ఇలా వేల కొద్ది కెమికల్స్ వేల కొద్ది ప్లాస్టిక్ పేపర్స్, వేల కొద్ది పెస్టిసైడ్స్ ఇవన్నీ పర్యావరణంలోనికి రోజు రోజుకు తోయబడుతున్నాయి. వాతావరణం కలుషితమైతా ఉంది. కాబట్టి బాధ్యత గల పౌరులుగా మనమంతా మేల్కొని మనం స్వచ్ఛందంగా ఈ కెమికల్స్ ని వాడడం తగ్గించడం, ప్లాస్టిక్ ని వాడడం తగ్గించడం, పర్యావరణానికి మన స్వచ్ఛందంగా గవర్నమెంట్ తీసుకొచ్చిన పాలసీలను సరిగ్గా నిర్వర్తించడం చేయకపోతే మన ఫ్యూచర్ జనరేషన్స్ అంటే మన పిల్లలు, మరి వారి పిల్లలు వాళ్ళు కానీ మన చుట్టూ ఉన్న చెట్లు చేమలు కానీ, మన చుట్టూ ఉన్న పశు పక్షాదులకు కానీ వాళ్ళ హక్కులను వాళ్ళు స్వేచ్ఛగా జీవించడానికి సరైన వాతావరణం మనం కల్పించలేకపోతే మనం చాలా పాపం చేసిన వాళ్ళమవుతాం. కాబట్టి ఇవాళ నుంచి ఈ 75వ స్వాతంత్ర దినోత్సవం సందర్భంగా మనమంతా ప్రమాణం చేసి ఇవాళ నుండి పర్యావరణ పరిరక్షణకి తోడ్పడతారని నా వంతుగా నేను చెప్తున్నాను. అలాగే అందరూ ఆచరిస్తారని భావిస్తున్నాను. ఓకే సార్.
Congratulations, Rajeshwari. Wishing you all the success.
Okay, thank you, sir.
నెక్స్ట్ హనుమంత్ రెడ్డి గారు ఇందాక మెసేజ్ చేశారు, అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోలేదు. హనుమంత్ రెడ్డి గారు.
Yes, sir. Now I could unmute.
Okay, welcome back again.
Shall I start, sir?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Respected President and friends, the value of education had been changing depending upon the societies, especially as per the policies of the ruling class. There is little difference between literacy and education. Literacy is to know how to write and read, but education can be had even without literacy also. So, for example, coving, cobbler work, and even cooking, etc. They are education only, even without literacy. And further, education is not only simply to know the unknowing things, but its aim is to convert the man into humanism, to take him into humanism. That is the main motto of the education. Not only that, it should teach us democracy. It should teach us, make us as civilized citizens. It should make us feel our responsibilities in the society. And to start with, in the ancient society, the education was being transferred from the earlier generations to the next generations. And mainly in the ancient India, especially in the residential schools, which were called as Gurukulams, etc., the Chinese model of education was being conducted there. That means the students used to stay with the teachers only. The teachers used to treat the students as their own children, and they used to learn many societal works also. Then in the pre-independent India, the English, their main motto of education was to prepare translators to make their work easily in their offices. But one advantage was there in the English period, the untouchables could also enter into education field. In the earlier society, the untouchables were not permitted to enter the schools. But either in the English period or in the ancient period, one lacuna was there, that the women were not permitted to enter the schools. Women education was somehow barred. And then after independence, then by special acts, the then Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, started many educational institutes like IITs, IIMs, even research stations, space research organizations, etc., etc. After the rule of Nehru, there was some lacunae. And during Indira Gandhi period, there was a Yashpal committee and he proposed many things. And out of his recommendations, the main things implemented were women education, adult education, distant education, etc. And after that, Professor Yashpal, I think earlier I mentioned wrongly, it was Dr. Daulat King Daulat Singh Kothari, earlier I wanted to mention. Now, Professor Yashpal also, as a one-man committee, he suggested something, and his aim was to lessen the burden of the students in the lower standards of the education. For higher education, he proposed rejuvenation and reconstruction of the education. The main thing what he did is he fought in the newly formed state of Chhattisgarh. The education was privatized. So 112 private universities were started. He fought through Supreme Court and then got cancelled all those 112 universities. Then later, gradually the private education entered. And earlier private education, some Christian societies, some Hindu religious societies, they were educating the people, but they did not impose more restrictions. Their main aim was to educate the students, though some religious restrictions were imposed. But later, starting from 1985, and legally entered in the early years of 1990s, that was under World Trade Organization. In the World Trade Organizations, along with all services, education was also privatized, and it was rather corporatized. In the corporatized education system, the values were totally withdrawn, the social studies were withdrawn, even the civic sciences were withdrawn. So students were left without morals, without values. Then the aim was not according to the scientific education to suit to the necessities of the local people, duly utilizing the local resources, that was withdrawn. And the students were prepared and then educated in order to meet the societal needs of the America and Western societies. And according to them, more engineers were educated, more software engineers were prepared, and at the cost of us spending lakhs and crores of rupees, even some doctors also, they went there under the name of education and further studies. They settled there. They helped the development of those societies, those countries, and we were actually neglected. And later, after this, in our society, some Tatas, Birla, and Mukesh Ambani, they entered into the education field. They opened their own society, their own universities, but their main intention was to prepare the students in order to promote their trades and trades only. So to their benefit, they prepared the students. And then later, and during the last 8 years, the education took different shapes, and the education is some different set of values are imparted and then imposed in the education field. And somehow, in my personal opinion, some uneducated sages, they started ruling the education system of India. And afterwards, finally, what I wish to make, in the new education policy, many changes are made. And according to me, according the certificates are at the end of second year, third year, and then finally in the fourth year, there will be many drops out, what I feel. And in the drops out, by the certificates they get at each year, they will become either the clerks or they just translators or them some manipulators of the society. They will not become full-fledged doctors or engineers or research scholars. So that is main thing. And another main danger in the new education policy, what I feel is the education system in future will be made over to the trustees. In the trustees, all trustees will not be working in the interest of the society or in the interest of the development of the country. They have their own interests. They will fulfill their own, impart their own policies. And in that way, our education system in the future India may take wrong diversion, wrong direction. That is my feeling. And finally, now we on the occasion of this 75th anniversary of our independence, we are conducting these meetings. In this, in my personal view, patriotism is not simply in the big terms. It is regularly in the society to help our people, to help our neighbors, to help make the society clean. We can actually impose our patriotism. And for example, as I personally feel, to keep our surroundings neat, to make not to make our surroundings dirty. Even if somebody throws some litters, and we may try to enter these litters into the dustbins, and later we are carried away by the advanced technology of the technology, and in that society we sometimes forget the humanism. And some for example, if some accident takes place, we simply start our mobile phones and then start shooting and place in the WhatsApp. That should not be the thing what we should do. We should actually help the accident people met with the accident. We can call for the 108 or 104. We can help them, follow them into even up to the hospitals, etc. And further necessities we can meet. This way, we can practically practice patriotism. Anyhow, the patriotism also got new meanings. Let us become true citizens, duly following our civil society obligations, civil duties, and let us follow, let us fulfill our duties, rather demanding the rights. In that way, we can become good citizens. We can fulfill the aims of our in freedom fighters. We can make the future India better living for the future generations. That's all. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to share my feelings. And finally, I thank the organizers. Practically, they had been doing email services on this occasion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanmant Reddy garu, for your insight. So we will move on to our next speaker. We have Ratala Triveni. She will be presenting on Mahatma Gandhi. Triveni, you can unmute yourself, ma, and start your presentation.
Okay, sir.
Do you have any PPT, ma?
Sir.
Dear friends, feedback link has been shared in the chat box. In the meanwhile, you can continue to fill the feedback form and stay back for the rest of the session.
Okay, sir.
No, tarvat fill up cheyachhamma. Triveni.
Sir.
No presentation chahiye, tarvat fill up cheyachu.
Okay, sir. Good evening to all. My name is Triveni. I am studying degree first year, Government Men Autonomous College, Kadapa. Today we celebrate Azadika Amrit Mahotsavam. We celebrate 17th anniversary of the independence. Today my topic is one of the freedom fighter of Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi full name is Mohanas Karamchand Gandhi. Was born on October 2, 1869 into a Hindu Modh family in Porbandar. Gujarat in India. His father name Karamchand Gandhi and his mother name is Putli Bai. Mahatma Gandhi died January 30, 1948, Delhi. He is an Indian lawyer, politician, social activist. Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy of non-violence is known as Ahimsa. Mahatma Gandhi started a Quit India movement in 8th August 1942 during World War II. Quit India movement is also called as Bharat Chodo Andolan. Thank you, sir.
ఇంతకీ ఏం చెప్పాలనుకున్నావమ్మా?
Mahatma Gandhi biodata, sir.
ఏంటమ్మా?
Mahatma Gandhi biodata, sir.
మరి పేరు చెప్పావు అంతేనా? బయోడేటా చాలా పెద్ద ఉంది కదా తనది. ఫాదర్ ఆఫ్ ద
చెప్పనా సార్?
ఏంటమ్మా?
చెప్పనా సార్?
అవునా, సరే. నెక్స్ట్ టైం బాగా ప్రిపేర్ అవ్వు. కొంచెం కనీసం 2-3 పేపర్లు అన్న రాసుకుంటే కనీసం ఒక నిమిషం.
ఓకే సార్. ఓకే సార్.
ఓకే. Congratulations. Wishing you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
Next, Kalpana, would you like to present importance of plants? Okay. Kalpana, unmute yourself, ma.
Yes.
You can start your presentation.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma.
My name is B. Kalpana. I am studying BSc Horticulture at Government College, Men's for Autonomous Kadapa. Today, my topic is, sir?
Continue, ma.
Today, my topic is Save the Plants, Importance of Plants. Plants are living organisms that cover large amount of the surface of our planet. They come in many shapes, sizes, and colors and include trees, shrubs, grasses, herbs, vines, ferns, mosses, and green algae. Most plants have roots, stems, and leaves, and they either produce flowers or cones for reproduction. Plants can live in water and land, usually with their roots used for medicines, foods, and etc. Plants are really important for the planet and our all living things. Plants absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen from their leaves, which humans and other animals need to the breathe living. This need plants to live. They eat them and live in them. Plants plants are helps in clean of our water. Plants are useful for beautification of our planet. There is no plant, there is no our life. Save the plant, save our planet. Thank you giving this golden opportunity, sir.
Congratulations, ma. Wishing you all the success. Next, ever unnaru?
Sridhar, sir.
Sridhar, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, sir. Hello, sir.
Ama, please continue.
Good evening to all. First of all, thanks for giving golden opportunity. Sir Ravindra sir and Savitri madam. Today my topic is Mahatma Gandhi, freedom fighters of struggle. Especially they have so many freedom fighters, and especially took the Mahatma Gandhi. Why? Because they have so many struggles. Today, Gandhiji full name was Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. He was born 2nd October 1849. Gujarat State. Mother was Putlabi, father was Karamchand. Gandhi was completed Rajkot as in school age. And the Dama Satya Harishchandra and Shiva's son, Ravana's son, which he saw in childhood a great influence of him. After preserving him higher education at Bhavan, he went to England to study. After returning to England, he took up the legal profession at Bombay. Gandhi went to the South Africa as a part of profession. Gandhi one day, while having in a train the first class ticket, the English insulted him from being a black person, and he threw himself off the train. Led unable to bear the shame, he gathered all the black people and performed satyagraha. He created political and social consequence among the people there. After Gandhiji returning the home, Gandhiji observed the conditions around Govindam of movement with prominent freedom fighters of the like Gokhale, Tilak, etc. He organized non-corporation Forjan cloth boycott, salt satyagraha and White India movement. He went to the jail many times. The Gandhiji has married Kasturibai at early age. She is great once. She also helped in every way, even though his wife he divorced in 1944. Gandhiji did not give up on the struggle for independence. He gave his life for the freedom of the country. India got independence on 1947 as a result of the non-violent struggle led by Gandhiji. Harnas for the independence of the world. He was Fair Hall. It was 13 January 1948. Gandhiji Ashramam, Vardham Ashramam, and replaced for his aspirants. Gandhiji was modest and encouraged vocational education. A great man who firmly believed and practiced truth, non-violence, and peace as the best ways. Gandhiji as the father of nation, and Mahatma will remain forever in the hearts of Indians. Thank you, sir, for giving a big golden opportunity.
ఏం చదువుతున్నామ్మా శ్రీధర్?
Sir?
నువ్వు కోర్సు నిన్ను ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేసుకోలేదు సరిగా.
Okay, sir. Sorry, sir. Myself, B. Sridhar, first year degree, Kadapa Autonomous for Men.
Okay, అమ్మా. Congratulations, అమ్మా. Wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
Next ఎవరున్నారు మేడం?
Madam, sir, two participants were added, but I didn't know their names. Ma'am, is there anybody to present the topics?
If anyone is there, kindly share your name and topic in the list.
Andrea will, she has to present.
No, actually she has presented. She is asking for one more. We'll see after everyone presents. There is one professor also, Chandrakala Diyali. What we thought is we can give her time once everyone completes, no? So if
1 second, sir, I will inquire. Two participants are there. 1 second, sir.
Okay. If any students are left out now, you can inform them. Yeah, Dr. Suvarna,
Yes, sir.
do you have
Hello.
any presentation?
Yeah, sir. Yeah, sir. Thank you. Thank you for giving
What's
the
your topic, ma?
opportunity. I myself, I want to do 10
Your
points
voice is breaking, ma.
regarding the Har Ghar Tiranga. Azadi Ka Amrit. Yeah, I'm having work also. Just give me a couple of minutes. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Sir, is it audible?
Now it's clear, ma. What's your topic, ma?
I want to give you some couple of points towards the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav
Okay.
and Har Ghar Tiranga. And
Okay, ma.
followed by Savitri Bai Phule. Hello.
Okay, ma. Quickly
Sir, can
conclude
I?
in 5 minutes. Yeah, proceed with it.
Oh, thank you, sir. That's enough, sir. That's enough. 5 minutes enough for me. Thank you.
Okay,
So I
please continue, ma. You are muted, ma. Unmute yourself. Suvarna, what happened, ma? You continue your session,
Hello.
ma. Ama.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So congratulations to all of you on the Festival of Independence. As we all know that today is 15th August, all of us having uh, uh, gathered to celebrate so through online, celebrate to Independence Day. I feel very proud that on this golden day of 15th August, never ever in India's history, and my media, very really thank all of you. So we are celebrating our 70th 2002, and this year Har Ghar Tiranga is a campaign has also been started as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav by Government of India. Is a very great historical thing. So through this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, so Indian flag to every home and host it, the Government of India, the Amrit Mahotsav of Azadi, to celebrate the 75th year of independence, to celebrate the glorious history of its people, our culture and achievements. Okay, like every year, this time also, the Independence Day will be celebrated with full patriotism. But so here is very precious. We are celebrating in every house, in every people. We are bringing awareness of our independence, the sense of independence. On 15th August of 2002, Government of India is organizing various programs with the Independence Day. And this year, the main theme of this year, Independence Day, the main theme is the nation first and always first. So independence is important to lead a life of freedom. So in the absence of independence, we would become a slave. We all know that every creature on the universe needs its own freedom. So all the people should value the independence, and then which are we achieved by number of sacrifices, and we should never forget our freedom fighters on this occasion. So I requesting all the students and all the people of India will be responsible towards our duties and our culture and our traditions towards our nation. Okay, we should have responsibility. Okay, on this precious occasion, I'm expressing my heartfelt thanks to Medium. So I'm really happy to share my feelings, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity. My health is not good. Please excuse me. Sir, thank you. Sir, is I'm audible, sir?
Yes,
Hello.
ma'am. Congratulations, ma'am. Wishing you all the success and get well soon.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So we will move on to our next speaker. So if anyone is left, apart from, yeah, we have one more. Just a second. Vinod Marvel. Yeah, Vinod, you can unmute yourself and start your presentation. Vinod, can you hear me? And others who are yet to present, kindly share your name and details. It will help us to keep track. Hiranmai. What's your topic, ma? You can unmute yourself.
Hello,
Ama, what's your topic, ma?
sir. Sri Uddam Singh Garu. I want to speak about Sri Uddam Singh Garu.
Okay, continue, ma. Give
Good
your
evening to one and all.
introduction and then continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good evening, one and all. My name is Hiranmai. I'm studying in Women's Degree College, Madanpalle. So my specialization is History, Political Science and Telugu. And I'm here to speak about Sir Uddam Singh Garu, alias Ram Mohammad Singh Azad, and Indians call him Sher Singh. So we know what is immortality. Immortality is being alive forever. And one person I know who is alive forever is Sir Uddam Singh Garu. He was born on 26 December 1899, 31 July 1899. And he is famously known for assassinating Michael O'Dwyer. Reason for massacre in Jallianwala Bagh. He was not born an orphan, but his father and brother died due to some illness, and he was grown alone in an orphanage in Amritsar. But he was he was so influenced by Satyapal Kichlu and Bhagat Singh, and he intended himself for being a freedom fighter. He was searching his ways, and suddenly he got caught by Jallianwala Bagh incident. Jallianwala Bagh incident happened on 13 April 1999. Sir Michael O'Dwyer was general and Rawls law was passed by them. No one were allowed to gather or speak about freedom. But some Sikhs were gathered in Jallianwala Bagh and they were speaking about freedom. And suddenly Michael O'Dwyer surrounded Jallianwala Bagh and started firing. And thousands of people lost their life. So Uddam Singh made his life to kill Sir Michael O'Dyer. So he went for London in purpose of getting engineering, and on 1940 Coxton Hall, he murdered Sir Michael O'Dyer. He was punished and he was hanged for doing the crime. But I want to speak up. I don't want to speak about Udham Singh, but his immortality. So he's always alive in something because he was named after Ram Muhammad Singh Azad. That means he's against to religion and caste. He is some poor fellow and orphan who is in Lahore but went for London to assassinate someone who murdered some thousands of innocent people. His aim is so high and he respects our land so much. He's alive in every Indian who tends and who has patriotism. So I wish you a very good luck for everyone. Thank you. Happy 75th Independence Day. Thanks for this great opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Hiranmai. Congratulations. Next, Ravichandran ji. Can unmute yourself. You have 5 minutes. Quickly present your topic.
Thank you.
We have called you 2 times. We have called you.
Due to some technological problem here, my technical has got into hunk. Yesterday, my device got burnt on some reason.
Okay, leave it.
Yeah, one. Yes. I would like to thank all the efforts are being taken by our Dr. Ravindra along with various curtain behind participants and many. I would like to repeatedly thank all of them in spite of all the issues are concerned taken care. I would like to read the paper of the August 15th, 2002. I'm reading out the newspaper of August 2002. Please, all the participants understand this. It's a wonderful statement was said on the day of August 15th. Freedom statement it is. Free India is born. Rajendra Babu assurance to minorities. Dr. Rajendra Prasad assured the minorities to India they would receive fair and just treatment. They will enjoy all the rights and privileges of citizenship. He said it on the particular day of August 15. We are embarking on a great task and we shall do our best to serve it. This is what Dr. Rajendra Prasad, who took the oathing ceremony along with members of this nation. This is the newspaper I'm reading out on the day of August 15, 1947. India Auxiliary Forces disbanded. Burma Defense Services disconnected. And Mountbatten Prabhu was giving an address. All way we and now we are into 2022, 75 India born. I'm talking about now. I'm coming with a very quick concluding of this wonderful session is keep going and clearly pointing what are the important we are passing across over the period of 75 years we have gone through. I'm talking about all the way across all the forum discussion only relevant to HR because my topic is sticked on to this. Strictly, I follow on this principle of dialogues all the way across to all of the participants who know to me. I'm reading out a statement of my own. Freedom is the open window. Repeat. Freedom is the open window through which pours the sunlight of the human spirit and human dignity. 2021, where we are, 2025, where we are going to be about, 2030, how we are going to manage next 10 years ahead the line of coming up. I just want to read out quickly, finishing it in 2 minutes, not beyond. HR looks now what? All need to be assessed over a period of next 5 to 8 years of time. Change in HR competencies. HR, what's going to be by technologically? We are talking about artificial intelligence, how it's going to adapt ourselves. Remote working practices are yet to happen. Data and artificial intelligence, all are coming in line. We are moving towards next. Even you don't move, it will make you to move. Gig economy. We are into the culture of gig economy, contractual of everything in the worldwide forum makes how people analytic. We all becoming a machine model today. So we are called as people analytics. And we are into new employment pipeline, channelizing ourselves. Focus on cyber security. These are quite challenging for HR functions coming up period. Absence of face time, work from home. We are all going to keep our face closed, masked like what we are today. We all were in the center of the hall. Today we are masked faces talking from another direction. We are trying to organize. Dr. Ravindra, the one who organized in such a drastical way of conducting, is real marvelous. I salute it, along with the nation salute. Head of the workplace design changes, virtual reality, training changes, gig economy management. We are all into trouble of things, but all where India is going to pass it, I'm assuring climate change, environment, wellness of the direction, culture development, global cultural changes, agile HR practices and new practices, high performance coaching, talent acquisition, all falls in line next to neck. Quickly finishing off, next 4 lines. Recruitment, hiring, onboarding, training, developing, career changes, exit management, people leave, go, come and go, quick. Everything happens in a fastest pace. Very fastest. It's all we are going to face it. Next 10 years, all car drivers will vanish. No car drivers. All we are going to pass through. Adopt new HR chatbots. Reskilling ourselves. Many of the skill sets are going away, but we are going to come with a new change, new economy. India is going to be the topmost in the BRICS economy culture. Coming in next 10 years, India will be the topmost country among with 5 countries, Britain, Russia, I, India, C is K is South Africa, and 5 nations. It's called the BRIC nation. So India is going to be the topmost in the worldwide, and 2040, India economy is going to be the world economy forum line. So consistent innovation, resource sharing, all worldwide globally, everything global, everything global. India will be in the top global passage. Adopt new applications, stay awesome continuity, and many more things for the future coming, going to be the large scenario as per the India curriculum program. Thank you very much. Dr. Ravindra sir, I understand all the difficulties in the middle, and organizing things is not an easy. There are many foreign forums came in front, given the lectures, few minutes lectures, made passionately everyone connects on this line. I again would like to thank all the participants from the foreign delegates all across India, global, India-wide, global-wide. New more addition to come over the period of time. We will make things larger in a set way. organized way, Ravichandran would come along. Many things should come up from our Dr. Ravindra along with the 3-4 because his energy is tremendously in higher side in spite of keeping his coolness, managing of things, unbelievable. I salute Jai Hind.
Thank you, Ravichandra. Congratulations. Wishing you all the success. And look forward for more sessions.
I have given only the importance, whatever we are going to face it.
Yeah, we
and
have
how India is
today
going
is
to-
a session
how-
where we care and share by sharing our time. So definitely some other day you can always come back. All the speakers can always reach back us, and we will allot you some good amount of time in the upcoming conference.
Thanks very much, Dr. Ravindra. See, we are with all difficulties and all the conversations happening, and it only brings our strength to strength development. There is no any leakage of any mess happening. Everything is a go to win and strength to strength. And like Florence and Dr. Kakkar sir and many more like these figures and personalities have been in front of us, not a single dropout of them. Maybe I could have dropped, but I'm catching up and many things in the middle of keep aside all the personal front. I'm always giving a good, very pulsing touch on the HR front, along with behind with.
Thank you.
And win.
So yeah, we will move on to our next speaker. So anyone else left? Except you can raise your hand. Chandrakala Diyali ma'am. Savitri ma'am, ఇంకెవరైనా ఉన్నారా చేసేవాళ్ళు?
Please, my son want to say few words, sir.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening to the dignitaries on this online platform. My name is P. John Chudi, studying in 4th class in Sri Chaitanya Techno School. I am very happy to involve in this activity. The main theme of
Allow me.
is glory of 75 years of India independence. Unsung years of unsung heroes, revolution, education, empowerment, and sustainable development. I want to say few words about our freedom fighters. So many freedom fighters sacrifice their lives for our well-being as Indians. We have to remember this every day and every minute. Gandhi, Nehru, Netaji, like people, they sacrificed their lives to get independence to us. Today we are living very happily and peacefully because of this hard work and sacrifices. We have to do good things to bring good name to our country. We have to read well and we have to inculcate good habits and has to live as good citizen. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to tell this on this platform. Thanks to my mom, Dr. Roy Savitri and Ravindra sir for giving chance to me. Thank you, sir.
Sir, he is completed, sir.
Yeah, very well said. Which class you are studying, ma?
Fourth, sir.
Fourth. Very good. Congratulations. Wishing you all the success. I think you are the youngest presenter in this conference. And this
Sir, 3 days
occasion.
after he is asking, sir, because we are busy. That's why I tell a few lines only. He learned that only, sir.
Nice, you have inculcated in this early childhood only. Na? He joined international conference, so now it's your duty to motivate him to join, take up more sessions in future. You have to prepare him well. Okay. Bye, Chinna.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So next, we will move on to our next speaker, Dr. Chandrakala Diyali. She's from Amity University, Senior Assistant Professor. Over to you, ma'am, for your session.
Yeah, very good evening to Ravindra sir and the whole organizing team, coordinator of the program, and I congratulate each and everyone who has been here since morning to celebrate this great occasion of 75th, Independent Day. And yes, all of us are so elated and excited about this day, because our very great Prime Minister has been kind of announcing, the countrymen to really be proud of this Independent Day. And, this was indeed very difficult to get, our freedom fighters, so many reformers, so many, the freedom fighters, especially, they have worked endlessly to get us the free India where we are today. So we have to honor it. We have to be grateful. We have to acknowledge their sacrifices. And, very briefly, I would talk about social justice. See, when we are talking about social justice, yesterday also I presented my paper, Social Justice, and then I gave a lot of examples. Today, when I'm talking about social justice, I want to touch upon many aspects of it. First is in 2 minutes time. First is the speechless, flora and fauna. See, our cows would not say, I'm suffering because you are injecting me in order to get, more production of milk. And then you are, not letting me be the natural being, all the emotional need, physical needs are not met because everything is being done artificially with her. So what about the food that, the fodder that she's been given, the cows are being given is not good. They are not good quality and they are all dried grass. What about social justice? Today, I would like to speak about the speechless animals, flora, fauna, which had been who had been silently serving our nation. Yeah. So now, see, we rely on cow's milk for the growth of our children. And myself, being the mother of 2 kids, I know how I used to hunt the cow milk all around UP. Lucknow where I was, and every household they used to have cows. They hardly used to treat well. They had a lot of elaborate rituals to do for the cows, like they used to call her Lakshmi, they used to honor her, but her physical need, emotional need, biological needs were not met. So even in terms of pregnancy, they used to do it artificially. So is social justice just for a human being who are speaking for it, demanding it, or equality, right to survival, right to dignity of life, right to best of the food is meant for animals, the flora and faunas as well. So that's a big question. I'm going to leave with all the dignitaries, all the kids here who have joined, all the participants, the scholars, the PhD scholars. You know, we are only talking about human beings who can speak. But what about the speechless? And these are the, you know, the speechless are the ones who are serving us the most. You know, like our mother, we get to see the mother can speak, but like mother, she serves. You know, I feel cow should be given that global, you know, the status of global mother, because it's irrespective of which religion we come from, which background we come from, but cows has been serving us so silently. So one is that, and flora and fauna, that jungles, we are just, you know, not respectful about the emotion. They have their own emotion as well. The jungles have their own voices to talk to each other. They can communicate, because I was just reading the one research paper where, you know, communication, they communicate through their roots, they communicate through their, you know, leaves. But you know, we are chopping and we are redesigning their location, you know, as per our need along the roadside and all, where they are not being allowed to live in the community. So forest is their community, their habitat. So we are denying them to live with the dignity, with the way they want to, and with the way they have been naturally, you know, produced. So that is being denied. And see, our development is happening. I have a big question with the concept of development, because development is all around. I can all see, I've been to all the best of the, you know, developed countries, but all I could see in the name of development is big buildings, steel color building, and, you know, very steel, you know, not only steel color building, but human being existing in that, those buildings are also like steel without emotions. So what is our objective of living on this earth is my question. So, you know, we have to have emotional content that, you know, we often get to hear through this platform, you know, through some professors and all. So that we need to have. And then, you know, in the name of development, come on, let us not concretize this earth. And, you know, Satguru has rightly said, you know, soil is suffering, and soil is the basis of our life, which is depleting, which is, you know, not only depleting, but it is degraded. And it is not valued. It is now, why we have to, you know, follow the Western style? Why can't we, you know, get, you know, this wider sensitization and then understand the value of nature? And Indians, being Indians, we have to now, it's a time for us to teach the whole world how is it important to live with earth, in tandem with earth, and our soil, the cows, and then, you know, flora and fauna, we are, you know, we are supposed to respect. And, you know, I'm not just speaking for the heck of speaking here, using this platform, because I myself used to celebrate my children's birthday with loads of money, you know, invested into making them happy. But these days I tell them and make them understand that planting trees is not going to make you happy forever until you live on this earth, but it is going to make the generations of children to come, you know, they are going to be happier, because oxygen is going to be there. And we are, you know, we are in a sophisticated houses, we have all the gadgets in place, we have good food, because farmers are working day and night for us. We are not supposed to take all these pleasures of life, all these blessings of life for granted. And that is being well taught during the pandemic. We have learned the lesson of our life. How is it important to value emotion? How is it important to value the time with children, value the time with family, value the time with husband or wife, and value the environment, oxygen. We were running from pillar to post to get the oxygen, but God has given us naturally. Let us all today promise through this platform that we are going to take an oath that we are going to take care of it, we are going to conserve it, and let them live, help us live in a sustainable manner now and forever for generations to come. With this word, I congratulate Ravindra sir for having strove so hard to kind of organize this international conference. Since how long he is organizing, and the way he is motivated to organize and carry forth this great Utsav. Hats off to you, sir. With your motivation, we are motivated equally. Thank you so much. With Naman to you and your team. Thank you for letting us deliver our ideas and a little bit of learning what we have had throughout our life. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was really in short, but very impactful thoughts sharing that you have done. And there is one more reason also I wanted you to be here for some time. The diversity across the rural areas and urban connect. We can see how and between the South India and North India, especially the students, the kind of language, the proficiency, the kind of knowledge. There is lot of a kind of educational divide also in terms of literacy, in terms of all this, the diversity that is so complex to understand. At one side, we are seeing children launching rockets in their school projects, and at one side, even the post-grad, even for that matter, PhD scholars are also not able to take up presentations, or for that matter, research work. There is a lot of this difference also in the teaching, and as well as in the skills of the students or research scholars also. So we need to be very the kind of diversity and the gap that needs to be that we need to really, this new education system should be able to address these gaps that can be only with the help of mother tongue language only we would be able to address the kind of language promotion that can effectively. Otherwise, maybe English is the medium because most of them could not present. But otherwise, if it could have been in Telugu or Kannada or Tamil or any other regional language, Orissa, Hindi for that matter, they could have excelled in their own profession. So, yeah, so thank you very much, ma'am, for spending a lot of time with us today. And I hope this will also help you in future research also. This experience will definitely add to your research, and it might contribute you. Thank you, ma'am, once again.
Yes,
we congratulate you and wish you all the success for your future endeavors, and look forward for most. And once again, happy Independence Day to you and all. So with this, anyone else left out for presentations, you can raise your hand or use your chat box. If anyone is still left, we can take it up. ఇంకెవరైనా ప్రెజెంట్ చేయాల్సిన వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా ఉంటే మీరు చెప్తే ప్రెజెంటేషన్ తీసుకుందాం ఇప్పుడు. Non-medium, bro. Would you like to present anything?
No.
No? Okay. So, ma'am, ఇంకెవరైనా ఉన్నారా?
What our other courses, because now that
Shruti, Chandran, would you like to present?
before joining law seekers course, I was afraid how will I pay up the EMI of the course. I haven't completed every single month, and I am earning money from which not only I can pay up the course, also be paid by mom charge.
Kindly mute yourself.
Our reaction. I don't know it will bring here because this is what I want. This is why we do boot camp. This is why I am spending.
If anyone is still left for presentations before we conclude, raise your hand or use chat box. Okay, except Andrea, anyone else left out? Because already you have presented, we'll see if anyone is still left out. Okay, then hopefully I think we have come to end of our conference. So let me quickly take you to this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations without taking much time. And I will briefly talk about one of the greatest freedom fighters of the country. You know, everyone is unique in their approach, and everyone equally contributed to various aspects of freedom movement, and you know, various freedom fighters from across the country, nation, they have sacrificed their lives to give us the freedom which we are enjoying now. You know, the kind of sacrifice they have put in. Now the present generations are in dilemma whether to put flag as DP or not. So that kind of awareness our present generations are having, and that kind of dilemma nowadays we are having, that itself says that how ignorant we are when it is towards awareness or conscious of the things happening around us. You know, putting DP as a flag, or for that matter, or hoisting a flag, is a very good opportunity for us to express. You know, otherwise, in last 75 years, I think we never had the opportunity to hoist a flag by ourselves, unless and until, you know, we are teachers or established professionals, where unless and until you are very highly positioned in the society, you know, you were not even allowed, I mean, you were not permitted to hoist a flag. But you know, after 75 years of independence, now today everyone hoisted their own flag in their homes, in their offices, you know. Otherwise it was very much limited to educational institutions and government organizations, research institutions. So that is the greatest opportunity, everyone got it. And today, even a common citizen, irrespective of the kind of dwelling, even a small hut dwelling also, I seen today, they also put a flag on their huts. So that is kind of transformation that took place, and that small decision by our Honorable Prime Minister, or for that matter, for the by the government of India, that gives us a lot of spirit and lot of hope and confidence and a lot of encouragement, motivation for all of us, that we are also part of this ceremony. And today, with this wonderful moment, we have seen that everyone has see the Tiranga flying, furling itself. No, even on my house also, it is. We can see since morning there is a heavy wind. It's blowing continuously. The kind of feeling that we get, no, with the flag flying on our roofs. What kind of feeling that we have, that is unexpressible. So such a moment we need to cherish, instead of having unnecessary debates or unnecessary things. We are putting everything as DP, what not. So one day, the soldiers who are sacrificing for ourselves, for the nation, it is an opportunity for those who have sacrificed themselves in the service of nation. Can we not express a gratitude in any form? For that matter, it may not be a DP, it may not be hoisting a flag, or it can be in any form for that matter. But the present, especially the young generation, we see there is a lot of discussion on this. Since morning, I didn't touch upon, because I don't want to take up this issue, but at the end, we have come to an end, and it's our responsibility, listening to various sessions since morning, to take away some inputs, how, with these curtain raiser videos of having a positive, constructive development and approaches, we should educate ourselves. We should bring awareness about why these practices are required. For that reason, we stopped enjoying, or we stopped laughing at in the very first place. We have laughter clubs in every nook and corner of the nation. Every park, almost, people come and laugh like a mad people. Why? Because we naturally lost all these things. We hardly laugh. We hardly enjoy laughter. Now we are coming together and creating laughter clubs, and we are, the kind of laugh also is so funny. It's not even natural, but we are trying to enact it so that we stay healthy. So these practices, these we all need to inculcate, that once it is lost, it is very difficult to bring back, and that will also create a lot of impact on that. And various sessions today has also focused on various aspects. See the kind of invasions that happened, even today, the kind of divide and rule that is happening in the name of caste, creed, or race, ethnic color. So we need to be very conscious that in such a diverse country, for that matter, even within a small family, take for a family of 3, 4, 5, is very difficult to please everyone. The kind of challenge, especially women know, to just if our mothers, or for that matter our spouses, if they prepare, or for that matter if we also prepare one dish, it is how it sometimes becomes very difficult that it becomes the favorite of everyone. Maybe everyone has their own choice, and maybe everyone in the family, maybe a family member of 3, 4, 5, maybe everyone has their own choice or own preference. Maybe they might not like it. Within the family itself, when there is so much conflict of interest, can you imagine, with such a vast nation where almost half of the population is here, and with such a rich diversity, what kind of challenges is there, and what kind of situations as a prime minister or as a president one might be facing through. At times it is very difficult for us to manage our own family members or our own close relatives or our own society. How difficult it is to manage this entire nation with so much diversity. So we need to understand this. Actually, we need to have a positive outlook about the entire nation and the kind of development that goes part of it, so that we can contribute positively. Definitely, at one part or the other part, we all have these negatives and positives on either sides, but it always, having a positive outlook will help us to understand things in a positive manner, which will help us to move ahead with a constructive, productive vision and mission, so that we can understand the things and move forward. So that's what since morning, we covered almost all aspects, agriculture, industry, economy, education, and children has very well come up, even the students and the senior professors, even from abroad. They are very senior professors, and even today we have Professor Aparna and Professor Chandrakala Diyali and various other senior professors also. They contributed their insights and knowledge to this wonderful platform today. We all could come together and celebrate and disseminate information, knowledge, and many of students who first time presented in the international conference also. At least we could inspire them for that matter. For the first time, they also have been part of this wonderful event, once in a lifetime event today, where it is memorable for them also for entire their careers, having a certificate, participated on this special occasion itself, and that too in an academic event like this. This kind of motivations are required. We need to take up more such events which can inspire people, or which can inspire students, research scholars, for that matter, professionals, which can be memorable for their lifetime. So with this initiative, we has taken up, we thought at least, we can enjoy ourselves, but let's have a gathering today also, because yesterday also full day we were in the conference, and today also almost since morning we are there here only. But the kind of coming together from across the globe and sharing information, having a productive dissemination, and bringing each other a lot of opportunities of learning and sharing, caring. This is kind of support collaboration, cooperation we require to move on along with each other. And as already spoken about Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the initiative which was taken up to celebrate, to rejoice, to embrace and to express our gratitude, and also foster ideas and working on solutions and bringing into actions. So this entire celebration theme which started, which was initiated on 12th March for 75 weeks for the 75th Independence Day celebrations, it is a very good opportunity for everyone, in fact, to come together and work on various aspects like sustainable development, dissemination of knowledge, and working together. And you can see the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav themes. When you look at the themes, we have 5 themes: freedom struggle, ideas at 75, resolve at 75, actions at 75, achievements at 75. So if you look at the freedom struggle, this theme anchors our commemoration initiatives under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and also helps bring these stories back to memories, bring them alive, of unsung heroes who have sacrificed and made this freedom a reality for us. And also we can cherish the milestones or revisit the milestones and freedom movements, etc., in the historical journey to 15th August 1947. So as part of this, various initiatives like Birsa Munda Jayanti and Janjatiya Gaurav Divas, declaration of provisional government of free India by Netaji, Shahid Divas, etc., all were part of these initiatives. And we look at the Ideas at 75 theme, which focuses on the programs and events inspired by the ideas and ideals that have shaped us and will guide us to navigate through the period of Amrit Kal, that is 25 years between India at 75 and India at 100. So the upcoming 25 years, the future 25 years, the world as we knew it is changing, and it is changing rapidly, and it is unfolding itself towards a new world. The strength of our convictions will determine the longevity of our ideas, and events and programs under this theme included popular participatory initiatives that helped bringing alive Indian unique contribution to the world. Various events like Kashi Utsav, dedicated to Hindi literary luminaries from the land of Kashi, postcards to Prime Minister, etc., were part of initiatives as part of Idea at 75. And in the theme Resolve at 75, the theme focuses on our collective resolve and determination to shape the destinies of our motherland. And the journey to 2047 requires each one of us to rise up and play our part as individuals, groups, civil society, institutions of governance. And only through our collective resolve, we laid out action plans, and determined efforts will translate into actions, events, and programs under the theme initiatives such as Constitution Day, Good Governance Day, Good Governance Week, etc., which help everyone to bring alive our commitment towards the planet and people while being driven by a deep sense of purpose. When we look at the Action 75 theme, which focuses on all the efforts that are being undertaken to help India take its rightful position in the new world order, emerging in a post-COVID world by highlighting the steps being taken to implement policies and actualize commitments. So it is driven by the Prime Minister Modi's clarion call of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. It encompasses government policies, schemes, action plans, along with commitments from business, NGOs, civil society that help actualize our ideas and help us collectively create a better tomorrow. Programs under this theme include initiatives such as national master plans for various actions. And when we look at the achievements theme, this theme focuses on making the passage of time and all our milestones along the way. It is also intended to grow into a public account of our collective achievements as a 75-year-old independent country with a legacy of 5,000 plus years of ancient history. So events and programs under this theme were initiatives such as Swarnim Vijay Varsh, dedicated to the victory of 1971, launch of Shrestha Yojana during Mahaparna, Divas, etc. So all these events and initiatives which were taken up as part of celebrations for 75 weeks. So it started from March 12th and it will be there till August 16, 2023. So let's take this opportunity and use this opportunity to create more awareness. And we were continuously doing it from 12th March daily, on a daily basis to create, and we hope we can continue with more momentum in the coming days together. So we invite every one of you to come join us and collaborate for events. You can join us for every day or Sundays or whichever is convenient for you. We can come together, work together, and create more awareness, consciousness, and spread knowledge and wisdom. And let's make it this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav more memorable for all of us. So with this, I thank all the participants and also all the eminent speakers, presenters, and research scholars, students, everyone who has joined and contributed to this wonderful day celebration. And I also thank the collaborators for today, especially the Government College for Men, Autonomous, Kadapa, the principal sir, Dr. G. Ravindranath Garu, and especially we should appreciate the initiatives of Dr. Savitri. She is very much taken up initiative. She approached us, and she is constantly, looking for opportunities where we can collaborate and work together. It's a very good opportunity. In fact, I invite even all of you, all organizations, wherever possible, we can collaborate with each other and work together to contribute to each other's development. This is one of the great initiatives. We all can come together and work together for common goals like promoting academic activities. So, and also I thank the participants, especially since morning we were there in this meeting, listening in this conference, listening to the sessions very carefully and diligently. You are listening and gaining insights. So thank you once again. I take this opportunity once again to thank everyone and also to congratulate you and to extend my greetings. Happy 76th year of independence and happy 75th anniversary of independence to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity and for giving opportunity to Government College for Men, Autonomous Kadapa, to collaborate with you. And the presenters also, they are very happy for your cooperation and for your kindness, sir. Thank you so much for your kind cooperation with us, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. We are always welcome to you in future also. Whenever you have opportunities, you can always reach back to us. We'll be always happy to extend our support to you. So friends, finally, thank you once again. And just an important announcement before we conclude. We have many speakers today who have presented. I'm not sure whether all of them have registered or not. So the registration form will be open for a couple of days. So whoever has presented without registration, so the form is available with me as well as Dr. Savitri ma'am. So you can contact any of us, or you can even visit our website. It has been shared in the chat box along with the feedback link, and you can register yourself before we issue certificates. So it will take some time for the certificates. Generally, we take 15 working days. So in the meanwhile, only whoever has not yet registered, so kindly use the registration form to register yourself. If not registered as a participant or speaker, take this opportunity to register. And those who have not filled the feedback form yet, kindly find the feedback form already shared. Fill the feedback form, and you will be getting your certificates within 15 working days. It will be updated on the website. You can visit the website and download your certificates from the respective web page. So with this, if still any participants have any queries regarding certificate or anything, you can feel free to raise your hand. I will be happy to answer. Otherwise, we shall conclude it here. So thank you once again. So see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Like every day, we have 6 to 8 international webinars, and every Sunday we have 11 to 5 international conferences. So speakers who have presented today, if you would like to have a very good presentation, I mean, if you want additional time, you can reach us for coming Sundays. You can register for any Sunday, and we will be happy to accommodate you in those who could not submit or who are not prepared for this Sunday or for this occasion. You can always reach back to us. We'll be happy to accommodate you in any other event. And I congratulate once again everyone, and wish you all happy Independence Day once again, and see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Take care. Good night.
Good night, sir.